Let's get Mash.
Hi, Tariq.
How you doing, Mash?
I'm good. How are you?
I am good, Mash. What part of West Africa are you from, Mash?
I'm actually from East
Kenya?
Africa, Kenya.
There you go. Okay, there you go. All right.
But I'm based out of Dubai.
Oh, you're in Dubai. Okay. Have you called before?
No, I haven't actually.
Okay, there you go. So what's on your mind, Mash?
No, I just want to. I've seen a lot of dialogue, obviously, on social media based on FBAs. I just wanted to get a better understanding.
Okay. What don't you understand?
I think I saw one of your clips where I think it's the Haiti documentary you were doing with a Haitian woman. I can't remember her name.
Okay.
If I recall correctly, I think what you're saying is there are blacks who are native to the USA, and that bit, I think that's where I need a bit more understanding.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, there were black people who are indigenous to the United States as well. They were black. Okay. Yeah, they're according to eyewitnesses from explorers, according to archaeologists, according to DNA, there were black people on this land for thousands of years, even before the Siberian natives came.
Right.
Got it?
Yeah. So then I think the dialogue that really is a bit, from my perspective, a bit depressing is I do agree with what mostly the FBA stand for, which is
if Donald Trump don't get these gas prices down, man, we got to get him up out of office, man. I need these gas prices to go down, man. What's going on?
you have a right to identify as you wish. You don't want to be in this bracket where you're classified by the white people as African American. So I get all of that. But I don't know, at some point, the conversation, not you specifically, but generally speaking, based on social media, the conversation almost always ends up leading to African or Black Americans getting some sort of hate from the other side, which ultimately I don't think it's a constructive way. I think there's also an issue for most people where they don't independently research and ask the right questions. So I don't know what on your side you're trying to do to make sure that I don't think that's your intention. But I don't know on your side what you're doing and educating Black Americans as well as Africans so that the conversation doesn't end up there. I don't think it's constructive at all.
Well, the thing is, none of that has to do with the lineage. See, when it comes to our lineage, all of a sudden there's all these arbitrary rules and policies that people want to talk about what are implemented, what's not implemented. You're Kenyan. Your lineage is Kenya. Right. Nobody talks about how you react. There's some Kenyans that are very cool. There's some Kenyans who have a jacked up disposition, but you're still Kenyan.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're still Kenyan. It doesn't matter. We are foundational Black Americans. Most foundational Black Americans you interact with is pretty much going to be a positive and constructive interaction. On social media, when there's conversations and hot topics and debates, it's going to get heated and it's going to get a little testy and touchy. But that's the nature of social media. But that doesn't change lineage. Our lineage is still foundational. You understand?
Yeah.
That's all it is. When we talk about foundational Black American, it's not about how you interact with somebody on social media. All right. It's about lineage. Our lineage is unique, and a lineage goes to the beginning of this country. That's all it is. Everything else is really more of a personal thing, depending on who you're interacting with. That makes sense?
Yeah, makes sense. I think what I'm not clear on yet is, how do you guys know the people, the blacks who are native to the land, as opposed to those who came from Africa through the slave trade?
The thing is
there a way to
no.
Is there a way to know?
Yeah, we already know because there was an ethnogenesis. There was a combination. There was a combination between some of the imported people, the ones who came from Africa, and the ones who were already here. There was a mixture that became an ethnogenesis. We are Black, and we are the foundation of this nation. And we can document that. If our lineage goes to the beginning of this country, which most of us can document it, that's foundational. We know our lineage, and we know the spirit of other foundational Black Americans. So we know when they come from a foundational lineage. You understand?
Right. And is the ultimate intention identity, or what's the ultimate intention from an FBA perspective?
The intention is just respect and protect your lineage, just like any group, any ethnic group. They want to protect their lineage. They want to empower themselves. Just like over there in Kenya, different tribes were kind of pushed together when colonization happened. When the British came over there colonizing people, they would get one tribe from this place and another tribe from that place, and then create a boundary. And they said, okay, this is Kenya. So all of these different tribes that were pushed together became Kenyan. Nobody says, okay, what was that tribe before? Where did that other tribe come from? That doesn't matter. They had an ethnogenesis and became Kenyan. Got it?
No, like I think there's a bit more. So, for example, in Kenya we have about 46 tribes,
Right?
Which obviously existed before colonization. We had a relatively short colonization, I would say about 50 years. But the tribes that were there before colonization. So, for example, personally, I'm Kikuyu. All those tribes are still there, and they're still within the geographical areas where they used to live pre-colonization. So that's not changed. So for example, when I'm in Kenya, I would say I'm Kikuyu before I say I'm Kenyan, because obviously everyone else is Kenyan. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, so the tribes are still.
I hope y'all listening. At what point is he going to say he's Black? So you see, he said he'll name his tribe before he's Kenya, and then he's Kenya at some point, and then he's African. At what point is the guy Black? At what room is left to be Black? That's why I say they're not Black. Look, I'm going to rewind it. He just told you he'll go with his tribe first and then his nationality. And then at some point he's African. How are you also Black? That's a lot of identities.
Personally, I'm Kikuyu. 50 years. But the tribes that were there before colonization. So, for example, personally, I'm Kikuyu. All those tribes are still there, and they're still within the geographical areas where they used to live pre-colonization. So that's not changed. So for example, when I'm in Kenya, I would say I'm Kikuyu before I say I'm Kenyan, because obviously everyone else is Kenyan. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, so the tribes are still there in Kenya, and I would assume, or from the travel I've done, it's pretty much similar across most African countries. So we still have the tribal identity.
But yeah, a lot
I think I agree with the premise of Black Americans having an identity, because obviously I think there's a lot of, again, as I said before, I don't think a lot of people take their time to read. Most of the slaves that were traded went to Brazil and the Caribbean islands, and those people would identify as Brazilians, for example. They would still have, for example, in certain towns in Brazil, they would still have certain cultures that are quite similar to the African culture, but for all intents and purposes, they identify as Brazilian. So from my perspective, then, if Black Americans want to identify as FBAs, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I don't know why a lot of people have an issue with it.
Right. Yeah, because
I think where the negative sort of connotation comes is when, speaking as an African, maybe it's perceived by some people, is when they feel that Black Americans identifying themselves as FBAs or whatever other way they decide to identify themselves, they sort of or we sort of perceive, or in some instances, to be honest, some Black Americans would imply negatively on the African continent. And I think some people take an issue with that when it goes beyond self-identification to sort of a negative connotation on the African continent. I think that's where
And I think that's very
sort of
interesting.
backlash that comes
And
up.
I think it's interesting when people try to make it seem like we push negative connotations on Africa. Nobody hates Africa more than a continental African. Y'all do everything y'all can to get the hell up out of there. Sir, you are in Dubai.
Right.
You got up out of there. You understand? Y'all do not like Africa. At least I go visit.
No, Tariq, to be honest, I'm a lawyer. I practiced in Kenya for 3 or 4 years. I'm in Dubai, but I'm working in an African law firm based in Dubai, and we'll mostly be doing transactions across Africa. So I have a better grasp. And to be honest, most Africans relocate to look for greener pastures, not because Africans hate being in Africa.
Yeah.
I will tell you for sure the rich Africans don't like being outside Africa because it's just, yeah. So it's not like Africans hate Africa.
Brother,
I think Africans...
Bruh, don't say that. Man, brother, your homeland is Kenya. Kenya has the biggest slum in all of Africa. Kibera is the biggest
absolutely.
slum.
Yeah, we have our issues.
They ain't happy with that, sir. They're not happy being in the biggest slum on the continent, all right?
I don't think that's accurate, Tariq.
What's not accurate? What's not accurate? What's not accurate?
We do have a slum, but I think this is where the dialogue sort of become a bit misleading. We do have slums, and we have...
You got the biggest slum.
But
Kibera,
in the same case,
no. Kibera is the biggest slum in Africa, sir, right?
Absolutely.
There you go. Okay, so all right, don't imply that I'm saying something wrong, but go ahead.
Okay, so we do have poor areas. We have our struggles like any other country. I've been to the US traveling. They're low households. So despite the US being a first world country, it's not as bad as...
Slow down. You wait. Slow down. You say you've been to the US?
Yeah, I've been to the US.
What slum did you see over here? What slum did you see here?
I didn't say slum. I said low cost housing.
Okay,
it's
what
not
low
the same
cost
slum
housing?
as in Kenya.
What low cost housing did you see here?
There are projects, for example.
And where did you see the projects?
New York.
Okay, which a lot of your fellow immigrants are living there, by the way. But go ahead.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is I don't want this conversation to move to... Every country has its own struggles. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Kenya has the biggest slum in Africa. We do have our own struggles, but I think where the conversation becomes a bit misleading is when you look at Kenya and you say it has the biggest slum, but you need to give the whole picture of the country. If you've been, I don't know if you've been to Kenya, for example, but the slum is not, it's a component of Kenya which we are not proud of, obviously, but there's a bigger part of Kenya more than the slums. There's a lot of beauty. There's a lot of developments. There's a lot
that the white people and Asians live in. Yeah.
No, that's not true at all, Tariq.
The white
I don't think you've been.
Arabs,
have you been to Kenya or East Africa or where have you been to? Where have you been to in Africa? Where?
I've been all over there. I've been to Kenya.
Where's there?
I've been to. You have a bunch of East Indians and Arabs running the stores out there. So
there's no Arabs are in Mombasa and they're native to the land. This is where I say that the information is very misleading.
Do you have East Indians out there running a lot of the stores?
We have Indians who came during the colonization and for quite not similar, but they came during colonization to build the railway. So they are 4th, 5th generation Kenyans. We don't.
So they're just Kenyans now. Oh, so y'all look at them as just one of y'all.
Yeah, they're a tribe. They're a recognized tribe in Kenya.
Good
so
grief.
it's a similar story which happens in other Western countries where if you're 5th, 6th, 7th, 10th generation, then you have that struggle. But in Kenya, we recognize the Indians as part of the 46 tribes that are in Kenya. And while
Wasn't Mindani family? Wasn't Mindani out there in Kenya? Mindani in New York.
By the way, he sounds very Indian. All right, he sounds like an Indian Kenyan, whatever that is.
Wasn't he out there?
And by the way, I'm gonna touch on that. Chinese, Jamaicans, white tea Haitians, and I guess now Indian Kenyans. I'm gonna touch on this a little later.
Right. That's why family. That's why Mindani's ass tried to say he was a Black American or some shit like that. That's why right there, because they gave them dudes a pass, ladies and gentlemen. That's
we didn't
why
give them a pass, Tariq. I think this is where you don't.
Right, and this is my problem with Marquette. Keep calling Africans Black. He's giving them a pass. And the pass is an introduction to our lineage, a back doorway to our lineage. And I'm gonna play some of that too, because he has been consistent with his agenda, calling Africans Black. And as you can see, you got Indian, Kenyans, you got Chinese Jamaicans, and you have white tea people that are Haitians. So they already backdoored their way into those African nations.
I'll try to explain it again.
Oh God.
So I'll
Uganda.
try and explain it again.
Uganda. Okay, Uganda. Yeah. But okay, same mentality. Got it. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I'll try and explain it again, Tariq, so that we're clear. So I think the issue is usually at what point you recognize 6, 7, 10 generation people who came either to the US, to the UK, to Kenya as Kenyans or British or American. What's the cutoff? So what I've said in from a Kenyan perspective, the Indians who came and they're possibly 6, 7 generation now, they're recognized for all intents and purposes as Kenyans. They can vote.
But here's the thing. Y'all recognize them as your fellow Kenyans, but the economy class there is run by them. They don't let y'all run with them.
Absolutely not, Tariq.
Dude, if you...
They have a bigger predisposition to running the manufacturing and industrial, but like the banking sector in Kenya is owned by Kenyans. The financial institutions in Kenyans are owned by Kenyans. And this is pretty much similar to what is there in Tanzania and Uganda and most of the African countries. The big banks are ultimately owned and
okay, well,
they're owned by
Kenyans. Why do Asians come over there running the show then?
They're not coming. They're Kenyans. They've been in Kenya for over 100, 200 years.
There are establishments there for Asians that native Kenyans can't even go in, sir.
No, that's not true at all, Tariq.
Oh, okay.
That's not true at all.
Family, will y'all Google
this is
what
the
I'm
thing
saying?
I'm saying, Tariq. The issue is a lot of people don't do research and travel, right? And then there's this, you sort of follow this online narrative that is quite deceiving, right?
Really?
In Kenya, you can pretty much live anywhere you want. We live next to Indians. Kenya is 90% mostly Black native tribe people.
No. Kenya is 97% African, okay? Not Black.
And you can pretty much live wherever you want to live. And that's the case in most African countries, possibly outside South Africa. But I don't want to get into that because that's also a very sort of long history with South Africa.
You think, we got people in this room now who are foundational Black Americans who are in Africa, sir.
Yeah, and we have a number of Black Americans who've relocated to Kenya and other African countries. For example, also in Kenya, we have the UN headquarters for Africa, and we have a huge expat community. And basically what we have our own struggles. I'm not trying to paint Kenya as as a perfect country, but we sort of try to coexist. But I think the main point I want to get from this conversation is I think it's these sort of narratives about Africa and Black Americans as well from both sides is mostly because people don't take time to read and travel. And they have these misconceptions based on what they have seen online. right? And I don't think that helps anybody. I don't think that helps Black Americans. I don't think it helps Africans at all.
But sir,
I think
we've seen videos of Asians over there whooping on Kenyans with sticks and shit. We've seen videos.
As any video, you'll see also a white person in the US doing something that is condescending to a Black American. There's isolated cases, but that's not the norm.
Yeah, and you see us whooping their ass back.
No, really. Some of the videos I don't go through this, but there's been a lot of, for example, dark history between the white race and the Black race in the US from the police and everything. But if you just look at an isolated video online, I don't think that helps anybody. As I said,
isolated.
I isolated in the case, for example, of the Kenyan video you're saying where you saw an Asian beating up a Kenyan. That's an isolated event.
Okay, yeah, sir. The fact that happened at all, where y'all the majority,
you're the
majority, and an Asian is over there whooping on you guys, and you're the majority, but he don't get stomped out. Yeah, that's not isolated. That's cultural.
No, it's not at all. And if you're in Kenya, I'm sure I don't know when you came to Kenya, or any other African country for that matter. I think as I'm saying, we have our own issues. But I think the point I want to get across is I think people need to do a bit more reading and traveling, because I don't think it's helpful for Black Americans and Africans to be decent. I don't think that's helpful at all.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Great, Tariq. I think I hope that was useful. If you're ever in Dubai or Kenya, just hit me up if you need anything.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All right. Good Lord. Man, if you don't stop the damn cap, man, stop the cap, dude. Family, y'all Google the No Africans restaurant in Nairobi. All right? I'm not making shit up, man. In 2015, Google, y'all fact check me. There was a restaurant in Nairobi that didn't allow the Kenyans to come in after 5 p.m. You know what I'm saying? He's just saying shit, dude. Y'all couldn't go in a restaurant in your own homeland. This wasn't that long ago. This was 2015, family. Look this up. It was an Asian restaurant. Oh, no. Dude, they'll try to, you bring up a fact, then they'll try to deny it. Okay, and the evidence is there. Oh, it is isolated incident. When I brought up Kibera, the biggest slum, and you're calling it a slum. That is, there are a lot of slums around the world. Brother, do you have the biggest slum in Africa? Yes, we do, but you have to understand the context. There are other places that are, oh boy. Dude, you see, they don't expect us to know about what's going on over there, family. Then they want to start arguing semantics and all that. Well, there are slums everywhere. When I go to the U.S., there are areas. What slums did you see here? We don't have slums. Foundational Black Americans don't live in no damn slums. No, they're projects. Okay, what projects? In New York, yeah, your tethers, like you, shit. What you talking about? Yeah, your people are up in them projects now. Man, yeah, he gonna try to compare the projects to Kibera, the biggest slum in Africa, like over 1 million people living in a big giant ass slum. I'm not trying to shit on you, but you ain't gonna sit up here and just fake the funk now. All right? Yeah, you're not gonna get up here and just fake the damn funk. We ain't gonna do that. Now we know. We don't live in no damn slums. And we've never lived in slums. Man. Good grief. We ain't trying to beat up on people at all, but come on, y'all not just gonna be just saying shit. Oh, let's get Greg Nice, G Money's Crack. What's up, Greg? Let's get brother Greg in here from Twitter. Brother Greg, hop on in here. Yeah, the real our hollers facts, man. They think we're idiots. That's the thing. These
Yo, they
people.
think we're stupid, Tariq.
How you
Like
doing,
I
Greg?
just Googled what you said, bro. And it says right there in Galana and what's the other place? Lenana. On the corner over there, there's a restaurant simply known as the Chinese restaurant. And it says that, and I quote, after 5 p.m., they allow no Kenyans in the establishment. This is 2015.
Yep.
No Kenyans in the establishment after 5 p.m. because of security threats. These people are absolutely insane, Tariq. And I don't understand. Well, I do understand what it is. It's the fact that they know that they are lackluster, degenerates, and they come over here and they latch on to us, and they have no, and right now, the delineation has them in a chokehold.
Yep.
I love TikTok Shop. I appreciate the time, brother.
My man, thank you so much, G. Good grief, man. Well, these people, man, they think that they're smarter for some reason because they can lie. They think because a lot of us don't go over there. That's what it is, family. They think because a lot of us don't go over there, they can just lie about everything. That's why those of us who go over there, they don't like it. That's why they always holler about I'm the leader and all that, because I've been all over there. And I be telling y'all the truth. That's why they want to attack me all the time and try to discredit me. Nigga, I done been over there. All right? I done seen it. And that damn Tariq told you about us, Tariq told you the secrets. Oh, they don't like when we go over there and start telling the truth. They don't like that. I done seen, no, y'all not gonna do that Princess Amunda shit with me. I done been over there and seen all that. I done seen them whooping on you and all that, and people shitting on the streets, and the Arabs and the Indians running the shops. They're Kenyans like us now. They're us. We're the same people. Dude. How y'all the same people and they're running everything and keeping all of the resources within their ethnic group, and you talking about y'all the same now because they've been there generations after generations. Good Lord, man. They don't even think that they're being exploited. There's a reason why you had to leave. Damn, man. This dude said the East Indians are Kenyans now like them. That's why Mendani was over there talking about he African American. He tried to pull that shit with us, and we said, oh, no, you ain't. No, you're not. That's why. Boy, delineation was so needed, family. Delineation was so very needed, ladies and gentlemen. Good grief. What's up, Jane? How you doing, beloved? Boy, that colonized mindset is not a joke, man. Man. Yeah, they sat over there. See, Mendani was over there, and they were telling him the same shit. You are one of us. You are African. You are African like us. You are our brother. Then he tried to sit up and say, African American. Oh. You got too much dip on your chip, buddy. I don't know what them Africans told you, but yeah. No, Mendani. No, you East Indian, bro. Pump your brakes on that. Pump your damn brakes. Yeah, we ain't cool like that. Yeah, we ain't the same, buddy. Yeah, that's why they don't like us delineating. They want us to have a generic ass disposition so that everybody can leech. Damn that. Man. Boy, these people are funny. These people are hilarious, ladies and gentlemen. Dude, if you go over there, it's them East Indians and the Arabs running all the shops over there. And he's talking about they're running the banks. Those banks are really run by the British on the low. And the currency over there is literally worthless. Yeah, the currency is absolutely worthless over there. Man, man. Oh yeah, FBA Live. Yeah, I think I heard about that. The sister called him out for saying that. Like, yeah, she felt disrespected by him saying that. So they want us to be on that. See, that's why they don't like delineating. Because, yeah, people ain't going to come over here. That family, they want to do the same shit to us. They want to come over here and be here for some generations so they can, well, I'm Black American now. I'm like, we all the same. That's why this delineation is whooping ass right now. That's why this delineation is kicking everybody in their ass and they don't know what to do. This messed up their program. They wanted to do the same thing with us. They wanted to do tethering, just like in the movie Us. They get us out the paint and then you gonna be us and take over our legacy and claim our damn history. And we said, hell no. This delineation whooped that ass. That's why they got a problem. That's why they call up acting dumb and they're trying to figure out how to weasel their way in it, but we've made it so tight you can't. Ain't no wiggle room in it. When we say we're foundational Black American, ain't no wiggle room in that. They haven't figured out how to tether on to it. Because you can't. You know? That's why I don't play games with these people. I don't give a shit about you being mad at me. I ain't playing games with you because I see the play. I see the damn play. Y'all ain't about to have us fucked up. I'm calling it all out. And if you ain't FBA, get your mind right. Don't come over here trying to cosplay. Yeah, they trying to squeeze in and crowbar themselves in. Damn all that. And trying to shame us for calling them out. Yeah, we're going to call you out. You're not going to be over here disrespecting us and then trying to cosplay at the same time. Oh, no, that ass is getting called out. You know? Man. And family, stop being afraid to call them out. You know, don't let them shaming tactics. The FBA is your head for you want to hit us, you hit us. Family, don't trip on fear. Don't be afraid. Because I think there's a lot of survivor's guilt that a lot of us have because we are the only first world melanated people on the planet. There's some of us who feel guilty about that. You understand? Because other people are suffering and they didn't get it together and we're doing well. We feel like, oh, we have to kind of humble ourselves. Damn all that. I ain't humbling shit, nigga. My family worked hard to make sure I was good. My family stood on business. My damn family fought in the civil rights movement. My family didn't hop on no damn inner tube. My family stood on business. I'm proud of my family for standing up for me and making sure I was good. You understand? Y'all stop being fearful of things. You got ancestors who sacrificed for you. Stand your goddamn ass up and defend your ancestry and your lineage. Don't let tethers punk you out. I don't give a fuck about these tethers talking about you, the head group, the leader. You can say all that shit all day. My lineage is still rock solid in this damn soil. You understand? All praises due to our ancestors. Never be afraid to praise your ancestors. These people want you to forget your ancestors on this soil. They want you praising Shaka Zulu or whoever. They want you to praise motherfuckers who sold your ass. You ain't gonna ever get nothing popping praising that. Notice when we start praising our ancestors properly, giving them the proper respect, things start working out. Things start working out beautifully. And people who start denigrating us, things go left for them. Things go left. Do not be afraid to stand on business, especially standing up for your ancestors. And also just the spirit of fear. Do I need to preach right now? Do I need to get deep? Is it too late to get deep? Are we tired? Do I need to get deep? Can we talk for a minute, family? Who is Kiro? Who is Kiro? Somebody named Kiro in here saying some shit? Who is Kiro? Kiro, whoever you are, who are you? Oh, it's a white supremacist. Okay. Yeah, block them. Block that. That's a white supremacist troll. Can y'all block that person, please? My mods. Okay. Let me block Kiro. Okay. Okay, I blocked him. Okay. Notice when you get heavy, when we start talking heavy, the white supremacists start chimping out. I love TikTok shop. I love TikTok shop. I love TikTok shop. Oh yeah, when we start getting heavy, when the spiritual energy gets real, oh, they start chimping out. Oh, they start chimping out very
Hold on.
quickly.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, they don't know what to.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm telling you, Big Broby over here. When I started to use chimping out on white people, a lot of FBAs were fake mad at me. Oh, I'm Ron, how did you use that word? I'm like, well, because it's our word. Chud the chimper stole it from us. Well, actually, I'll say this. Not our word. It was a word that was exclusively applied to white people. It's not our word. But it was a word with a connotation that normally applied to white people for doing degenerative actions, right? So I gave y'all the history of chimping out. And chimping out is an impulsive action, normally violent. You dig? You don't really think much. Primitive, simian-like action, right? I gave the history that white people call themselves chimps and monkeys way long before Chud the Builder decided to misapply that word to us. So when I used it, I put it back on the people it belonged to, right? Originally, the white people. And then I evolved it and stressed it to some other people, because chimping out is a verb, just like tethering. All right. Chimping out is a better way than saying crashing out. And let me explain. The youth in our society will crash out. And again, those crashing out actions are degenerative. But they're not ashamed of those such actions because they gave it, in their mind, a positive connotation. So Pookie would do something disgusting, and they would justify and laugh it off by saying he just crashing out. So there's no shame to it. So what I did was I replaced crashing out with chimping out. Because when you say chimping out, that's not a phrase that you're gonna embrace. You dig? You don't want that phrase. So chimping out on those same degenerative actions, whether it's stealing Kia cars, whether it's sliding in public, all those things, they'll say crashing out, and they see that as okay behavior, right? They don't see that as disgusting or degenerative. I call those behaviors chimping out too, because I purposely do, because I want to put the shame back on such actions. I don't want us to feel like you could do something very degenerative, primitive, and it's okay because we gave it a fun name. No. So I extended chimping out to all disgusting, degenerative actions that a civilized human being will not do. You got to be primitive, degenerative to do such an action. All right, but and I explained that the way I did just now, except I gave more historical references. I talked about the French and the Britons warring with each other. They both called each other chimps and drew pictures of each other and called each other chimps. We're talking about the Germans called the small hats chimps. We're talking about the Russians called the Germans chimps. We're talking about Americans had called Italians chimps when they came over here. Americans, they also called the Irish chimps when they came over here. We're talking about Darwin and his evolution theory, where he said we have one common ancestor, and that was to like a great ape or something like that. Well, the church said he was chimping out, and they drew him as a chimp. All right, so chimping is a term that white people gladly embraced amongst themselves when they were mad at each other. So I dropped all that information before, and people still chimped out on me when I used it. Now the big brother Tariq Nasheed using it. You got that same energy? Or now do you get it all of a sudden? Now is it understandable? Keep trying to tell you, man. I'm up here, and folks who listen to me a lot of times be down here, and they'll chimp out and not listen to me and ask questions. They'll just chimp out and just say I'm wrong and run like a little flower girl. You dig? But usually I'm the first to do things. I'm a trendsetter. I have my own research, I have my own journalism. So usually I break a story or say something and it gets lit later. All right. But anyway, now Tariq is using chimping out. I hope what I said earlier about chimping out and we could use it, I hope it's better received now. Okay? But I hate to be the one to say I told you so, but I told you so a couple weeks ago.
Do when we white supremacist troll, can y'all block that person, please? My mods. Okay. Let me block Kiro. Okay. Okay, I blocked him. Okay. Notice when you get heavy, when we start talking heavy, the white tea supremacists start chimping out. I love TikTok shop. I love TikTok shop. I love TikTok shop. Oh yeah, when we start getting heavy, when the spiritual energy gets real, oh, they start chimping out. Oh, they start chimping out very quickly. Oh yeah, they don't know what to do. Listen, I want y'all to understand something. Continue with that FBA spirit. We get these white tea supremacists out the pain. You know, don't have no fear of them. That's the great thing I love about us. We don't really fear these white supremacists like that. You know? But I want y'all to use your ancestral energy to break that code of fear. All right? Fear, ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, fear, ladies and gentlemen, is just bad programming. All right? You were not born fearful. You weren't born terrified of success. See, you got programmed with fear. See, society has trained people to be a risk-adverse consumer who has to wait for permission. See, when you feel that hesitation to start some new shit, to approach a situation, to recognize things for what it is, look, that's an installed software designed to keep you stagnant. You see, notice everybody always tries to put fear in us. The other day we had an Ethiopian dude trying to scare us. Listen, niggas, Trump has a travel advisory, a red alert. You don't travel, they're going to get you. Who's going to get us? You know, you'll see. What are you talking about, dude? No, ain't nobody going to get us. What are you talking about? Don't try to fearmonger us. Don't do that. See, people always trying to bring some fear to us. Everybody's trying to bring fear to us all the time. Damn that. You have to deprogram yourself and realize that just playing it safe is the most dangerous thing you can do. You be like your ancestors. Your ancestors stood on business. They were fearless. You understand? We're sacred people. We are sacred people. We are spiritually charged people. I broke that down the other day. Family, when I was breaking down the molecular structure of cotton and the cell.
Hold on. Because this is hold on. TikTokers can invite themselves up. And YouTube. Let me get a link for the YouTubers. Let me get a link for the YouTubers. I got mad pushback when I used the word, you dig? That's why I keep marching. I keep marching because normally I'm right. And folks just catch up later. You dig? Normally I'm right and folks just catch up later. And nobody ever says they're wrong. Nobody ever be like, FB, unbiased Ron, you were right, yo. I apologize. They don't do that. I was tripping. They don't do that. Right there. Hold on, man. I was the first one. And then everybody had a problem with it. Now everybody don't have a problem with it all of a sudden. You dig? Hold on. Now everybody don't have a problem with it all of a sudden. Okay. Ah, there we go. I got the pinned link right there. When I said it was bad, but I bet you believe it's good now. Give me a second. Play the video. Pick up where we left off at. Okay. Did y'all see my community post? Did y'all see my community post for critics of Black Americans who are pushing delineation? I filled out a form yesterday. Like, that's why I'm talking funny, because my face is swollen. I got a tooth infection. So I went to the dentist. I filled out some paperwork, and I'm waiting for the regular stuff. You know, Black this, African this, you know, African American. Because I've been paying. I'm like, yeah, man, just get this done. So as I'm filling the paper out, I see African descent. I just click it, like I just check it, like, all right, look, whatever. I check it, right? And then before I moved on, I look at the bottom, because I said, let me look at the other alternatives in case I want to click other, something like that, and write it in. Because, you know, some forms allow you to click other and write it in. So I didn't see an other. So I like, all right, I guess I'm stuck here with African descent. But at the very bottom, that thing said Native Black American descent. Right, that's on my community post. Okay, so you got African descent, that's for immigrants or immigrant heritage. And I got at the bottom, that thing literally said Native Black American descent on the form at a dentist. It's on my community post. Go check it out. I took a picture of it. I'm like, wow, all these gaslighting people and delineation is actually here. It has arrived. It's been heard, and it's been implemented. The form said African descent. Like, there was no, it was, they did the whole race thing, right? And then after that, they want to be more specific. It said ethnicity or something like that. It said African descent, and that thing said Native Black American. And if y'all noticed recently, I've been pushing Native Black American harder than FBA because I think it's a better word. They're both good, but I think the better description, because it covers all, is Native Black American, because we were Native before we were foundational. All right? We were Native before we were foundational, so that's why I like Native Black American slightly better. And I've been pushing that. You heard me going in. I'm like, nah, we're actually Native, because at one point you had a bunch of critics saying we're not Native, right? And then I'm like, nah, we're Native. And we are Native. I don't know why. What's the confusion about that? I kind of know, but hey, Black Morning, what's going on?
Black morning.
Yes, sir.
What's so black about it?
Well, you know, black is also an expression, like Black Power. What's so black about power?
Nothing.
Right.
There is no power. It's not power.
Oh, damn. All right, look, where were you from? Where your origin of heritage is from?
Hey, can we have a conversation, or is this going to turn into a what?
It looks like it's going to turn into a what because you called in my space and you're dictating terms. I asked you, where is your country or your country of origins from? Or are you from like Haiti, Jamaica? Origin, your heritage. Is it from a foreign land or is it here in America?
Know what that means?
All right. Okay. You know what? Black morning. Yeah, but black morning. I don't really want to deal with remedial people this morning, to be honest. I'm being serious right now. Sometimes, plus, I told you I got a tooth infection. My face is like, you know how when you're in pain, you got zero tolerance. You dig? Like your tolerance level shrinks. So I really don't have tolerance for like a remedial person. Really, like you're not my level of my guy. Like as far as education and wittiness and rebuttaling, dude. I'm good. I'll pass. You win. You win. You win. This guy started to like already be passive aggressive from the beginning. Dude, come on. Go away, man. Go away. His name was African American. Go be an African American. All right. But I'm a native Black American. Oh, there's no such thing as power. He said no such thing as power. I said black morning. He said, well, what's so black about the morning? Well, what's so black about power? It's just an expression where we attach our culture to it. You dig? So we make it our morning, or we make the morning about us. When we say black power, we attach the culture to the power that's out there, and we made the power about us. So whatever power we were implementing, it was about us. You dig? And it was civil rights power and justice power. You dig? Equality power. What's so black about the morning? What's so black about power? And I have more examples. Like why is Wall Street? How is Wall Street black? Black Reconstruction, free blacks. They did. Come on, man. But when people are remedial, like sometimes I'm just not interested.
Down the other day, family, when I was breaking down the molecular structure of cotton and the cellulose and the crystals in cotton, and how we were dealing with that cotton, and that cotton was transferring our energy because of the crystals in it. And you got to understand something too. Bones have crystal molecules in them too. So there's a spiritual energy that comes from that. Crystals transfer, and it really emphasizes energy. That's why they use crystals and lasers and shit like that. A crystal can get different forms of light and then concentrate it and make it so powerful it could cut through a wall. You understand? Energy is very, very powerful if it's directed in certain ways, and crystals are used for that. So when we're dealing with that cotton and all that stuff, yeah, that was maximizing our energy. We were tapping into some shit. That's why wherever there was a lot of cotton, we're coming off those plantations stronger, more athletic. We're singing notes that people have to go to training to get, and we're playing instruments like experts with no formal training. We were tapping into some spirit realms with that shit, man. That's why we're so damn unique. And everybody knows it, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody knows it. So yeah, don't let people instill fear in you, especially as a foundational Black American. We've withstood too much. What the hell are you afraid of? We done withstood everything. These people have thrown the kitchen sink at us and our lineage, and we've stood tall and survived it. You shouldn't be afraid of shit at all. You understand? That's why I'm so bold. I know my ancestral history. And the more you know, this is why studying your ancestors and your history is very important, because when you dive into that and see how thorough they were, when you say, hey, man, look at what Harriet Tubman did and Nat Turner, man, if they got down, I ain't gonna be out here bullshitting. They passed the baton to me. I gotta get down too. Yeah? That's what it is. And stop being afraid of failure. So a lot of people are afraid of failure. Failure is data gathering. See, sometimes when you fail, people look at failure as like a personal indictment or some kind of character flaw. It's not. Failure is analytics. When you launch a project, when you put something out there, you test a new market, you're running an experiment. If it don't yield the results you wanted, that's not a defeat. That's the data telling you how to pivot. So don't cry over no damn test runs. Just use your metrics and tighten up your goddamn operation. Try the shit a different way. You understand? And another thing we got to do, stop trying to validate bad faith observers. See, a lot of times, man, y'all got a fear of trying new shit or doing things and putting yourself out there because you are paralyzed by the opinions of people who ain't built a goddamn thing. You understand? Why are you seeking validation for non-producers? That's why we get on Tether so heavy. When they call up talking about what we do and what we haven't done, nigga, we see dirt cookie crumbs all on your clothes. I know you ain't saying nothing. Not to beat up on anybody. Even the YT supremacists, some trailer park, trailer trash want to talk crap. Yeah, you can't say nothing either, sir. You ain't built nothing. You ain't got nothing popping. All you do is observe us. It's all these people who sit around and do nothing. You let them sit here and criticize you and you look for validation for them. I would never. Let the spectators sit in the cheap seats and critique. Your job is to stay on the field and curate your own damn reality. You control your own damn narrative. Listen, if you're afraid of public speaking, you're afraid of voicing yourself. Listen, you better vocalize your position. You control your own narrative. If you don't control your narrative, you leave a vacuum for somebody else to define you. All right? You speak up for yourself. You define who you are. That's a survival tactic. You claim your jurisdiction. You don't let people keep defining you. You don't let outsiders define you. That's why this delineation is whooping ass. That's a power move, ladies and gentlemen. We defined ourselves. We didn't sit up and let nobody define us. That's why this shit is so powerful and people are trying to get in it and they're trying to redefine it. I don't know what FBA is. What is FBA? You know exactly what it is. Stop it. They're not used to us defining ourselves because when you define yourself, that's a power move. You understand? You dictate the terms of who the hell you are. There's an immense power to that, and they know it. You there? That's what we've shaken the table just by defining ourselves. That's why diaspora war. They act like it's a war. RWRA. I love TikTok Shop. There's no war. RWRA. There's none of that. All we did was define ourselves properly and not let them give us these disempowering terms like African American. That disempowered the shit out of us. And we did it without permission, right? We didn't wait to get no permission. We didn't wait for nothing. And then they had to follow suit. Now they use our terms in academia. You got academic papers in medical journals using the term foundational Black American. It's all on international television. That's power, ladies and gentlemen. We set the rules of engagement. You understand? See, the thing is, a lot of people get anxiety about approaching others or entering into new arenas because they mistakenly believe that they got to play by everybody else's rules. No, you don't. You dictate the terms of the interactions. If a space is hostile, if a space is adversarial or operating in bad faith, you don't have to give them your voice or your energy. You handle it on your own terms. You maintain your posture, keep the shit transactional, but you maintain things on your own terms. Yeah? Man. Let me tell you something. Don't be worried about getting embarrassed about nothing. Embarrassment, that's a useless emotion. Embarrassment is a useless ass emotion. If you're terrified of looking goofy or making a mistake in public, so what? Every master was a disaster on day one. You think building independent platforms of physical institutions?
Yeah, that's correct. Because I remember when I first got into these spaces to defend my lineage, like my videos are still up. You dig? And you could see the zeal was always there. I was 10 toes. Now my arguments were not as crisp as they are today. You dig? Sometimes a Pan-African got me here, got me there, or a non-FBA got me here, got me there. But overall, I quote the W. But yeah, like certain points I never heard before, certain rebuttals I wasn't prepared for. And all that did was prepare me for the next round of the next person, right? The next fight. And the next guy got it worse than the guy prior. And that's how it usually happens. You dig? So the person I'm facing off with, they're gonna get the easier fight because there's rebuttals that they're gonna say I don't know. And I gotta research on the fly or just let it go. Right. But the next person is gonna get it worse. It's like an avalanche effect. And the next person get it worse. Cause now I'm learning their counters. I'm learning their rebuttals. Now I got a rebuttal to their rebuttals. I know the counter. I know how to beat it up. So eventually I became the beast I am today because of those experiences of not caring about being embarrassed, not caring about not knowing something, not caring about knowing something incorrectly, right? I thought it was one thing, but it was something else on a live, But those embarrassing moments shaped me to be the beast I am today. You feel me? Like cook people left and right. You know what I mean? Easy work now. But without those embarrassing moments, I wouldn't be who I am today in this space. Now, not only do I got rebuttals and wittiness, I got my own research. I got my own talking points that I put out there. That's like, that's hardcore. My own research. Wait till I break down Black Brit. Wait till I break down Black Brit. I want to 'cause, I started to study, as y'all guys know, I started with a coworker. He got me into studying the Crusades, the Persian Empire, the Muslims of the 600s to the 900s, all that, the Byzantine Empire, how Rome, how West Rome fell. Like I told the guy because he was misrepresenting the Roman Church. He's a Dominican Catholic, so I was like, all right. I said I can't dispute you right now because I don't know much about the Catholic Church like that. I said, but tomorrow I will be a scholar on this stuff. So I guarantee you. The next day I came there, I said a couple things, and he ain't want no smoke. He ain't want no smoke. I said, I told you. And I knew everything I studied that day. I remembered it, I understood it, and I was ready to go toe to toe. And he ain't want no smoke. Matter of fact, he ain't bring it up ever since. So anyway, I decided to keep going, learning about the Celtics, the Celtic tribe, which is where you get the Brits from, right? Learning about the Nordics, the Germanic, all those folks. You dig? All that European history. And it gave me a conclusion on how it showed me the dots how so the slave trade was inevitable, right? But it wasn't something that they were looking forward to. Their back was against the wall, and they chose to involve themselves in the slave trade to white people out of desperation. But the way they talk it, they'll pretend like, oh, this is strategic code. This was a mastermind class. Nah, they got involved in the slave trade out of they were desperate to survive. This wasn't no grand scheme. All right. And that's a lot to unpack one day, but I'll do a live on that to show you what happened during Europe to show you the Black Plague happened. What happened during Europe to show you how it led to the slave trade.
Happens flawlessly right out the gate? No. Sometimes it's going to look janky in the beginning, but then you get it together. You fix the nooks and crannies and get that shit together. Don't worry about what other people think. Just you're a work in progress. Keep working. You see? You can't be a lot of people, listen, when it comes to failing and being fearful, a lot of people are not really afraid of failing. What they're afraid of is the friction that comes with growth, ladies and gentlemen. They're afraid of the friction that comes with growth. See, comfort is a silencer of potential. See, you have to divorce the concept of being comfortable. You got to get out of bed, get out the house, get your ass out that bonnet, get out them pajama pants, get in the trenches. Progress lives in the friction. You understand? Family, listen, when we start delineating, we were getting attacked relentlessly. Oh, we were getting, they were on television. Listen, people getting on national television talking about FBAs are Russian bots and, the CIA and, hate group and so hateful. Oh, it's extremely hostile. But people didn't back down because we're standing on truth. We're standing on our square. We didn't back down. I'm not going to back down and I'm standing on truth. We're standing on truth. This is our lineage. We're not continental Africans. Yes, we're from the lineage of the people who are the foundation of this country. That is a verifiable historic fact. When you stand on facts, when you stand on truth, you ain't got shit to be afraid of. I don't give a shit about what y'all saying, none of your criticism. We're still standing on facts. And because we fearlessly stood on facts, now everybody's coming around talking like us now. The main critics rolling in them people were the main ones shitting on us. Now they sound like us. We gonna have to get some tangibles. We might have to vote for the couch. Now y'all talking like us now. Y'all sound just like us. All that shit you talk, now you sound like us. Because the shit dried up for them. Yeah? Y'all remember when we did the reparations rally? Remember, the Democrats had a parallel rally right next to ours. Their shit was dry as hell. It was like 10 people over there. And they spent a lot of money for it. Y'all remember where my DC people who went to DC, when we had the rally? They had like 10 people over there, and we had thousands over there with us. Grassroots, no corporate sponsors or nothing. You understand? And they had all types of corporate money for their shit, and 10-ass people showed up. We had that shit so popular. We had Big Daddy Kane rapping. We had Black Alpha over there, Afro Elite, brother Dave Anderson spitting. What was that? Our shit was so damn popping. It was a beautiful thing. Yeah, because we're standing on truth. Don't ever be afraid to stand on some damn truth when you know you in the right. Shit, man, listen. Your legacy don't care about your anxiety. At the end of the day, man, history only respects what you built, what you left behind for the next generation, man. Your internal anxiety is completely irrelevant, and that's irrelevant to your legacy. You got to put your mission before your emotions. You got to push past all your damn mental roadblocks, and you get to work, man. Your ancestors did it. They survived for a reason. They went through all that shit so that you can take the baton and run with it. Yeah, history ain't gonna remember shit that you almost did. Stand on something, build something, get things popping. Don't be fearful. And don't let tethers and white supremacists and other people bring fear into your circle. You understand? Because we come from a powerful ass lineage and everybody knows it. There's a reason why we're the main damn focus all the time. That's funny. Like the woman called up earlier. You always talk about us, ma'am. You call me. They love to try to do this gaslighting, projecting like we're all centering them. With respect and love, we don't give a shit about y'all, to be honest. Y'all call us. We're never in your spaces. We're never in none of your spaces. Why? Because we don't give a shit. We don't care about what you're talking about. With respect. You ain't got nothing. Y'all ain't talking about nothing, to be honest. But y'all stay in all of our spaces. all day, focusing on us, the non-FBAs and the white tea supremacists. That's all they do. Ear hustling on us. You understand? Well, am I glitching? Can y'all hear me? Uh-oh. Yo, D, what's up, D?
I was shaking.
What's up, man? How are you, sir?
I'm good. I just had a couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, D. And D, hold on. Now, where you from, sir?
I'm from the Bronx, New York, all day.
Well, there you go. You Caribbean?
Fuck no.
Yeah. Okay, there it is. What's on your mind?
All right, so what's on my mind is, my first question is, what is the goal of FBA?
No
Because every
goal. It's
time,
the lineage. What's the goal of a Puerto Rican?
I don't know. I'm not from Puerto Rico.
Right. That's what I'm saying. What's the goal of an ethnic group? No ethnic groups don't have goals.
Okay, so then my second question is to you then, right? I hear a lot of you guys scream about the FBA's fighting for reparations, right? So now that
Some are, some not. It's
okay,
not a requirement. You know.
it's not a requirement. So
No,
what
because
is
it's a listen. Slow down, because you're framing your questions in a weird way.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you questions that I'm asking you to simply answer, and you can't give me an answer to. So that
I'm
means
giving.
So he's answering the questions, and the guy, here's what happens. This is called begging the question, right? They automatically assume the conclusion is true in their argument. So it's literally a bad faith question. What is the goal of FBAs? You assume that we have a common goal. That's what begging the question literally is. Like, you assumed a conclusion in your argument. Yeah, we don't have a common goal, my guy. So he literally answered the question like, "Yo, what's the goal of Puerto Ricans?" "Oh, I don't know. I'm not Puerto Rican." "What are you?" So I guess he's African American. Okay, what's the goal of African American? Like, whatever you want to call yourself, what's the goal of the entire population? What's the goal of the Igbos? Like, just a. So he answered the question, but the guy, like I said, a lot of people are too remedial to understand their own question was answered. That happens a lot. And invite yourself up, man. We're talking about delineation. Is it necessary or is it a reach? Things like that.
You answers. I'm giving you answers, sir, but you gotta your questions have to be in the correct faith. You're kind of asking bad faith
I'm
questions.
asking you, what is the purpose of FBA? What is your outcome?
What did I
What are
tell
y'all
you?
looking
There's
for?
ethnic groups don't have a purpose.
So then again, a lot of FBA members scream that
What the hell is an FBA member?
all the people that follow your dumb ass. You know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
This guy, I told you, man, like, yo, just come out and just do what you're gonna do. You know, stop thinking like you're genuine. Yeah.
No.
You do.
No, I don't.
This
There's
is the
people who
problem that
FBA.
we
There are
have with
people.
the FBA
Why am I
motherfuckers,
dumb?
fake black Americans.
Why are you offended by an ethnic group? You're a tether, aren't you?
Definitely not. My family's born and raised here.
No, they're
Through
not.
slavery, through chattel slavery.
Then you're dating
we as a group,
foreigner. Your lady's foreign then, right?
African American,
Your lady is foreign.
African American.
Your lady is foreign then. Hey, you're not going to talk over me. You're not going to talk over me. I don't give a shit about you, man. The fuck.
And that's called chimping out. They do it every time. I've shown these guys how to conduct themselves and these gals. I've been on YouTube Spaces. I don't behave like that, right? Where I join people platforms. I'm respectful. I wait my time. I talk when they tell me I can talk. And y'all see me on TikTok Spaces. I went live on YouTube entering TikTok Spaces. I might do it again today. But once again, you can see I'm you know what I mean? Like, I know how to handle myself with somebody else's platform. When they say go, I go. When they say stop, I stop. I don't do that. I don't chimp out and feel like I'm entitled to talk as much as I want, or even equally as you on your platform, which is crazy. But a lot of these guys got that, and gals got that entitlement. You know, it's a remedial gene.
What you gonna do? I don't give a shit about you being mad. You're not gonna talk over me. You're not gonna talk over me, you little sassy tether punk.
I ain't nothing.
Yeah, you are gonna talk over me. You're not gonna talk there. Watch your mouth, you little sassy projecting punk. I love TikTok Shop, by the way. I love TikTok Shop. I love TikTok Shop. Yeah, they got you removed. TikTok remove you. Yeah, you're not going to call up trying to sound tough. You tether punk. You're Caribbean. Your family ain't from here. You anchor baby. Yeah, I don't give a shit about you getting mad. You can't do shit. You up here trying to frame these old bad faith questions? That's not going to change lineage. Delineation is whooping your...
They do the same thing when they call up over here. Oh, you FBAs, you did this. I'm like, oh my God. Do you know me? No. Okay, so when you say you FBAs, why are you including me into maybe 3 people you debated? Why 50 million got to be lumped up to 3 people you debated who might have called you names? Why all of us are the FBAs now? It's the remedial gene, man.
ass. All right? Talk to the ancestors. Yeah, he sounds like a Latino or something. You ain't from here, sir. Crying like a little old sassy punk. Trying to curse incessantly like that's going to change lineage. That doesn't change lineage, sir. Our lineage is our lineage. Talking about members. Ain't no members. You can't redefine our lineage. Yeah, this is why I know you're a tether, because y'all tethers are like outdated. Y'all do shit that's 5-6 years outdated. Running around trying to redefine our lineage, that's outdated, sir. That's like wearing a G-unit tank top. You're outdated as hell. The world has moved on. FBA is accepted internationally. That is our ethnic group. We are a lineage. There is no group or members. You can't quit your lineage, sir. You understand? You can't quit your lineage. You can't quit or join a lineage, sir. Yeah, you don't trying to sound tough. What you gonna do? What's all that whining and cursing gonna do? Nothing? Yeah, we know you ain't of the lineage. That's why you mad. You wouldn't be mad at your own lineage. Yeah, and if you're lying about a non-existent group, you're lying about your lineage. See, that's the thing about liars. If they lie about one thing, they'll lie about everything. You've established yourself as a liar. And you see that little monkey-ass outfit he had on in his profile picture? Yeah. That old outdated-ass outfit. Nigga dressed like a Christmas elf. You had on a bullshit-ass outfit that FBAs don't even wear. Yeah, he's some Caribbean. You had on a musty zoot suit. You know? That old outdated-ass outfit you had on. Looked like you had some tap shoes on with that shit. That outfit was horrible looking. This nigga was dressed like Scat Cat. That old bullshit ass outfit with some penny loafers. With bus tokens in them. Not even no real pennies. He got penny loafers with bus tokens in them bitches. Oh, outdated dressing ass. You was a punk. The hell cares about...
Yeah, remember those showbiz tokens? Yeah, you said penny loafers. Yeah, you say penny loafers with no pennies in it. Yeah, bus tokens. Or I remember I just said it. Damn. But like there was tokens for a lot of like carnivals. You said carnival tokens and it's
about you getting mad at me. I told y'all, this is a spiritual movement that's going on. You can't get mad at me. You got to get mad at the spirit of the ancestors. That's what's whooping you. It ain't me. I'm not doing anything. Do you understand? Tethers, gather around so I can hold your hand. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. I'm not leading anybody. I don't have meetings giving people instructions. I am not doing anything. The ancestors just used me as a vessel to speak their message of remembrance. That's it. That's it. And that's whooping your ass, ain't it? The ancestors are whooping you. Yes, indeed. Talk to the ancestors about it. Man. Sam, you doing a lot of trolling in the chat room, in the comments, Sam. Yeah, Sam, all that trolling, that's not going to do anything, sir. If you want to say something, you can't stand on business. You can't stand on business. Yeah, the sassy punk called up because he crashed out because I wouldn't let him frame his questions in bad faith. Yeah, you're not going to sit up here and just deliberately bad faith frame questions. You getting mad and whooped on psychologically by a non-existent group. You know how weak you got to be that a non-existent, you done made up a non-existent organization with members in your mind and they're beating you psychologically. You know how weak you are to be whooped on psychologically by a non-existent organization? You getting your ass towed up by a group that don't even exist. Lord, talking about members. You done made up a whole membership list, charter list, headquarters. You got a whole fantasy group in your mind that's whooping your ass. And you mad because you're arguing with your straw man fantasy. And you can't change delineation. This is how powerful delineation, because it is leaderless. That's the great thing about it. There is no leader. Delineation is all about recognizing and respecting your lineage, and that cannot be changed. Nobody can argue with you about it. Your lineage is your lineage. My family and 49 million others of these brothers and sisters in here, their ancestors are buried here on this land since the beginning of this nation. You yelling and whining can't change that. All right? You yelling and whining cannot change that. Family, there's basically 4 types of people.
And who are the 4 types of people? That ain't me. He went out. Hold on.
I'm back. Okay, y'all can hear me now. Okay, I love TikTok Shop. I love TikTok Shop.
So that was not me. Carry on.
I was chopping up some good game now. I don't know what happened. I was chopping up some very good game. I love TikTok Shop. I love TikTok Shop. Y'all can hear me now. All right. We love TikTok Shop. All right. Yeah. Mr. Deuce the Tether. Yeah. I guess your tether energy messed the room up. Yeah. Your tether energy just messed up the whole room. You and that ugly ass zoot suit you got on. And them old sassy colors. Yeah, nigga, you up here with that old ugly, loud ass Valentine suit. Old sassy punk. That monkey ass suit you got on. You look goofy as hell. You ain't of our lineage. With that old sassy Trinidadian ass suit. Come on, dude. You look like a Jamaican youth pastor with that bullshit on. You are not of our lineage, sir. You mad at the lineage. Don't try to use me as a proxy. You know you got clowned in school. The FBA sisters was clowning you. Because you came out on the playground in a whole 3-piece suit with a cummerbund trying to play kickball in them penny loafers. And you kept kicking the ball over the wall. And now you mad. Don't give a damn about you being mad. But yeah, like I said, I'm going to go talking about the 4 types of people who hate on foundational Black American delineating. That's number 1, tethers, the tether class. And again, you got immigrants out here who are not tethers, who respect the lineage, but you do have a tether class. That's 1. 2, Democrat shills, they're the main ones hating because they get sent to try to denigrate our lineage because the DNC has done market research and algorithm research, and they see that the foundational Black American delineation movement was a part of why they lost. So we hear a lot of Democrat shills who hate on the lineage. 3, punks. A lot of punks hate on delineation because many of them low-key like Democrat policies too. And they feel like us delineating messed up the Democrats winning, and that's less bussy for them. All right? Notice a lot of punks do not like us delineating because punks feel like their sexuality is an ethnic group within itself. They feel like they're a different ethnic group based on their sexual preference. Some weird shit going on with them. Yeah. And the 4th are people who date tethers. That's the thing. You do have people who are of the lineage, but they hate delineating because they have a tether wife or a tether husband or a tether baby mama. They got some tether that they're laying up with. So they proxy tether. They do a lot of proxy tethering. You know? Those are the people. When you hear somebody hating on delineation and talking all that FBA members, that's one of the 4. Or just figure out which 4 that is. It'll be one of the 4 or a combination. I'm telling you, it never fails. Anybody you see having these bad faith ass arguments about the lineage is going to be a damn tether. They're dating a tether, a Democratic shield, or a punk. All right? One of those, or all 4. It'll be a Democrat punk who's a tether and dating another tether. You know? Man. Let me see who we got in here. Y'all raise those hands, man. Let's talk to you. Yeah, they're very easy to spot. Yeah, they're very easy to spot. Yeah, the Pan-Africans, but most of those Pan-Africans are Democrat shills. Yeah, that Pan-African stuff, that's Democrat shillery too. That's Democrat shillery too, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of these people talking about Pan-Africans, they are Democrat shills because remember, the Democrats, they need us all to be generic Africans so we can vote as a bloc. That's why in Cobra and all of these people, these Pan-African organizations who fake like they're about reparations are really Democrat shill organizations to galvanize us to vote without getting anything for the vote. So yeah, these people who claim Pan-Africanism, they operate in bad faith too. You see? A lot of them operate in very bad faith. All right. Y'all tap the screen. Let's get these likes up. Let's get the hearts up. And I love TikTok Shop. All right, let me see. Let's get some of the fans. What's your name? What's your name? Something with a D? Dutinia?
Dontinia.
Dontinia. How are you, Dontinia?
What's up, Tyreek? I've been waiting. I gotta come on here. Look, I gotta tether baby daddy, but we still delineating. You hear me? That make me want to delineate even more. Do you understand me?
Where is he from?
He from Haiti, Brooklyn, Haiti.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, I just wanted to get on here because all day today, I'm scrolling through TikTok and every last live got some sort of group talking about us.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, so I always say I'm going to ignore and just move on. But I'm like, okay, today, you know, they had the FBAs, they had the Pan-Africans, they had the Africans. I said, I'm going to go on here and I'm going to keep the peace. I'm going to just come on here and I'm going to allow them to understand where we're coming from so they know it's not personal. Maybe they don't know. Man, I get on there. The first thing the guy has up there is FBAs are jealous of Africans, right?
Oh, Lord.
So
Yeah, I
I'm
saw
like,
that.
so then he says, you know, the last few years, it's been African music running everything. I'm like, what? I'm like, maybe I'm missing something because I'm 45, so maybe I just ain't hear the radio lately. And he was like, oh, y'all want to lie? And me and another guy is like, no, y'all got that one guy. What's his name? The with the round head. I can't remember. That one song was hot that one summer. Now, for some more, music out there I don't know about. I do know in the 90s we listened to a lot of reggae and it was things like that, but not African. So he says, oh. I said, well, listen, let me give you a little background. I said, I can go back in our records all the way to 18, I forget what it is, in Marengo, Alabama, okay? My father's people. And the person that owned, him and his son that owned my people, when we released from slavery and they got their own land, they have some of their brothers even becoming lawyers. A lot of them were farmers and sharecroppers, but they got the land from them. And one of the people that owned us, one of the workers, they won't say who it is, but we all have the same last name and we're the only blacks on that land, had, offed him with a gun while he was sitting at the dinner table. So this is stuff that we have this stuff documented. So I'm telling him, it has nothing to do with you all personally. It's towards the government and what we have. These mofos got so aggravated and so mad at the fact, well, why y'all want to delineate? I'm like, what? Like, what kind of question is that? Like, we're talking about what our ancestors went through. We're talking about what happened to us. This is not personal. So then one of the Pan-African girls goes up there and she says that, do I know the meaning of Akata? Why would I want to know the meaning of Akata? She said, well, it's not, it's nothing bad. Okay, so why they don't say it to our face then? It was just so.
Okay, so family, now that's semantics. So what people do is they'll call you a slur. Like, for example, that's like FBA is gaslighting saying tether isn't bad. Because tether has a formal definition. And it doesn't mean what we say it means. You dig? So we can actually do that. Matter of fact, let me do that. Because I'm going to start gaslighting them back, yo. When we call them a tether, and they get mad and think it's offensive, it's a slur, we're going to say, do you know what a tether is? We're going to say, yo, a tether just means a rope or chain used to tie an animal or object to a fixed point, limiting its movement but allowing some freedom. Okay? So a tether is just a rope or chain. How is calling you a rope or chain offensive? How is it a slur? How is it a derogative? You see? So there you go. So that's why I broke down definitions and applied application of the word, which gives it its new context. Anyway, carry on.
Weird. I'm like, are y'all listening to yourselves? And even though I'm telling them like all of this stuff is documented, I could pull it up for you. Another guy tried to pull up his stuff. They got so mad, he let us off or whatever, talk about he's not going to listen to the propaganda. I'm like, this is crazy. They're really mad. We are doing what we're supposed to do for us. Like, what is this? The whites don't want us doing for us. The Caribbeans don't want us doing for us. It's like we're the most hated group on this earth. And that's why I believe we are really the tribe of Judah, because ain't no way all of these groups they hate us. They hate us. That's all I got to say.
There we go. Thank you, beloved. And listen, a lot of these folks, they know they're full of it. That's why I don't, when they try to get me on their panels, I'm not getting in there on that troll shit, because that's low-key trolling. They know they're full of it. They have to say dumb shit in order to get engagement. I want y'all to understand this delineation is really messing them up, because we've been the fuel, really, of their identity. They don't really have anything popping without latching on to us. They have to try to pretend that we get everything from them. Everything we do, they try to make some flimsy African connection to it. Yeah, in the space she was in, they were talking, the shit they were saying was so damn ridiculous. I'm like, I wouldn't even dignify this with a response. They were trying to say we get our dancing from them. Some fool, some woman, I don't know where she was from. She's talking about, yeah, we got twerking from them, and twerking was used to be spiritual. And oh God, dude. It was low key trollish, to be honest. A lot of it was low key trollish. You think they're just saying shit. But listen, yeah, then they were like, somebody was like, yeah, we got jazz from Africa because jazz got started in New Orleans in Congo Square. It's Congo Square. That's where jazz got started. Well, damn it, the question is, how come ain't no jazz in the Congo? Duh. Yeah, all you can shut their arguments down real simply. Okay, if we got all of this from you, where are your top dancers? Where is your jazz in Congo? Where is your African rappers who sound like Nas, Rakim, Scarface? Just show the African equivalent of our icons. That's all. Just ask very simple questions. Just shut all the bullshit down. Yeah, where's the jazz fest in Africa? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they don't have saxophones there. Well, we're not beating up on you, but y'all can't just say dumb shit and don't get held accountable for the dumb shit. Listen, we had a distinct ethnogenesis forged on American soil. Foundational Black American, we represent a complete ethnogenesis. We didn't just magically wake up and press play on an existing culture. Let's be clear, we became a brand new, distinct people right here on this land. We forged FBA culture in the fires of the American South through the survival, adaptation, and sheer brilliance of ourselves. Trying to say we're just African, you don't do the same things we do. That ignores centuries of completely unique experiences, trials, and triumphs that shape our identity. You understand? Speaking of African, who's this guy? Lord have mercy.
Tariq, hello.
What's up, little boy? We got Jay-Z's African son. What's up, man?
I'm good, How are you
All
doing?
right, brother. Good, brother. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. All right, Unduge. I don't feel like he got a filter on his face. But listen, like I said, man, we foundational Black Americans, we are the master engineers of American infrastructure, ladies and gentlemen. We got to let people know, we got to highlight the pivotal role of the foundational population in the infrastructure and the development of the United States. You understand? They didn't import the agricultural dominance and agricultural infrastructure from across the ocean. We engineered and built those systems right here. We turned this Pacific nation into a global superpower. So the building and the engineering contributions of Foundational Black American, that shit is homegrown. That specific legacy belongs to us. We're the architects of the global sound. People try to trace our music. Every time we do something, they try to find some obscure tribe when they had a flute 20,000 years ago. So that's where y'all got blues from. No, we got blues from being out there in those Delta swamps, Mississippi Delta, Alabama. That's where we get the blues from, surviving what we had to survive here without any help, without any sanctuary. We didn't get no help from Africa. That's why we had the blues. We didn't have nobody to help us, so we had the blues. We had to find ways to get through this shit psychologically. You don't get credit for that. You know what I'm saying? We had to get it out the damn mud with no help. You know? You know, nobody's going to circle the block and We had to tap into spiritual energy. We had to tap into our hoodoo. We had to come up with our religions and become one with the land and the plants and the trees. We had to become one with nature to communicate with each other, to heal each other. We had to become one with the water, and we had to come up with our own spiritual systems here to survive. You understand? You don't get credit for that. We had to come up with our own spiritual foods in order to survive. You understand? Because we had to look out for everybody. We weren't tribal. We understood all of us are in the same boat here. We didn't have all that tribalism. So we learned how to prepare food that would nourish and help large groups of people. We came up with these big cooking pots, these stews and gumbos, and the way we make our food to make sure that it could last and sustain all of the people who were being malnourished by these white tea supremacists. We had to learn how to get a little bit and make a lot, ladies and gentlemen. You see, we had to make sure everybody ate, and we still have that spirit now. That's a foundational Black American thing. Everybody come on to the barbecue. Barbecuing is something that we mastered, by the way. That's another thing. That's FBA shit right there. We mastered that. We were the original pit masters. We would make these big meals to make sure everybody's going to eat. We're going to share and make sure everybody's fed. Y'all don't do that in the continent. Y'all bop each other upside the head over a piece of bush meat. Y'all don't have those. Y'all don't have that disposition. No disrespect. No disrespect at all. No disrespect at all. You see? We had to get the absolute bare minimum of rations and then go out and pick plants and flora and fauna of the land here. And we put together a globally recognized cuisine out of pure survival and made it a delicacy that everybody lines up to get now. That's FBA business. We had to come up with our own linguistic system. Our own code words. We had a highly sophisticated, distinct linguistic system. You understand? And people talk about names. Yeah, we got FBA names. We came up with our own names. We got different names. Deshaun, Tanisha, LaQuisha. We got our own names. Yeah, those are not African names. Those are distinct. Latoya. You know, Latoya is the first person named Latoya was Latoya Jackson.
Really?
I don't think there's nobody named Latoya before Latoya Jackson. That's where the name came from. Shout out to Catherine
And the first person named Nas got to be Nas. You dig, Nasir? Because everybody became Nas after Nas.
Jackson. Latoya is a distinctly FBA name. You understand that? Latoya Jackson, I think she was born in 1956. Nobody was named no damn Latoya before 1956. Yeah. Then it became popular after the 60s. Jalen, right. Yeah, all these FBA names. We got distinct names. Shanice, that's an FBA name. Shaquanda, Rayvon, Tyquin, Tyrese, that's an FBA name. Daquan, yeah, all those names with Q's in them. We really emphasize the letter Q in a lot of our FBA names. You see? That's our culture. We have a unique culture. That's how we can know. We know when somebody's FBA. We can look at the names.
Quantrell, Quando, Rondo.
Tell if the name's FBA. Those are FBA names. That's our culture. Yeah, Quinetta, right. We really emphasize that Q in the Isha names, Lanisha, Maisha, Tynesha, all the Isha names. That's FBA business right there. No, someone say ghetto names, but why is it ghetto? Let's think about that. It's only ghetto because it's associated with us. Yeah, it's only ghetto because anything we do is ghetto. That's the thing. See, we let people throw that thing as a pejorative at us. And remember, y'all remember back in the day about, hell, back in my Ustream days, there was a sister who had a book about
Yep.
these names. And I
Konisha. When she wrote that book, it was kind of funny. But she did write a book, and Tariq Nasheed with the Konisha. Oh, that was hilarious, man. She was the claws person at that time. Yeah, I go back to Ustream days.
read her book and we kind of made jokes about it because some of the names were
Told you.
kind of funny, like Nisha,
Told you.
all that stuff. But
without even hearing him say it, I knew that name was gonna stick out the most because we were hollering with the Nisha. Oh my god, that was so hilarious. And he didn't let that one go. That was hilarious at that time.
this sister, when we think about it, this sister was on point back then. This was like around 2009, 2010. If some of y'all have been following me since then, back in my Ustream days. But it was a sister who wrote a book, and probably tomorrow I'm gonna bring the book downstairs and show the name of the book. She was like, yeah, these Black American names, what we need to do is put meanings on them because that's unique to our culture. This sister was breaking this down almost 2 decades ago. It's Starkeisha and all that. Yeah. But she was like, look, no, let's put meanings to those names because that's unique. That's a part of our culture. That's a part of our culture. But yeah, ghetto, that's a relative term. That's relative. Because everything we do is considered ghetto at one point. Anything that's foundational Black, they try to ghettoize it. Remember, all of our music was ghetto. All of our, they said jazz was ghetto. Do you understand? They said jazz was degenerate Negro music. I love TikTok Shop. Remember, they said jazz was degenerate music. Jazz, when it first came out. Why? It was associated with us. Rock and roll. That's N-word music. They were telling white people to not do it. Get away. Don't go to those rock and roll Blacks. Don't go there. Don't go listen to them at the juke joint doing all that rock and roll. It was horrible. It was devil music until when the Elvis and them did it. When they did it, all of a sudden, oh God, it's a new phenomenon. Oh God, it's not that bad now. Now we got some white people doing it. Now it's not that bad. Well, it ain't too bad now that the white tees are doing it. You see, anything we do, they try to say it's ghetto or lowbrow. You see, so we just keep pushing. You know, it's ghetto until they can steal it from us, right? And then it's all right when they can steal it. You know? Man, I love TikTok Shop. I love TikTok Shop. But yeah, FBA culture, you know, we're the political structure of the civil rights movement. We're the blueprint of modern civil rights globally. I talked about this the other day. We had strategies for challenging a constitutional republic that was developed here. Our physical engagement with the US government, we taught the world how to stand up for yourself and get civil rights. We created the modern blueprint for global human rights, ladies and gentlemen. That wasn't forged in no damn Africa. Come on now. You ain't gonna take credit for shit that you ain't got popping over there until we got it popping for you. Everybody takes our civil rights template. Anytime they won't write somewhere, they start chanting like us. We shall overcome. Y'all start singing Negro spirituals. Y'all start putting up pictures of Dr. King and Malcolm and Rosa Parks. Everybody in your community is the Vietnamese Rosa Parks. That's the Pakistani Rosa Parks. Everything is compared to us.
Right. Where is the Black American version of somebody else? Like, we don't mind paying homage to other guys who did stuff great. But what he's saying is correct. Like, people comparison is to us. Meanwhile, they're pretending like our history isn't unique. And like, I'm trying to be, it's at the top. It's at the top. It's at the top. It's at the top. I can't say it a better way.
We're the blueprint.
Facts. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. We're the blueprint.
You're not comparing it to nobody in Africa, are there? You know? You don't compare your civil rights and none of your movements to nothing in Africa. No disrespect. We are the secret sauce. For real, for real. So yeah, we're not going to let people erase our foundational Black American genius. You see? That's cultural erasure when people try to do that. See, they want to disrespect the genius of our foundational Black American ancestors who built a completely new culture from scratch under the worst conditions in human history. Delineation means we respect African culture for what it is. But you're going to respect our culture too. That's what y'all get twisted. A lot of people hate the fact that this delineation movement is making you respect the game. You ain't got no choice. You're going to come in the room with respect. No disrespect is allowed.
So in case I come in new, y'all new here, I made a community post on YouTube. And my face is still swollen. I got a tooth infection. And I was fighting it, but damn, I had to cop out and go to the dentist. And as I'm filling out the form, I'm thinking it'll be the normal stuff, like what's your race, Black or African American. I'm in like excruciating pain yesterday, worse than today. So I'm just checking stuff. Hey man, look, man, whatever you want me to be, just give me these damn antibiotics and some pain relievers. You feel me? So I checked race, Black, whatever, and it has some other options, right? I'm just clicking it. So I'm just checking. So it said African descent. I just checked it, like whatever. Like, come on. Get my damn treat me and give me up out of here. And as I looked down, because I just was curious of the alternative, 'cause I wanted to know if there was a space for other, where I could check other and put down Black American, FBA, Foundation, or Native Black. I was going to FBA and Freedmen, whatever. I wanted to know if there was a box that says other, which allows me to write in a delineated term. So at the very bottom, I see Native, but I thought it was going to say Native Islander, Native American. I think, like to represent the indigenous people. But I seen Black there. And I read it, how you think you're seeing something that's not there? I read it over again. That thing said Native, that option said Native Black American descent. So y'all can see the paper. I X'd out African descent and I checked I checked that. Family, this was on a form at a dentist. Okay? That thing said NBA. That's why I thought Tariq Nasheed should have went with NBA over FBA, because NBA already includes foundational, because we were native before we were foundational. So NBA is actually a more fitting term. It's more spot on. Yeah, but I couldn't believe my eyes. That thing said Native Black American descent. Now, for all of y'all haters out there, TikTok, I love you. Out of all y'all critics out there who argue and say we're not Native, well, the same forms that call you Black and you think you're Black was the same form that called us Native. So if they're lying about us being Native, then they're lying about you being Black. All right? That's on YouTube. That's on my YouTube. My TikTok is FBA News and Updates. My YouTube name is different. I changed it. It's Blacks with an X, BLAX, News and Facts, something like that. But I should be the first one to come up. Go to my community post and you'll see the picture of the form. And you'll see Native Black American descent as an option. So delineation is here. We're seeing it in real time. That's why I call us the new civil rights activists. For some of us. Other folks are the modern day Pan-African. Original Blood, what's going on, brother? Grand Rising, brother.
I saw you. It's going good. How about that? But I saw you up there. I said, let me go in here. I said, I'm gonna try to, maybe somebody will see my image on your when they're looking for spaces and come on in, so I can help you build. I can help you build up your space too.
Okay.
But what I want to say, see, that's what Dr. Anderson said. He told us back in the 90s that we were the only non-immigrant class in this country.
Right.
And he think he said Native Black Americans or something like that. And I think with the FBA, they're just trying to make a complete distinction so that people won't get anybody confused. And I see all of this happen, but like you said, now they're putting that on applications and everything. And I think it may be a federal offense or something like that to try to identify as someone who you're not. So I just want to throw that in there too. And the other thing I want to share with you is what he said about fear. That is real.
Yep.
See, years ago, I had an empath to approach me, right? And they said, well, somebody want to talk to you. And I said, what are you talking about? And then they said, your father wants to talk to you. See, my father was unalive when I was very young.
Okay.
And we had a conversation. This empath. One of the things I asked my father, I said, did you ever try to contact me when I was a child? He said, no. You were deceived because what we were taught about life and transitioning, it invoked fear in us. And there was something that happened and it just terrified me. I thought it was my father, And he told me, he said, do not be afraid. And that's what I want, and that's what I try to let people know is do not be afraid, because when you allow anyone or anything to encroach fear in you, you are going to lose. And that's what I want people to understand is that we don't have anything to be afraid of, because they keep trying to say, oh, you FBAs and you this. So what? We know ourselves better than anyone else.
Yep.
And that's what we're going to continue to do is just like, it's fine with every other demographic when they sit up and talk about their culture and their this and that. But as soon as we begin to do it, all of a sudden, Houston, we have a problem.
Right.
See, I just want to share that with you, man. I'll let you get back to your show.
All right, man. Like always, man. I appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you too.
Yes, sir. Peace. Yeah, man. Native Black Americans on my form. I couldn't believe my eyes. I had to reread it to make sure that I'm reading what I'm saying. So when I post it, it says what I say. I say something in a form says something else. Because sometimes your lying eyes can lie to you. Right? Sometimes your lying eyes can lie to you. It can make you see what you don't see. So, and like that happens a lot when we debate people who stand opposed to our talking points. Like their lying eyes make them see what's not there. And they'll make crazy arguments to us and we like, yo, where you get that from? And we have them like, okay, pull it up, research it, like pull it up. You know what I mean? Like, let's Google it. And it don't be there. It's like, yo, how did you get that from that? It's like, yeah, because you want to believe that. You want to believe what you just said. Like, you don't want to believe the truth. You want to believe what you want to believe.
And they don't like that. Well, you're just going to have to be mad, but you're going to be mad standing your ass over there, up out of our business. You see? Let me get some folks up in here. Talk to me. What's on your mind? Yeah, and that zoot suit wearing tether who called up, y'all just going to have to be mad on your own. You being mad, you can't change delineation. There's no reverse delineation. This is an awakening. It's a renaissance. You can't reverse a renaissance. This is a renaissance movement. You get mad and arguing about make-believe groups, that's not going to help you. That's not going to help you. That's just going to make you more musty. You're going to be mad and musty and getting sweat stains in your zoot suit. Nucky,
Hey, what's up, Tariq?
how
Hey
you doing,
man,
Nuck?
good brother. Hey man, I'm not too keen on this topic, but I heard from Dr. Clyde Winters a while back
Yes, that's my guy.
about about the families in Europe, and I remember back when Meghan Markle was she was out there with the royal family, and how one of the royals wore this blackamoor brooch.
Yeah.
You understand? And I ain't really get the connection between the families that was out there. You know what I'm saying? When you speaking on names, how we out here, we got these names that we think come from Europeans, but they, you know what I'm saying? They might be like, they might have got them from us. You feel me?
Yeah.
I mean, even though we speak English, like I said, I don't know too much about it, but I was hoping you could speak on that.
Yeah. And shout out to Dr. Clyde doing Winters. He's brilliant, man. He's been, I know he studied under von Wuthenau, so he's Dr. Clyde Winters. He was one of the early people breaking down how there were black indigenous people here in the Americas. I mean, he's breaking it down to a science. But yeah, there were a lot of black people. The original people in Britain were black. There's a book by a white guy from the 1800s, David McRitchie, who broke all this down. They would admit this stuff. Some of the Irish and all these people, a lot of these people were black-skinned people. The whole myth of the leprechaun, they say that comes from African pygmies. It's deep. It's some deep shit. But yeah, there's always been a black presence in Europe. The original people there were black. The Grimaldi. And then they had that warming and ice age and people got depigmented. And so now the people who are now phenotypically what we would call white tea, they're relatively new to the planet. Yeah, we broke this down in a lot of the hidden colors. We broke this down to a science. Shout out to the UK. Any UK people in here, by the way? Where are my UK people? Where are my UK people? Any UK people in here? I'm cool with the UK. I got a lot of cool folks out in the UK. Most of the UK brothers and sisters are pretty solid. We get some of the knuckleheads who call in here every now and then. But
yeah, the problem is a lot of UK, Caribbean, and Africans. I don't know why people don't want to be who they want to be. They go to the UK and then they take a racialized term imposed by white people, and they take a Anglo-Saxon term and they put it together and they call themselves that, which is Black Britons. It's like, yo, you were never a Briton. So how are you a black one? You dig? Like that right there is, yeah. So family, when they call themselves Black Brits, Brits is not a short abbreviation for British. When they say they're Black Brits, Brits is short, or Brit singular is short for Briton. It's not short for British. So they are hijacking a completely, I mean, that's just crazy. You had Celtic tribes, white tea Celtic tribes, and the Britons was part of those Celtic tribes. So Africans migrate to the UK from wherever they come to. You know, let's say Uganda, they're Ugandan with a Ugandan tribe, from a Ugandan tribe. They go to the UK, they drop Ugandan, they drop their tribe, they drop African, and they become this Black Brit. Yeah, I gotta ask one of these guys, hey man, if I get citizenship in the UK tomorrow, am I also a Black Brit? like, it's wild, man. The identification swap is wild, man. You got to be proud of who you are, man. You got to be proud. And that's why I say, man, that the West Indies, Haiti, and Africa, y'all need a musician to do. Look, y'all need a musician to do y'all version of I'm Haitian and proud, I'm West Indian and proud, I'm African and proud. Make a little tweak to it, maybe try nationality, whatever. But y'all need y'all own version because y'all are too quick to drop your identity and take on a brand new identity that's made up, no history tied to it, nothing. It's a nothing word. Y'all are too willing to drop your identity to take on something new that has no history behind it at all. Yeah, that has to come on, man. Go ahead.
Hey, FBA, I forgot to share this with you.
Okay.
I think he raised the issue of Go Square over there in New Orleans.
Yeah.
But see, I found out from my brother he's from New Orleans, and he said that the previous name was I think it's called Place or Plaza de Negro, and so they changed it to
true.
They continue trying to Africanize us, and the same thing with that Angolan prison over there in Louisiana, where it's located. It might be in the New Orleans area. That was formerly called the Louisiana State Penitentiary. So they keep doing this stuff to try to Africanize us, and they're upset because we won't take that on. We won't take that African on because that's in my opinion, that's our ancestors letting us know who we really are and letting them know that, no, you're not going to attach yourself to us and then continue to harm us because, see, they don't like to talk about how during the sub-Saharan or the Arab slave trade, during the transatlantic slave trade, Africans were deeply involved in all of that.
Right.
They was
Mm-hmm.
and so that's what but now they want to attach themselves to us and then get into positions of power to continue to inflict harm on us. So I just want to share that with you, man. I'm gonna mute up so you can get back to your message.
Yes, sir. I agree, and we call that the destiny swap, the bait and switch. So they are doing two things at the same time. They're trying to get us to buy into this whole African identity while they call themselves Black. If y'all notice, people who are from different countries are more now calling themselves Black than ever before, and they're calling themselves Black as a replacement to who they are. So a person straight Nigerian, but he'll say he's Black. Person straight Haitian, and he'll say he's Black. So like they are omitting who they are to take on this racialized term imposed by white man on them, Black. So wow, they're trying to get us to be African. So they're trying to destiny swap us. Hey, you're African. You look at your DNA. You're African. Look, a flute 2,000 years ago. See, blues is African. You're African, right? And then or show a Nigerian who looks just like you. See, told you, you're Nigerian. And then when you buy into that, like, okay, I'm African. And then you go see him the next day, you be like, hey, what's up, my African brother? He like, Black power. I'm Black. Like, oh, I thought we were. No, you're African, and he's gonna say he's Black. They're getting you to become African so they become Black. But their goal is not for both y'all to be African, and their goal is not for both y'all to be Black. Because this is the issue they have with Black being attached to us. They know that no matter how often they call themselves Black, the fact that we call ourselves Black, we're going to always be like the leaders of that, or the face of Blackness. Let's say face, not leaders. We're going to always be the leaders of the face of Blackness. So they can call themselves Black until they black in the face, right? But they're going to always, the world is going to always see Black Americans as the face of Black, or the authentic Black, or the real Blacks, native Blacks. So that's why, like, EIC steps in, ethnic inferior complex, where they're not comfortable with you being black too, as they say they're black. They want you to take on African, but they take on black. So now they feel more comfortable saying they're black. Believe me, when an African says he's black in front of a black American, they don't sound convincing and they don't look convincing when they say that. Hey, we're both black. I look at them like, okay, you stop, man. You stop. We both black, bro. You just said you're from Zimbabwe, my guy. You're Zimbabwean, and be proud of that, man. You need a James Brown version of I'm black, I'm Zimbabwean, something like that.
You hear me? Hello?
Hey, partner, real quick. Did you see who you were messaging? Did you see who you were going back and forth with on there?
Yeah. I seen.
Do you know he will take your life in real life?
Oh my God.
Sure. He wants to.
Not like, just real quick. I just want to let you know, man to man, you need to talk to people like you would talk to them in real life. That
listen.
Level than you. Don't.
Yeah, all of his debates go personal, physical threats, and oh my God.
No, I'm speaking up on his behalf because I know him. I grew up with him. I'm telling you should not be talking to him like that because you're not like that. Did you see his profile photo? Did you see him covered in gang tattoos, head to toe? You not like that. Don't talk to him like that.
So you know me like that? You know me like that? You know me like that?
I could tell by your tonation, you are as sweet as a gummy bear. Listen, buddy, you wouldn't make eye contact. You wouldn't even look him in his eyes.
Because you would have shut. Just because you would have.
You're not like me. You're a
just
nerd,
because
bro.
you say. I'm not a nerd, man. Second of all, I respect you though. You know what I mean? Because no word of a lie. I respect you.
Okay, well, I appreciate that.
I do respect you because you know why? You know why? You open your mouth and you ain't afraid of nothing. But that's just like me. You ain't afraid to die. I ain't afraid to die. If homie want to kill me, homie want to kill me. But
listen, you
homie could die
things
too.
like that till you test that out, though. You know, a lot of people don't really have a strong sense of that. Have you ever been stabbed before? You ever been shot before?
Yes, I have. Yes.
You have? Let me.
Now they supposed to be debating, and I'm telling you, all damn near all of his debates go like this. So they're debating. You see the topic, and they're talking about being attacked violently. It's like, can we get to the debate, please?
See the wounds.
Yeah.
Show me yours. I'll show you mine right now.
You dumbass fool, man.
No, really.
Look, I ain't never been shot, and I ain't never been stabbed. Don't plan on being shot and stabbed in the future either. I don't know what they gotta do. Like some people just want to. And this is the problem with the young thugs of the world and so forth and so on. People get into a position of comfortness, like where money is not a thing. They're out of the hood, they're out of poverty, they control their future for the most part. They're out of a hostile environment, and they, for some reason, feel like in order to be whole, they got to prove how degenerative they are. So they talk about what they used to do. Oh, I should sell all the drugs in the world. Oh my God, I got so many bodies. Oh man, I would chimp out any day and attack any Black American going forward. Like it's just like, yo, I've been in this gang and that gang. It's like, yo, listen, man, that don't impress me at all. I never done that. And I think all those actions were you just chimping out. That is very simian-like degenerative behavior. If you sold drugs to your own, right, especially your own, you chimped out. If you attacked your own, you chimped out. If you oppress your own in any type way, you chimped out. That's nothing to brag about, and that doesn't make you authentic. That makes you a degenerate of our society, and we don't need those.
You show me yours. I'll show you where I was stabbed at, because I don't believe you.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Show me yours, and I'll show you mine.
How are we here?
Right here.
Like, don't show
I'm
me
in my
no
car,
surgery room.
No surgery room. I'm in my car, man, so it's dark, but it's right there. But anyways, you know what? I'll send you a screenshot. Anyways, right? I'll send you.
All I'm saying is, it's easy to say that you don't fear death when you're in the safety of your own car.
No, listen. What I'm trying to tell you is that I am not afraid to die. Period.
And I know I'm telling you that I just don't believe that. Is all I'm saying.
Okay, who cares what you believe? But that's what I'm telling you. I don't believe you either. But what difference does that make? What I came on here to say, right, is I do respect you. You know what I mean? Like, I know you guys are doing your little tough boy thingy, but I do respect you because I do know exactly what you're doing, where you're coming from, and all of that, right? 95% of the stuff you say is accurate. But honestly, I just wanted to get the privilege to debate with you because you have sense.
Why would you want to debate with me? If you mess with me, why would you want to debate with me?
Because I actually still respect you because you're intelligent.
Damn, bro. Like, if you trying to get a bag, but
no, it's not a bag.
Why you gotta come debate? Like, why you gotta debate somebody that you respect? That's what I don't understand. Like, for example,
what do you mean? Why would I debate somebody I don't respect? I'm confused.
Because we're not here playing games. It's like, if you respect somebody, you don't go against them in public. Like, for example, the only reason you're on screen right now is because you're talking reckless to the homie. And I just want to make sure we can see your face. Why do y'all come out here for clout, man? Like, does it seem like I'm out here like trying to, like, why come out here for clout?
No. Honestly, it's not clout. By me saying I respect you, doesn't, and that you're intelligent, does that mean I'm asking for clout?
You don't come on here to debate people that you respect and agree with unless you're coming for clout.
See, the difference between me and you is...
Okay. Oh, my God. Get into the goddamn debate. You can respect somebody but disagree with them. You don't have to agree with people you respect. God damn, man.
That I only debate people I respect. I'm not going to debate a stupid idiot.
Why are you debating? But why are you debating? Like, what's your purpose?
The 5% of what you said is what I don't respect.
I'm asking you, what is your purpose? What are you trying to achieve with a debate? Other than clout? What are you trying to achieve?
No. Here's the debate, right? The only 5% of the stuff that comes out of your mouth is you always downplaying and it's almost like you're downplaying your own race, money.
Wait.
Yes.
So you're telling me that you're coming on here to debate me? You're saying about me downplaying my own race?
Correct. You're black, right? So that's the race I'm talking about.
What in the hell is wrong with you, boy?
You want to listen to what I'm trying to say?
What is wrong with you?
I'm going to tell you what's wrong with me. The issue I have with you. The issue I have with you.
You're a nut.
No, hold on one second.
Hold on. You're a nut. Let me tell you something. What have you done for black people? Like, I want to Google and find it. What have you done for black people?
Google my name. M-A-L-I.
Oh my God, here we are. Can I get the debate? Every last one ends like this. Oh my God. Do I gotta do everything Mr. Farrakhan did to challenge him on something he might have said incorrectly? Do I gotta do everything Roland Martin has done to challenge him? Like, I can be a homeless man. If a homeless man got a great argument against a lie you told, he should have the right. You should be accessible to the homeless man that wants to challenge you, if you stand on truth. But this whole what you do for the black, oh my God. And then when you say blacks, remember, when they say blacks without context, without a marker, it means immigrant.
Google my name. It's pointless for me to tell you. Google my name. M-A-L-I-C-H-I.
Here you are right here. I'll show people right here. What have you done for black people?
Google my name.
Okay, here you are right here. What have you done for black people? Where is it?
Google my name. Keep on going.
Okay, where is it? Explain to me.
What are you talking? It's that's the profile. I said Google my name.
Yeah, no, here we are. We're on the profile. Fine. What have you
No,
done?
I
Like,
said
what
Google my name. Google.
I'm not gonna repeat. I'm not gonna repeat at all. So I just asked you, what have you done? Let me know.
I'll let you do it.
Are you here to play games?
No, I'm not here to play games. I already cleared your.
I asked you a simple question. What have you done for black people?
I told you to Google my name in Google,
All right.
not Instagram. Put in mayor. Hold on. I'm telling you. Put in mayor, right?
Okay.
I am a politician,
I am
right?
a politician. Okay.
I'm a politician.
Okay.
I go inside schools. Hold on. I have multiple businesses. Okay, no problem. I see your face. I see your face. I have multiple business. I have multiple businesses, right? That's why I said Google. You know what I mean? I'm a musician. That's why I say Google. Have a couple podcasts and a couple TV shows. Google. That's why I said Google.
So I'm going to repeat the question.
My TV shows are designed.
No. I'm going to repeat the question. What have you done for black people? And I'm just going to add a little bit of context to the question just to help you out.
Go ahead.
A good way to think about this is like, what have I done for black people that does not involve me getting paid? I do this out of the goodness of my heart to help black people.
Okay. See, oh my God. So now the dude demonstrated he done stuff for his own people that they both say are black. But because he gets money out of it, now it's no good. So now he wants to modify. Oh my God. Please, man, please.
Okay. Now there you go.
Okay.
Can we get to the debate? What is the debate, man? He want to challenge you.
Like minute. I can't see it. So just Google anything. I am on a cell phone. I cannot see what you're seeing. So Google anything. Touch anything. They're all the same. They're all gonna come down to the same stuff.
Which is what?
Which is within my businesses. I give out free clothing, free sneakers, free classes, free training, free housing.
Okay, so we just clicked one. It's showing a white man getting his hair cut. Is that your website?
I honestly can't see it. No disrespect, but I can't see it. But does it say my name? I really cannot see it, but it's probably me because I do cut hair too. Yes.
Okay.
So
listen, man, like this is really disappointing. And this is the stuff that I talk about with like black males. It's like this kind of goofy shit. It's like you come on.
So that's my thing about Marquette. He comes off as 19Zs. He comes off as he's, a Pan-African without just being honest. That's why, like, you got people like Street Media TV, George Macon, he'll flat out tell you, I'm a Pan-African, but he's 10 toes in a lineage. W. Du Bois was a Pan-African, but he was 10 toes in a lineage. He chose the lineage first, and he put the Pan-Africanism on hold. Then once he did his thing with the lineage, he did his Pan-African thing afterwards. So with Marquette, I believe he's clearly a Pan-African by the definition of some of the definitions. But he's saying FBA, but he's Pan-African, and just look, he's better off just saying, "Hey, I'm FBA, that's my lineage, but my ideology is Pan-African," and then do these debates. Because what Pan-Africans do, Pan-Africans like to do this global solidarity thing, where they call everybody the same thing, all over around the world. That is perceived to have African ancestry. So at one point, they was calling everybody African. At one point, the Pan-Africans were calling everybody African, right, including Native Black Americans. Now, they switched their language because we didn't buy into that. We don't see ourselves as African. We, Native Black Americans, don't see ourselves as African. That didn't work. So now, Pan-Africans is picking up from Walter Plecker. You dig? And they're just inviting everybody else into Black. So they just calling everybody Black now. They try to call everybody African, including us. It didn't work. So now the global solidarity is to call everybody Black. So Marquette been going out of his way to call everybody Black to fake this global solidarity thing. And it's like really annoying and disgusting. And I cringe every time he does it. He's doing it now. The guy said he was from. The guy said where he was from. The guy has a country. He has a nationality. He has a tribe. Marquette refused to identify him by his identifier, his nationality and his tribe. He instead want to identify this guy by the imposed classification label by the white T-man. So he rather use an imposed exonym that the white people came up with to call this African man something, rather than what the African man and his people call themselves. Like, this is constantly deliberately done by Marquette. And I'd rather him just say, "Hey, I'm Pan-African, man. That's why I'm doing it." Then to like, because what happens is he's playing both sides. One live, one debate, he's FBA. Oh, you tethers. And then another debate. Oh, we're all Black. South Africa. Yeah. This zesty guy is just looking at me like, dude, no, no, sir. Women only. This guy gave me the stare down. Looking zesty, big googly eyes. Dude, go, man. Do your own thing, man. Yeah, but so Marquette's like, he's trying to appeal to both audiences, and he's trying to get us together. He's trying to forge us together, because you can't get anybody together. Like, I can't make Black Americans get on code. I can't make Black Americans delineate. You dig? I can only delineate and influence whoever I can influence. You dig? But people try to forge something. And when you forge something, it's unnatural, it's unauthentic, it's unorganic. And he's trying to forge this Black American Pan-African thing together. And I just rather him just come clean. Hey, I'm Pan-African, blah, blah, blah.
Here, you're not even a serious person. Like, you're talking about you help people, and I'm like, okay, well, like, show me how I can find that. You see, it's
You
just
just
not
seen
authentic.
that. You just seen that. How's it not authentic?
Are you on drugs? I just Googled what you told me to Google. You said click any link. I clicked the link and it showed me a white man getting his hair cut.
Okay, so I was
what
cutting.
What the hell does that have to do? So what does that have to do with helping Black people? Are you on drugs?
Listen, I cut everybody, but if you
Nigga,
probably
you're a
just
barber. Of course you cut everybody's hair, but what the hell does that have to do with helping Black people?
You just happened to click on a white dude that I was cutting, but obviously I'm a Black barber.
You said click any link.
So now he's a Black barber. Dude, accent thick as hell. I mean, telling us he's a Black barber, and this is the problem I have with that. Because to a Black American, we assume you are Black, and once you say you're Black and you leave it like that, once you make the Black a noun, a proper noun, and leave it where it can stand by itself without a modifier, we automatically believe you're from the lineage. Okay? Because that's how we use it. Non-NBAs, non-Native Black Americans, when they take on the word Black and they want to impose it on themselves, by influence of white man, they usually use it as a modifier, as an adjective. They'll say, I'm black in whatever country they're from or tribe. Okay. And even though it may be some problems with that, I can respect that a lot more, because at least they're identifying who they are and where they're from and their culture. So they might say, I'm black Haitian. Okay, but I know you're Haitian, so what's up, man? Let's talk. But if he didn't say he was black Haitian and say he was just black, that could come off as purposely confusing people or being deceptive, right? Because now you're talking to us, we talking to you like you're one of us, but you don't know certain things as we're talking to you, and it confuses us. And we like, yo, you ain't black. And then you got to say, oh, I'm Haitian. They're like, oh my God, why you didn't say that from the beginning, bro? I wouldn't have held you to what we experience in America. Does that make sense to anybody? If not, invite yourself up. Let's talk about it.
You literally, did you say click any link?
Yes, I did.
Did you say click?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Oh my God.
But you probably you probably purposely clicked.
And yeah, of course he clicked the white link. I would have too. But today I'm going to mainly speak about South Africans. Okay? So it's going to be pretty deep. So y'all might want to get your pens and paper and write this stuff down. It's unheard information, my research, my journalism, brand new, only one. You dig? So yeah, you might want to get ready for this one.
Clicked on the link. I'm sure
now it's my fault.
Listen,
I asked
90%.
you which link to click. I asked you which link to click.
I could not see what you were talking about. But you could click on the black people.
Hey, hold on 1 second. If I asked you what link to click, how are you going to get mad at me for clicking a link when you told me to click any link?
Because you can see the
There's
picture.
no accountability.
Right. The African dude got to stop, man. You got to stop.
No accountability.
Because you could see the picture.
Crazy.
You can see the picture. See, this is what you do. You're extreme manipulator. That's exactly what you do.
Nah. You wrong. He asked you which one. You said anyone, so he clicked any one of his choice. He clicked the white one, the one I would have clicked too. You dig? So, so how is cutting a white guy hair helping black people? Like, that's a fair argument.
You manipulate everything.
You're so phony, man. You're such a phony piece of trash.
You know what? Hold on a second. You know what?
I asked you, what do I Google? You told me what to Google. I Googled exactly what you asked for. Then I asked you, what do I click? You said click anything. I did exactly what you asked for. Then a white man's head came up, and I merely described what came up, and then you blame somebody else.
So I was cutting that dude's hair for free. And after that was a black guy. And after that was another black guy. And after that was an inner city. And after that was a school.
That's the problem with you. That's the problem with you guys, is that you guys are liars, and that's why I don't respect.
No. Ain't nobody lying here. You know what? You're the one that
definitely lying. See, you don't do anything. I just asked you to show us, and you
what
couldn't
do you
show
do?
us anything. You couldn't show us anything. It's like really pathetic, actually. It's like really pathetic.
Listen, you know what I'm saying?
The things that I do are so very well known and publicized. They're so
what do you do, Saint?
Publicized.
What do you do?
They're so very well known. Give me a second. Stop talking for a moment. Let me pick one thing, if you don't mind.
Cool.
I think there's a good one here. I want to find if it's still up. I want to show you these. One of the classrooms. Classes, I guess I should say, that I sponsored in the African continent. But all of this, by the way, nigga, I just said the African continent, and then you said which continent?
I meant which country? I meant sorry, I meant
are you brainless?
Which country? Which country?
That was crazy.
Which country? That's what I meant.
I don't even know if I should be answering anything you say.
No. Keep on going, because you talk too much. Let me see what you're talking about.
Extraordinary.
Let me see it.
Bro said which country? After I said the African
continent.
Bro
country?
Which continent?
Which
You gotta
country?
get your mind right, bro. You gotta lay off the
How many
marijuana.
times after which country?
You gotta
See,
stop
now you're trying to
smoking
deflect. Hold
the
on. No, 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 no,
mota,
no. No,
the
let me see.
mota.
Keep on going. Show me. I'm
Stay
waiting.
off of the mota. You
Which
stay off of the
country?
mota. I'm gonna show you.
Oh, okay, cool.
So we ain't gotta talk about it.
No
There
problem.
we go. Boom. Right there. Boom.
Okay.
This is one of the classes that I sponsor. You want to know which
Okay.
country? Do you know which country
Which
this
country?
is? No, tell me. It's
No.
right here on the screen. No, tell me. It's
Honestly,
right
I
here on the
told you
screen.
I can't see it. Saying I can't see it.
Can't see. You can't see.
But you tell
Surely
me, what is it?
It's Kenya.
No, I
It's
honestly
Kenya.
can't see it.
Okay, I just said it.
Hold
It's
on.
Kenya.
Hold
Do you
on.
know
Let
what
me
Kenya
zoom
is?
in. 1 second. Hold on. Let me zoom in. One
You don't
second.
have to
Hold on.
zoom in. I just told you. I just told you.
Oh, what
You
was
don't know
it?
where
Sorry.
Kenya is?
Yeah,
You
of
don't know
course I know where
Kenya?
Kenya. I was raised in
Okay.
Kenya.
Oh, were you? Oh, you're
I
a
was.
tether. Not surprising.
I was born in
Now,
Uganda, raised in Kenya.
So this is one of the classes I sponsor, right? So I make sure that they get all the extras. You hear me? I make sure that they have fresh uniforms. I make sure that they have school books and all the rest of it. That's one of the classes that I sponsor. And, we don't need to play this game because you actually don't do anything for Black people. You just talk. That's the difference.
Nah.
But I want you to understand this. No. I'll understand this, Tether. Understand this. I asked you, what do you do for Black people? All you had to do was explain. And here's the difference between what I do and what you do. I probably run more businesses. Respectfully, I probably run more businesses than you do, respectfully. But what I do not do is I probably do because I have more money than you, like a lot more. But
you
what
think
I
so?
didn't do. Wait, real quick. Are you in your car? Are you in your car?
I am.
You are. Show us your car. Show us your car. I'll show you my car. Show us your car.
You're an idiot, man.
No. Don't play games. Don't play games. Don't play games. Show us your car.
What do you...
My God, can we get to the debate, man? Sheesh.
You don't have any internal lights?
They're on.
What kind of car is this? Like
GMC.
Bro, you're sitting
everything
in a GMC
I said.
In the dark.
So what?
You're sitting in a GMC in the dark. Like, come on, bro. What are we talking about?
So what difference would I make? What difference would it make if I have a GMC or a Honda or a Maybach? What difference would it make?
Why'd you say Maybach? Because I got one. Is that why you say that? See, you're a liar.
No, I
bro.
don't know.
Oh my God, man. On the internet, anybody can be who they want to be, man.
I do not know.
Act like you didn't know what cars I have, and then you just name one. Why are you lying?
How the heck am I supposed to know what car you have, dude?
So you just randomly name a Maybach, and you like I don't have one sitting out in front right now. You just randomly said Maybach.
Like I seen the Maybach outside, sitting outside. No, I just randomly said that. I would went to Beamer. The reason why I said Maybach because you said. Why did I say Maybach?
Randomly say Maybach. Yeah. Why'd you randomly?
The reason why I randomly say that because you started talking about 9 times the amount, so I try to go for the highest car, maybe, right?
Okay.
That's the only reason.
Because somebody in the chat just wrote he knew.
How? How am I supposed to know?
Everybody's rich online. I'm rich. I'm in a Maybach. Oh my God. I'm rich. I'm in a Maybach too. We all rich. Shit. You dig? I'm in a Maybach. I'm a makeup sign. I'm in a Maybach Lamborghini. Everybody's rich online. I'm rich too. We're all rich. Everybody in the chat, y'all are rich too. Everybody rich. We all got Maybachs. We got Maybachs. We got Lamborghinis. We all got private helicopters.
Do you have it on your social medias? No, I don't know.
No, I got.
Do you have it
on my social media? I got the i8s. I got my antique Rolls Royce. I got the new Rolls Royce on my social media.
Listen, man. For people like me, that means absolutely nothing. I seen Brother Polite get in every car imaginable, and the fact is, dude was broke as a joke. So, like I said, anybody can be rich online. Anybody can rent a car. I mean, that really doesn't do anything for nobody. So we're all rich. I'm rich. Everybody on TikTok is rich. We're all thugs. We all sliders. We'll slide anybody. Yeah, I mean, online, we're all tough. We're all rich. We're all very important. We're leaders of our community. Yeah, we anything we want to be.
I don't even have the Maybach on the social media.
Okay, so how am I supposed to know you have a Maybach?
Because I'm a public figure. That's why.
You ain't no public figure, dude. You ain't no public figure. No, I'm a public figure. You Google me, I am a public figure.
You're not a public figure.
What's the definition of a public figure?
You're not a public figure. Let's see.
Saint. Let's go Google for Google, Saint. We'll see. Go ahead.
You're not a public figure.
I'm not?
No, you just a dusty nigga that's lying about who he is.
Okay, go ahead.
That was funny.
Google, dude. Like you keep on talking, man.
Like for example.
Google.
For example.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
Now keep in mind, family, we're 20 minutes in. We didn't debate yet. And most of his debates go just like this. There's no debate. It's just arguing, personal shots. It's like, can we get to the debate? And I almost believe he does this with people he believes that might beat him. Because when it be like a person that's like clearly like remedial, the debate begins. But every time it's somebody who believes they can defend their point, it always go down this right here. Always.
Google. That's you right there. How are you a public figure when nobody knows you? Public. Do you know what public means? You're not a public figure. Nobody knows you.
Okay, so Google Malachi Malay public figure and see what pops up.
It doesn't matter what you.
And then let me Google your name and public figure.
My name is way more legendary than your name because you're.
Listen,
nobody.
you're popping. You're popping because you talk
delusional. Why are you
you're
so
popping
delusional?
because you talk.
Can you just tell me why you're so delusional?
You're
just
popping because you talk trash on the internet. The only thing you're known for is the internet. That's it.
Why are you
the only thing you're known for?
Why are you so delusional? Do you remember when you just told me that you help Black people? You told me to Google your name. You told me to click any link and it showed a white guy. Like, you're fake. You're actually fake.
I'm fake.
And here's the difference. When you said, Marquette, show me the Black people you help. I showed you a whole damn classroom, which only represents one class that I help in Kenya in particular, which is not the only country.
Hold on one second. So how do I know that you actually help that class?
You help. I showed you a whole damn classroom, which only represents one class that I help in Kenya in particular, which is.
You see that right there, family? He said it for himself. I'm just showing y'all. He keeps saying he helps Black people, Black people, Black people. He's using Black as a proper noun. It stands by itself. It doesn't need a modifier, no adjective. When Black Americans hear the word Black used like that, we automatically think you're one of us, you're foundational, you're native Black American. He helped Black people, Black people, Black people. And then he explains that the Black person he's helping is actually Kenyan. So it turns out the quote unquote Black people that Marquette is helping are actually Kenyans. You see? Now, that is called deceptive wordplay. If I say I'm helping Black people, it's the lineage. If I'm helping out Haitians, I'm going to say I'm helping out Haitians. And if y'all want to say Black Haitian, Black Jamaican, Black Nigerian, go ahead. Because at least we know you're talking about Nigerians, Haitians, and Jamaicans. When you leave it at just Black, you are being deceptive if you're not exclusively talking about the lineage. You want us to believe that you're helping one of us out. And then he just disclosed these quote unquote Black people are actually Kenyans. So the mask, he took off the mask of these people and revealed the Kenyans. This is my problem, right? These folks are, in my mind, Pan-Africans who are helping the cosplaying. Kenyans call themselves Kenyans. But like a Pan-African, he's telling them you're not Kenyan, you're Black. So like this guy on the screen, he's saying he's Black now. But he started off telling you what country he was from and his tribe. But Marquette called him black so often, he's saying he black. So Marquette is imposing black on a man who gave his ethnicity already. Hey, what's up, Unc? Unc comes through.
My baby. My baby.
You meant to hop on, Unc? Unc. Yeah, I think Unc came on by mistake.
So hold on one second. So how do I know that you actually helped that class? How do I know you actually helped that class?
That's a great question. I'll explain.
So to me, that's deceptive framing. Marquette, you're a Pan-African. There's nothing wrong with that, my guy. You want to, help out Kenyans. Nobody would say that's a wrong thing to do. You feel me? Do what's in your heart, but don't frame it as you're helping out black people, flat black people, which a black American is gonna always only believe you're talking about black Americans. When you use black by itself as a proper noun with no modifier, we're gonna automatically think you're talking about the lineage. So when he asked the guy, hey, when he asked the African how many black people you helped, Marquette was really asking him how many Africans you helped. And that's why I said to you guys, there's a rule of thumb, which you can see is true. I said when people just say black people, kind of always assume that they're talking about non-black Americans. And he just proved my point. Marquette said he's helping out black people. It turned out every last one of them he's helping are non-native black Americans. Every last one of them. Again, that's not a problem. You can help who you want to help. You can help Australians. You can help Germans. You can help Sentinel Island people. Help whoever's on your heart. But don't frame it like you're helping somebody that you're not. And don't include people. Don't call people something they don't call themselves. Call them what they call themselves. They got a whole country and a whole flag. Call them that. Okay, when I'm playing chess online, it shows everybody's flag, by the way, family. When you play chess online, it shows everybody's national flags. So I get kind of good at recognizing flags by that. And when I'm playing somebody for Kenya, there's a Kenyan flag there. There's no Black American Heritage flag. There's no Juneteenth flag. There's no FBA flag. There's no American flag. He's gonna have the Kenyan flag.
That's a great question.
Very simple.
Let's do it.
It's very simple. Tell me what foreigner you know that can show up in a foreign country and have minors and their teacher surrounding him and taking pictures for no reason. Explain that to me.
A con artist like yourself.
You just told me earlier that you respect me. So now I'm a con artist because I pointed out that you're a liar?
No.
I pointed out that you're a liar. Now I'm a con artist?
Listen. First of all,
since you're
you still do not want to Google me.
Let's find out who you are. Let's find out who you are. Where did you go to school?
What at Toronto?
All of his debates go to what school you've been to, how many black people, aka how many Africans you employ. Can we get to the debate topic, please?
Where did you go to university at?
University? I didn't go to university.
Oh, okay, con artist. So you're just a nobody that came out of nowhere.
Sure, absolutely.
And you live in St. Thomas? Like, where do you live?
St. Thomas.
Okay, so you're a Kenyan that you just said you went to university in Toronto. You thought we didn't hear that. I heard that. And
no.
And you took it back and said that you didn't go to university, and now you're living in St. Thomas. You sound like a con artist. You sound like a con artist.
I'm a rapper.
International law.
I'm a rapper. I'm a rapper.
So you're a politician and a rapper. You got to be kidding me.
Correct.
Okay. You're a politician and a rapper, and you only have 5,000 followers. You only have 5,000 followers on Instagram, but you're popping. You're popping.
Yeah. Yeah, I
No,
am.
you're a loser and you're here for clout. Just be real.
No, I'm not.
You're a
Google
loser
it.
and you're here for clout.
Google Universal
No,
Records, by the way.
no.
Google Universal
matter.
Records and my name.
You don't matter.
Google Universal Records and my name.
We can't trust anything you say.
Google
You're not an
Universal
honest person.
Records and my name.
You see right here.
Go on YouTube.
Someone in the chat writes, he said he messes with Marquette. Now Marquette's a con man. You see? I expose that you're a fraudster. And then
No. Is that your homeboy? Google Universal Records. Google Universal Records and my name. Google my name and put Mayor.
You're not believable.
No, just do it, man.
You're not believable.
You keep on talking. Google Universal Records and my name. Go on YouTube.
You're in a GNC. You're in a GNC, my deal. You're in a GNC.
That's the difference between me and you. I will not buy a dumbass Maybach because that's stupid.
GNC.
That is stupid. Why would I buy a Maybach for?
Is my mansion also stupid?
No, the mansion's not stupid.
You're a loser.
But I don't believe you got a mansion though.
We're all rich. We all got a mansion. We all got Maybachs. We're all just rich out of nowhere. We got thriving businesses, and we're just all magically rich. Listen, man, when people are rich, it's not hard to find the money. Okay? We can look at, let's just throw out names, Charlemagne. It's not hard to find out Charlemagne's rich. You dig? I wouldn't be surprised if Star from the Star Report is rich. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, listen, all I'm trying to say, just at a rule of thumb, so you don't believe anybody on the internet, if people are rich as they say they are, it's not hard to track their money. That's all. Give me the rich person who's officially rich and it's hard to track their money. You dig? There's very few. You might name Epstein, but you know, there's very few. Most 50 Cent's rich. Is it hard to track his money? Like when people are rich, it's not hard to. Tyler Perry, we can even say, I believe Will Smith is rich. I got no reason to believe he's not rich. It's kind of easy to track his money. You like they got Google right now has every like film he made and how much he got paid. You dig? So he should be rich. So when people say they're rich on the net, that does nothing for me personally, because when you're rich, it's like we should all see the money and see how you got rich. You don't got to show off cars. You ain't got to show off mansions because like academics is rich. All you ever see is his basement. You don't see his whole house. You rarely see his cars. Like rich people like really don't do that. Show off their house and cars because it's already understood they're rich. We don't see 50 Cent cars and homes. We see Rick Ross' house because look how big the damn thing is. And plus, he does that to market himself. Like, so some people will show off their riches because it works for their image.
I don't believe you got a mansion.
I'm in it right.
I don't believe you got a mansion.
I'm literally in it right now. Okay, in it right
let's
now.
go. Let's go for a trip.
Here's the difference.
No, hold on. No, hold on. No. Let's go for a trip. Get up. Let's go for a trip. Show me your mansion.
Okay, now Marquette wanted to see his Maybach, so now he wants to see the mansion. He's like, get up and let's walk around. A guy who's so braggadocious would have hopped to the moment and just walked around the house. Okay, a guy who has braggadocious as him, he's waiting for such a critic to deny him of his riches. So yeah, man, let's walk around that house.
Google the GMC.
Just real quick, hold on 1 second. Here's the difference.
Cool. Yeah.
You're sitting in a dark GNC car in a dark alley.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm sitting in a mansion with a Maybach parked out front.
Okay, so let's see the Maybach and the mansion. So let's see the Maybach and the mansion.
You are
get up, take your cell phone, and let's see the Maybach, and I'm gonna shut up.
You are the most ridiculous person on earth.
Let me see your mansion, and let me
do a deal.
Yeah.
First off, let's make sure it's a mansion. Let's make sure it's a mansion.
Correct.
How big is a mansion? Like how big does it need to be a mansion? I just want to make sure it's a mansion.
Listen, if you
what's your minimum square footage for it to be a mansion?
For you,
just say if you're like Marquette, it's like fill in the blank 1,000 feet. Then I'm like, okay, I don't have a mansion. Just tell me, what's your minimum square footage for it to be a mansion? Tell me.
You know, give me. I'm gonna be nice. Give me at least 6,000 square feet.
At least 6,000.
At least.
Okay, fair enough. I got that for you. I got that.
Okay, perfect. Let's see it.
Now.
Yeah.
Now, before we do that, I just want to just real quick. Before we do that, you have more money than me, right? Just real quick before we do that, you do have more money than me.
Hey, family, if people are not willing to show bank records, and at least from one account, you know, rich people, I'm assuming got more than one account. Like, let's just see one account for anybody who's claiming to be rich. Let's just see the zeros in just one account. Okay. Because people believe anything they want to believe on the net. I ain't gonna lie, brother Polite had me at one moment. Brother Polite had me, and then I realized, like, I broke out of the spell before he got locked. But he was coming off, and he was rich, and he had the whole shebang, because he was actually showing off cars. He was around rich people, you dig, and they were vouching for him. But I'm like, well, maybe he tricked them, you dig. So, but anyway, it turned out he was the furthest thing from rich. So ever since then, I've been on people. And even Anton Daniels. Like, I don't know where he's at now, but when Anton Daniels started off, he was not rich. Like, he faked it. So if he is rich today, then he faked it till he made it, which it don't matter, because at the end of the day, it don't matter, because you achieved your goal. But when he first started talking about money and richness, he was not rich. It was so hard to track this dude money. It was so hard to find out what he did to make money. And the best I could come up with him and Marquette is that they sell classes on YouTube. Okay. And those classes ain't gonna make you rich, my guy.
I believe I do.
Okay, awesome. So before I do this, just real quick, because you said you have more money than me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe I do, correct.
Okay, you believe you have more money than me. Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, real quick.
But once again, hold on. I believe I do, but that doesn't matter. But go ahead. I believe I do, but that doesn't matter. Go ahead.
Okay, very good. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Do you have PayPal?
No, I don't. Not PayPal, no. I'm in Canada.
You said you're a businessman.
I don't use PayPal.
Oh my God. Now he has to have PayPal. I know so many Chinese people, they just work with cash, man. Oh my God.
You told me just a second ago that you were in St. Thomas. So you're in a place that has PayPal then?
Yeah, if I'd sign up for PayPal, yeah, I don't have a PayPal account, but yeah, I'm sure if I could sign up for one.
But you're a businessman.
Right.
Do you have Venmo?
I'm in Canada. None of that stuff, like, it's different in Canada. Venmo, what the heck is Venmo?
Here's the thing. If you're an international businessman like me, you might have some of those things because you do international business. You see, for example, there are payment solutions that I have.
Family, everybody rich with employees. If you guys watch Shark Tank, if you guys watch The Profit, you wouldn't know you could be in business and your business can generate millions of dollars. But that don't mean you take a profit in your pockets, because your business can lose or break even. So people who know real about business, your business could bring in $30 million a year. That seems like a lot of money. That seems like this person who owns this business is rich. But the books can show that your business generates 30 million a year, but it loses 35 million a year. It brings in 35, it brings in 30 million a year, but it loses 35 million a year. So you're actually negative 5 million in debt. So when people say they got a business and employees, that don't mean your business is profitable, one. And if it is profitable, that don't mean you take a large salary. Your salary could be limited, because obviously if you got a business with employees. The goal is to pay your employees before yourself, because you don't pay employees, you ain't got no employees. So businesses try to make everybody happy and pay themselves something that they can live off. So anyway, like that stuff right there, all this talk right here, bro. Everybody's rich on the net. We all got businesses. We all got the perfect family. You dig? It's the internet. We all tough. You dig? We're all smart.
That operate in China. They're bank accounts that I have that are in other foreign countries because I'm an international businessman. That's how I know that I rake in a lot more money than you. Now,
that doesn't make that because you're international. That means you got more money.
For sure. PayPal does work in Canada. Look, it says PayPal works in Canada.
Yes, I told you I do not have a PayPal account.
Okay, all right. So let's do this. Okay, let's do this then. You said you have
no. Hold on. Before you go.
No. Okay.
Please let me see the map.
Yes, that's my point. This is all about the mansion. So you said a mansion is at least, did you say 6,000 square feet?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Now,
yes, I'll give you that. No. Cool. I'm gonna give you. A mansion is much bigger,
20,000. Yeah. Let's bet 20,000. Let's bet 20,000 that I'm in my mansion right now. Let's bet 20,000 US dollars, not that Canadian.
I'm not gonna bet 20,000. That's stupid. I'm not gonna bet 20,000. That's stupid.
That's not stupid.
Because listen.
Whoa, no. Let me tell you why it's not stupid. Let me tell you why it's not stupid. I'll tell you why it's not stupid. It's not stupid because number one, you got more money than me, which means you definitely got that 20,000 to lose. Number one. Number two.
Hold on one second here.
No. Hold on.
So now he wants to bet $20,000. Oh my God! Just show the mansion, my guy.
Don't interrupt me. I'm
listening. I'm listening.
You could bet that 20,000 is because you just told me that I'm not sitting in a mansion, and I told you that I am. So I said, hey, baby, if that's how you feel, put your money where your mouth is. I'll put.
Wait, hold on. You didn't bet him to show his Maybach. I mean, so now he got to pay you. So basically, he got to pay you 20 grand to see your mansion. And listen, a guy as braggadocious as him, if he had a mansion, he would have definitely showed it. These guys don't have no sponsors like that on YouTube. They don't, I mean, like, again, they got all these businesses, but they on the internet all day long. Now, it would make sense. Charlemagne, Academics, Joe Button, it'll make sense that they're Vlad TV, you dig? It'll make sense that they're on the internet often and for a long time because they're millionaires from the internet. If you are, I just believe, to me, just common sense. If you are a millionaire away from the internet, then you're not going to spend most of your time on the internet. You're going to spend most of your time where you make your millions at. All right. But if you find yourself on the internet a lot, then to me, most of your revenue comes on the internet. And we can look, the internet, you can't lie. We can look up what your channel does. You can't lie. That is public information. Sponsors, all that. We know how much each channel generates. So, like, won't y'all just debate, man? How far are we in? We're 30 minutes in and no debate happened yet.
Mine where your mouth is. Where my mouth is. And listen, I could prove that I got mine. You hear me? I ain't even got to show bank accounts.
Then just do it. Get up and walk through your mansion. Your 6,000, 10,000, 20,000 square foot mansion. Walk around the house with the light on. And here's the thing. People who are very observant like myself, if that's your mansion, you better be in there. You better be in there as often as possible. Don't be like Brother Polite. Brother Polite was in a different house every live, and he was making it, trying to act like he owned all. Stop it, dude. Stop it. You're renting Airbnb, and you're pretending. Oh, you're trying to justify why you somewhere new every day, or every week, or every month. I mean, again, it's not that hard, family. It's not that hard to prove you're rich. When somebody's rich, they could easily prove it, and we all just shut up. Like, and don't forget, a guy as braggadocious as him, he'll have a ridiculous watch on, a ridiculous pinky ring, ring on, ridiculous amount of money. You dig? His gear would be more. It won't be his personalized gear. It'd be like Versace. It'd be something like a guy like him. He'll be showing off like crazy. He'll be going live in his Lamborghini with the Meta glasses. He'll be doing the most. A guy like him, he'll have the Meta glasses walking around in his house, showing how big and beautiful his house is. That's why for me, it's not that easy to like fool me and trick me. It's really hard because I'm so observant. I'm so inquisitive. I want to know, like, why are you going out your way to prove to me you're rich? I never even asked you. Like, in my best years financially, I never had more money than my friends who own shit. I got a friend who does construction, and I got another friend who does other stuff in East Orange. Two very successful friends. My construction friend, his company makes over $1 million, but that don't mean he's a millionaire because he doesn't take home $1 million when he pays himself a salary. But his business generates like $3 million and like something like that. And this was back in like 2021. I know for a fact. I was working for him. You dig? And I had access to that type of stuff. It was for everybody worked there had access to it. So we see how much the business had in the account at any given time. So again, it ain't that hard. And guess what? We looking at it, and there was no private information I could see that I could steal. Nah, he had all that stuff blocked out. Like the same thing with stock traders. Stock traders, when they show their account, they could block out their account number and show you their trades. So even stock traders can't lie. They can share that Ameritrade account, and you can see all the money they won or lost, and they could block their account. So what I'm saying is, if somebody's successful and they're rich, it's not hard to prove it. It's hard to prove you're rich when you're not. Okay? When you're rich, it's not hard to prove that. It's hard to prove it when you're not.
I could call my old lady and she'll bring 20,000 cash right here in front of the damn screen.
So let's see it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, Marquette, man. You're not giving off sanity vibes, my guy. Like you're saying things you don't have to say. So you're rich. You're in a mansion. You got a Maybach outside, my guy. You don't need a woman to bring 20K to the camera. First of all, the fake money looks so real nowadays. How the hell can we tell? Like some of that, like I used to watch a lot of American Greed. And of course, you got a lot of counterfeit cases. They said even the experts with the best trained eyes had to really examine the counterfeit money. They said it looked that good. So if an FBI expert had to really, really bite down to discern that this money was fake, how the hell can we know money is fake looking from YouTube? Like, come on. But again, you don't need to do that. You don't need to go crazy and chimp out and say, hey, I have a woman who brings 20K right now. Dude, no, just show us the Maybach. Let's start right there. Show us the Maybach. Let's show us the mansion. And some of us would check out right there. Like, all right, okay, you got it. But this is
no. Where my mouth is. And listen, I could prove that I got mine. You hear me? I ain't even got to show bank accounts. I could call my old lady and she'll bring 20,000 cash right here in front of the damn screen.
So let's see it.
Okay?
Sing.
No.
Sing.
No.
Okay, I'm listening. Go ahead.
So then he says no. Oh, so why do this? I play chess. I have a chess rating. I bowl. Okay? I used to be a great bowler. I bowled a couple of 300s. I can show you. It don't take hard. I go to my external drive. I can show you. I got a video of me bowling when I had my braids. This is a long time ago. I bought like a 268 right there with the camera showing. So when you see me bowl that 268, you're not going to doubt that I can't bowl 300 because I bowled what 10 strikes and 2 spares, and both spares I left a 7-pin and 10-pin. I knocked them down too. But anybody know bowling know a 10-pin and a 7-pin are pocket shots. So that means that I was in the strike pot every frame basically. That's a 300, really. So I'm on video. Like I don't got like, so what I say I do, I can prove it easily. It's not hard to prove. I play chess. I have a chess rating. Okay, I just got to share my screen. I said I was a good bowler, and I said I got bowled a couple 300s. I can show you them. I can show you my video where I damn near bowled 300 on the camera. You dig? So everything. I play basketball. I tell you guys, I'm a great shooter. I got video of me shooting around at the gym. No editing. You see me making a gazillion shots. And I got a video of me outside in the park making 13 threes in a row. So everything I say, I can prove it. I don't have to bet you money. You dig? I got over 300 debates public online. Well, not public, but some of them I made unlisted. But I got over 300 debates online. Like nobody who knows me would doubt that. So I don't like the personal stuff. It's like, it don't matter. Like when I debate people, I don't say, hey man, I got over 300 debates. You only got one. Nah, you want it? Let's get it.
If I prove to you that I'm in a mansion that's bigger than what you said, then I want my 20,000. I will send you an invoice because I'm a businessman. I send you an invoice right now, and then you pay that $20,000 invoice. Yes or no? Do we have a bet? Since you're on my level, let's do it on my level. If I show you,
hey, he should have said yes. Yeah, I would have been. Yeah, I would have been like, yeah, go ahead.
You run me my 20,000, I will send you an invoice and you're gonna pay it right now. It's due immediately.
Can I talk?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Now, if he's a businessman, he doesn't how that's not how business works. You don't say, hey, I bet you 20 grand I could do so and so, and once I do it, you got to pay me. That's not a contractual agreement. That's not business.
Talk. Can I
you ain't
talk?
got 20,000? It's a yes or no. What's up with it?
Same. What the heck would I play that kind of game for? Why would I play that kind of game? To prove to you?
Somebody
I still never seen your Maybach. I still never listen. I still never seen your Maybach. All I see is that little leather chair you got. That's it.
I just put.
Let's see the house, and help people that actually need it. You're rich, right?
I'm gonna answer that question. Listen, I'm gonna answer your question. So your question is, Marquette, why would I bet you 20,000 and I can give it to people who need it? I'm gonna do you one better. You said I'm a liar. When you win, you're gonna have an additional 20,000 to give to people who need it. That's 40,000. Please take my money. And if you want to know if I actually have it, I'll call my old lady right now to bring down the money. She'll bring down the money. I count it right here.
Okay, bring it.
And then I will wire you, and I will wire you immediately.
But first, bring it. Bring it right now.
I need you.
Bring her right now. Bring her right now.
I need you to agree.
Bring her right now. See, I'm a man of my word. Like I said to you, I don't play those stupid games. I don't play those stupid games.
You're broke. You're broke and you're fronting.
Oh, I'm broke, right
now.
Sure, no problem. If it makes me makes you feel like a man, I'm broke. But what I'm trying to say is that
no. We're talking about a modest amount of money. We're talking about a modest amount of money. One thing you'll never hear me say. Listen,
saying you don't know.
One thing you never hear me say. You've never in your entire life heard me ever say I have this amount of money. You never heard me put a number on it. I was just in an interview in Texas. The guy asked me, hey, what was the valuation of fill in the blank company? I said, I don't want to say. He said, hey, what's the most money you've ever fundraised? I said, I don't want to say. I never put a money on it. That's what we're dealing with right here.
So let me ask you a question.
So listen,
let me ask you a question.
You're listening right now. You're listening. So what I want you to know is you don't come over here telling me you have more money than me unless you really want to play the game. So let's play the game. I'll put up 20,000. So all I ask is simply this. Shut up. All I simply ask is this.
No,
if you're a money man like that, if you're a money man, let's bet 20,000.
See, See,
just
you're an
bet the
idiot.
20.
This is what I'm trying to say here.
Bet the
You keep on
20.
saying to you sat there and you showed people
right
that
here, like,
dumbass
if he
ugly
is
shirt.
rich,
The ugly
if he
shirt could
is
be
rich,
even. The ugly shirt could be
20K shouldn't even
$1,000,
be a
but it's
thought.
stupid.
If
Okay?
he is 20K
What
shouldn't be a
I don't
thought.
have to prove nothing
If
to you.
he
I
is
already
rich,
told you.
you're not proving it. All
You're the
doing
one
is
that
making
brought
a
up the
silly
money.
wager.
You're the one that
Why
brought
are
up
you
the car.
scared now?
And I told you none of that makes any
now you're
difference.
scared. Now you're scared.
I
Now you're
already
scared.
told you right now, I wouldn't give you a dime. I
I'll
would
make
have
a
gave it to
promise.
somebody that needs it.
Listen, I'll make a promise. Somebody wrote, Malachi is a broke fraud. I agree. But I'm going to make you a promise. Check this out. I'll bet you the 20K and you pay the invoice today when you lose, or tonight when you lose, within being online. And check this out.
Family, to even give this that much energy is like ridiculous. Dude, he ain't paying. You not betting 20K. He ain't betting 20K. Dude, come on. And just show your mansion, my guy. Show your mansion the same way you wanted him to show his GMC. Yo, why we gotta do all this? 20. He didn't say $500. Dude, you want 20K? Like, come on, man. Are you serious? 20K? Come on. And he's putting a lot of energy behind it as though this is like a realistic bet. Like, come on.
I will personally donate that money. And I will match it. So if you bet me the 20K, I will take your 20K and I will put up 40K. There's a project that I have in give me a second. Shut up 1 second. Just be silent 1 second. I'm going to tell you.
Let me guess. It's a project you have in Africa.
It's the second largest town in Ethiopia.
I knew it. It's a project somewhere in Africa. It ain't here in America, but we could easily learn about it. I don't know how to look up companies in Africa, but if it's in America, we can definitely find out if it's a real company or not. But all of his companies are in Africa. Again, no problem. But you're a Pan-African. Just be real. So therefore, you have a bias, and you have a motive, and this is why you're calling Africans from Kenya black, and they're calling themselves Kenyan, but you keep calling them black, like this guy right here. He's Kenyan, but you called him black so many times. Wink, wink. He's calling himself black.
Give me a second. I'm tripping right now. There's a project that I have going there, and I will put 40K up. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm so annoyed with you being a liar. I hate liars. Dirdawa. Listen, I have a project in Dirdawa, and I will take your money and my money, and I will put $40,000 into this project. And this is for people who are certainly in poverty. So you said you want the money to go to charity.
I already
Fantastic.
told you.
But
I already told you.
I want you to bet it. I want you to bet it because I truly don't believe you have it. So just
I already
bet
told
it.
you. I don't do.
So he wants 20 grand to prove he lives in a mansion. He don't want $500, $1,000, $100. He wants 20 grand to prove that he's actually in a mansion. Yeah, I'm gonna need more than that as far as proof. First of all, you're not paying 20 grand. This kid, just eliminate that. But dude, show us your name on the deed. Not that you want to rent it. I mean, because I don't know about his background. I got my doubts, but just to get up and show a mansion like Brother Polite did, that's not good enough. I need you to show deeds for a business on a home or something like that. But just showing me something which don't mean nothing, because we're in the internet era where everybody's rich. But keep in mind, he wants 20 grand to prove what he believes is the truth. Okay, guys, can we bet 20 grand that I'm using an Asus VivoBook laptop? Who wants to bet me? I'll bet you guys 20 grand I'm using an Asus VivoBook laptop. Bet me 20 grand, man. Bet me 20 grand in my reality. Makes no sense.
Stupid games like that. I'm not betting nothing.
You said
it's stupid.
Okay, so you're broke.
It is stupid.
And you're a liar. You're broke and you're a liar.
So hold on a second. Everything so where's your old lady with the 20 racks? Where's your old lady with the 20 racks?
Okay.
I still haven't seen the house.
Bet me? Do you want to bet? I'm
don't
telling you, I'll
bet.
show you everything. Just bet me.
I do not bet. I
'Cause you're
don't
broke.
bet.
Now
How
shut
many
up.
times
Now
you have
shut
to?
up.
Okay, you know
Now
I'm
shut up.
broke.
'Cause you're
Okay,
nobody.
cool. I'm
You're a
broke. Let me see your
nobody.
house now. I'm broke. Let me see your house. You're probably gonna hang up. Let me see your house.
You're a loser. You're a loser. You're not worthy.
Let me see
You're not
1,000.
worthy.
You say 20. Let me see $500.
You're not worthy.
You must
I'll
have that
bet
in your
you.
pocket,
Just
right?
make a bet. Make a bet. Just make a bet, and I'll show you.
I'm
Make a
broke.
bet.
No. In your words, I'm broke. I got no money. Let me see
You are broke.
$500.
Okay. All right.
Let me see $500.
Bet 500. I'll show you
10,000.
10,000.
I do not.
Is that a better
bet.
deal? Why?
I
You're broke?
do
You don't have
not
any money.
bet.
Why doesn't have any
Yeah,
money?
yes, I am broke. I'm broke. So let me see your
I know
$500
you are.
right
You're
now.
sitting in a dark GNC right now.
I am.
And you.
So let me see
I
your
want everyone to
$500.
notice- I want everyone
Where
to
is your
notice-
No, see, you talk too
I want
much.
everybody
You
to
said you got
notice
20
his
racks.
camera quality.
Let me see $500.
I want everyone to notice his camera
Let me see $500, Saint.
I want everyone to notice his camera quality.
Let me see 500.
His camera quality is very low because he is on a very cheap phone. That's why he's blurry. His camera quality is terrible because he's on a cheap phone. Okay. Now here's the thing that saddens me.
Let me see $500.
Here's the thing that saddens me. He claims he's rich, but he won't bet 20,000. He claims he's rich, but he won't bet 500. That's really weird. That's really weird.
So you muted me, dude?
Now here's the funny thing.
You muted me?
Here's the
Hold on.
comedy.
Did
the things that you're
you mute me?
questioning, the things that you're questioning, there's at least like
Did you
1,000
mute me?
people watching. There's 1,000 people watching, and they've all seen all of it so many times. It's just like you sound stupid. You
Hold
sound
on.
like so stupid. But we know that you're broke because if you weren't broke, you had that 20,000 to spare, but you don't. So why are you playing with people like me? Just be yourself. That's what I tell people. I got a 3-sentence Bible. Number 1, be yourself.
Unmute
Number
me,
2,
money.
be good to yourself. Number 3, be good to good people. Just be yourself. Like you're trying to be somebody that you're not. You're over here talking about you're wealthy. You're sitting in a broke down GNC in the middle of nowhere. This is not baller status. This is loser status. So just be yourself.
Unmute me.
Just be yourself.
Unmute me. Unmute me.
Are you, young boy? You are not muted.
Unmute
You
me.
are not muted,
Sir?
young boy.
Oh, okay, cool. Marquette. Okay.
Hey, here's the
told
funny
you.
thing. Look, people in the chat. I've actually been to the property and seen the Maybach in person. Like you're a jokester to us. You're just a jokester.
So show it.
A jokester. I just want
show it
because you said you're rich. I want to take some money off you because I
First
think
of
you're a
all,
liar, and I want to put you into poverty. I want to put.
No,
you in
I didn't say I was rich. I said I probably got more money than you.
Listen, if you have more money than me, you would certainly be defined as rich. Full
okay,
stop.
cool.
Full stop.
You know
You'd
what?
be rich.
Even if
it would, you'd be rich.
This is the difference.
You are rich.
Same. The difference is that even if you got more money or I got more money than you, it doesn't matter, dude.
Don't back down. No, don't back down.
No, I'm not backing down.
I want you to
I'm not backing down.
You got more
I'm not backing down. But what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to show you the level of importance in life.
You cannot show me anything because you're a loser. You did not go to university. You have not made money in the professional world.
So what does that mean? What does that mean? If I'm somewhere around your area and I didn't go to university.
You need to learn.
If I'm somewhere within your area, you know what? I didn't even go to school. I didn't even go to grade school. I didn't go to grade school either.
For example, let's say that when I said put up 20,000, you was a real G, and you was like, "Quit, bro, that ain't shit. Put up 50,000." I'm like, "Ooh, I like that. I like that."
Nah,
like, okay, bro got some
I already
money
told you I don't
with.
bet.
He got some play.
I already told you I don't bet.
It's not that you don't bet; it's that you cannot bet. You cannot.
No, I don't bet. I don't bet.
Cannot bet.
I do not bet.
You cannot. No, it's not that you don't bet. You can't bet.
I still never see. Okay, I don't. So let me see your Maybach since you're so rich now.
You're a peasant.
Let me. You're getting up to show the Maybach?
You're a peasant.
Are you gonna get up to show your 6,000 mansion?
Bet me $100 and I'll get.
I already told you I don't bet. You asked me to bet $1. I don't bet.
Now the $100 bet was a bluff. He wanted the guy to bet 100, and then he was gonna say, "I thought you don't bet. I thought you don't bet. I thought you don't bet." But $100, I bet $100. Like, but I want the name on the deed. I want the name on the car. You dig? That's all. I want to see the mansion outside, inside. I want the name on the deed. I want to see the car. I want to get the name on the title, and I'll bet $100. And I'll do the same thing with Anton Daniels. Like a lot of these guys, I do not believe is rich.
You're broke.
You asked me to bet a quarter. I do not bet.
Listen, I'm about to kick you off the live stream because everything you said has been a lie. Everything you said tonight is a lie.
I do not bet. $100, 50 cents, a quarter, a penny. I do not bet. You still did not show anything. I said you are a con artist. That Maybach is not out there, and you're inside a. You're not inside a.
Bro.
You're a liar, Marquette.
You're lame.
You are a liar. You are a liar. But I do appreciate the conversation, even those back and forth. Thank you.
No,
you gotta
the
go.
only thing you came on here for is to get some clout because your life.
No, I don't need your clout. I don't need your clout, Sam.
You have no motion.
No,
that's why
same. They only honestly, no word of a lie. Okay, chill. Hold on.
Just imagine how much of a loser you are.
No, before you hang up, chill.
You came on here and you said Marquette. You just said Marquette. Don't mispronounce my name, chump. You're a nobody. Now you came on here and you said Marquette. You said Marquette. What do you do to help black people?
No. See, the difference is that I actually believe in you.
All you did was you showed.
I actually believe in you, but you
showed me a white guy getting his haircut. I said, "What do you do to help black people?" You show me a white guy getting his haircut. Like, please stop it.
Man, this is the issue. Unmute me, dude. Unmute me, man.
You're pathetic. Oh yeah, by the way, good point. One of the gentlemen, he writes, we see the mansion on the Burton Plantation. Yeah, so check out episode 2 of Burton Plantation. Just type into YouTube Burton Plantation episode 2. You guys can see my home. My home is actually the Burton Plantation. That's why it's called the Burton Plantation, because it's my home. So check that out. It's a great series that I'm putting on. You can find it on YouTube, on the YouTube channel Marquette for Women.
Whatever.
Yeah, I thought Buddy said Brother Hammer said Marquette debated Laura Abba. I can't find that nowhere. Hey, your Brother Hammer, you gotta tell me how to find that. I put that up and I ain't see anything. Yeah, so now family, this was supposed to be a debate. I almost should I check out? All right, so we at what time?
Thank you.
40 minutes in. Hold on.
You can hear me?
Talk to people like you would talk to them in real life.
Listen.
Level than you. Don't.
I'm not a nerd, man. Second of all, I respect you though. You know what I mean? Because no word of a lie. I respect you.
Okay, well I appreciate that.
I do respect you.
Hey yo, they all sound the same, man. I talk to so many Africans who sound just like this.
Because you know why? You know why? You open your mouth and you could die too.
Like that till you test that out, though. You know, a lot of people don't really have a strong sense of that. Have you ever been stabbed before? You ever been shot before?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But anyways, you know what? I'll send you a screenshot. Anyways, right? All
I'm saying is it's easy to. I just don't believe that. Is all I'm saying.
Okay, I'm on here to say right is I do respect you. You know what I mean? Like I know you guys are doing your little tough boy thingy, but I do respect you because I do know exactly what you're doing, where you're coming from, and all of that. Right? 95% of the stuff you say is accurate. But honestly, I just wanted to get the privilege to debate with you because you have sense.
All right. So he wanted to debate. I wanted to make sure I wasn't tripping. So he called in to debate. Marquette always invite people to call in and debate. You got a debater, and no debate happened. 40 minutes in, it was a SHIT show.
Why would you want to debate with me? If you mess with me, why would you want to debate with me?
Oh my God, the gaslight is crazy. All right, so as you know, they didn't debate. You dig? Okay.
Okay, very good. That sounds like that could be a good thing for our conversation. For the folks listening, if you'd be kind enough to confirm with an Alpha 1 that my sound is coming through this microphone, I'd be thankful. So there will be a couple of times I'll share a few questions with you, and I'll make sure that I give a caveat before it, just in as much as there's some questions I regularly ask, and then people regularly dodge the question. And for the sake of getting a good, helpful, honest answer, I'll probably give you a caveat before I ask the question. So there'll be times such as that. But anyways, What in particular motivated you to reach out? And if you like, I could just actually read the message and verbatim, and then we can kind of go bit by bit.
Yeah, sure.
Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay.
That's fine.
Great.
That's fine.
I'm reading the gentleman's message, and it reads, quote, "Hello, Marquette," and then that's triple dot ellipsis. Just saw a video of yours where you made excoriating statements to a debater because you disagreed with his stance. Well, I'll respond to that. Now, I don't engage people based on disagreeing. The mere fact that it's a debate, we can anticipate that there is disagreement. I will approach people based on, one, my particular aim in the conversation.
So somebody from his chat complained about his debates. They all go personal.
Two, and for it to be seen, I highly doubt it's for me. That's expression, less so.
Yeah, so what I meant when I saw that was something lying with, I wouldn't want to call it black supremacy, right? But it's, this loyalty to some sort of black creed, that places.
Keep in mind, they're using the word black for non-native Black Americans. I guarantee you, they're saying black, blackity black. And when they become more clear, they're going to say somebody from Africa. Just listen for it.
Us, because I speak for myself as well, places us on the same pedestal with everyone else, so some sort of loyalty to wanting to some sort of affinity, more like wanting to point out the merits of the black man vis-a-vis other nationalities and to take pride in it, something like that. I don't know if that's clear enough. But it is something I hold. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You use the term black supremacy?
No. That's that's what I didn't want to say. I wanted to say something like, it's a bit like black nationalism for me is like basically lending some credence, to the values of the black cultures and the principles that most black civilizations across different eras.
Now we got black civilizations. I told you they're using the word black, like they are literally before your eyes diluting the word black. They might as well say black cockroach, black spider, black snake, black horse, black elephant. I mean, just call everything black. Just keep diluting our ethnicity to everything meaningless. Black is tied to so many great things historically, but the way they use black so loosely, they're diluting it to spread it out thinly where it's associated with a lot of silly stuff historically as well. So this is the way to dilute us and what we have accomplished in this world as a small ethnic group, is to take our name and place it on any and everything and call it black.
And epochs have lived by, and showing fundamentally that our culture as black people is by no means
blackity black, black, black. Nobody's African. Everybody's just black. Officers. Remember, before Trump's inauguration, everybody was African. But now everybody's black. Black has officially replaced this whole African thing. But here and there, they'll still gaslight us about us being black, and they'll say, "Hey, what's your DNA?" It's like, sir, y'all got to make your mind up. You're calling us African, then you're black, and we're the black people, black national, black solidarity, and now you ask me for my DNA. Bro, my DNA ain't gonna say black, and neither is yours. Okay, so is either one of us black? It just silly semantics, gaslighting. That's all.
Inferior to the cultures of other ethnicities or other races.
So, but Bakri said something interesting. He said black was around before any ethnic group. I mean, that's true, but there's a context is which we're speaking from, brother. There's a time frame we're using as well. Like, of course, black is a word of English language. You dig? So it depends on which ethnic group you're talking about. But yeah, it may be some truth to that. But invite yourself up. Bakri, I think we spoke before. Hey, Bakri, invite yourself. Oh, hold on. Hold on. All right. Bakri, I invited you, bro.
Is or whatever else, you know. So that's what I understand that to be. That's what I meant when I said that.
Understood. Would you consider yourself a black supremacist?
No, not black supremacist. I never used the word.
Would you consider yourself a black nationalist?
I take pride in the fact that I am a black man. I take pride in the fact that we have cultures. I take pride in the fact that I and my children are not inferior to anyone just because of the color of their skin. What their names are, how they sound, whatever else they want to think of themselves as. So my children, for example, and like you see my name, my children grew up in the West. They've grown up in the West and they're still growing up in the West. And I taught my kids, and I still teach my children, that there is value in their culture. There is value in their names. And if for any reason anyone can't pronounce their names, well, you know, they should keep their names, keep their culture, and stand for who they are. Because if we're taught, we've been taught to mention and to pronounce Eastern European names like Dostoevsky, like Ladislaw, you know, names that have got so many consonants in them, you know, and we're taught to mention those names and pronounce them correctly.
One thing I probably should have warned you about is I'll have to cut you off at various points. So just do be aware of that. That'll be to move the show along. So the question actually was, are you a black nationalist?
Well, I take pride in myself. I take pride in my culture. I take pride in my skin.
A yes or no might do, because you already elaborated. So at this time, a yes or no would be fine.
Well, maybe you could call me black nationalist, yeah.
Is that a yes or no?
So this guy's from Africa somewhere, but he's a black nationalist. Wait a minute. How you a black nationalist and black is supposedly a racial term that's international? It exceeds nationalism. So really, if you're going to be black something, it has to be international, because black has been given to everybody across the world. So you can't make an international racial classification national. Like, these guys taking that black word and doing the worst with it. Hey, Bakri didn't want to hop on, man.
No.
No, it's whatever you choose it to be. Like I won't speak in absolutes.
See, that's the challenge, is that, you know, honesty is a rare thing. And that's why people like you have a problem with people like me, because I'm an honest man. You're not accustomed to honesty. You see, it takes strength to be honesty. Any weak man can tap dance and be on the fence and say maybe, or you could say this. You see, as a man, you should be able to say yes or no, especially when we're asking a question that is so basic and fundamental, something that any black human on earth probably has considered at some point, especially someone such as yourself, who's no doubt been very privileged. And so I'll say, no, you're not a black nationalist. But I think that as a man, it would probably be better if you could just say it yourself when asked. I allowed you the first time to elaborate, and then you were quite verbose and you didn't come to a yes or no. And now you say, well, you could call me. So we'll just go with no. But I would also like to note for you and for all who would come after you that when you watch me, you're watching man. You're not watching someone that's almost a man. You're not watching someone dressed up as a man. You're watching man. And what makes you guys uncomfortable is because you're low testosterone beta males and you're not accustomed to being strong and living with strength, especially those of you who are Black. And when you see me, it bothers
you. Yeah, this Pan-African Marquette is so trigger happy to call Africans Black, specifically Africans. He loved calling them Black, and specifically in South Africa. He loves calling them Black. He don't want to call them African. He don't want to call them by their nationhood or their tribal identities. He wants to just call them flat Black. And then he'll call us flat Black. And then we're all just Black and we need Black solidarity and see, we need to get along. And then that whole kumbaya stuff.
Something in your soul just as much as it would bother the soul of a white supremacist because you are a white supremacist. Now, you might say, Marquette, how can you call me a white supremacist? That's a bizarre thing. I'll tell you precisely how I can call you a white supremacist, and I mean every bit of it. And this is no particular insult to you, for you represent a type. You represent a type of Black person. You're a white supremacist because, unlike me, the Black American, I've not had the good fortune of being born in a land.
So both of you are Black. So both of you are Black. Okay.
We're Black people.
But you're from America. He's from Africa. And then you're saying the word Black people as though you're talking to one person or one ethnic group.
People come from, represent a type. You represent a type of Black person. You're a white supremacist because, unlike me, the Black American, I've not had the good fortune of being born in a land where Black people come from. I've not had the good fortune of.
Bro, what are you talking about, Black people? I'm saying, family, he refused to call Africans Africans. Marquette is with his agenda, his Pan-African agenda, and I'm the first to call him out on this, and you'll find out later. Like I called out everybody else first. I'm calling out Marquette first. He's been doing this Pan-African thing for a long time. And then the reason why he's on the radar, I wouldn't even care. But it's because he calls himself FBA, and sometimes he likes to speak on FBA talking points, and sometimes he likes to call Africans tethered. So he's using our talking points, but he's misrepresenting us because he's pushing Pan-Africanism hard. And he refused to call an African African. He called them all Black.
Having my mother, me, the Black American, I've not had the good fortune.
So again, I'm the first to call him out. I'm always a year, 2 years ahead of you guys. And then about next year, sometime this year, maybe 2 years from now, he's going to crash out and show his agenda. And then all y'all going to be talking about it. And then like always, I got to show a 3-year-old video of me already exposing him as a cosplaying Pan-African, man.
Of being born in a land where Black people come from. I've not had the good fortune of having my mother tongue being the tongue that I was brought into this world to know first and foremost. I've not had the privilege of having folkways, mores that are age old. I've not had the privilege of calling myself Yoruba or Xhosa or Zulu or fill in the blank. I've been disconnected from my history. And you, who were born into your culture, decided to shed it like a cheap jacket. And I find that to be a very sad, despicable thing. I asked you for a thumbnail image. I thought this is a Nigerian brother. He'll probably send me something where he's looking his best. And you would think that would be something in your native garb, yet you would send me something in Western garb. And the reason I speak so strongly is because I'm here to bring you back to yourself. And that bothers you, when really you should thank me.
All right, you finished?
An unnecessary question, as I'm now drinking water, but I will say I yield the floor, just so that it's clear every time.
All right. Okay, so basically what you're saying is, you consider me to be a white supremacist because I'm not wearing, like at the moment, I'm not wearing my native garb. That's what it is it?
most moments you're not wearing your native garb. It's not at the moment. Can we be honest here? Do you mind if we're honest? It's not at the moment. Most moments you are not wearing your native garb. Would you be kind enough to tell the truth on that?
Well, that's not true. I've got
so
lots of pictures.
You're saying if I find you on 100 days, one second, you're saying if I find you on 100 days, in the last 100 days, for example, from today, looking back 100 days, you're saying 51 or more of those days you are wearing native garb to your tribe. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
I don't believe you.
No, you don't have to believe me. That's neither here nor there. It means absolutely nothing to me. Yeah. But that's what it is. Yeah.
So how did I happen to catch you on the off day?
Well, no, it's not an off day. If you listen to what I said initially, what I did say was having, I consider myself a bridge between cultures, right? And so
you're a human bridge between cultures.
No. I consider myself a bridge between cultures. And what I mean is this. Having been exposed to several other cultures apart from my own culture.
Can you move the camera just a little closer?
Okay.
Just to bring the camera closer to you, just so that there's less space above your head.
Okay. Is that better?
Much better. Would you mind coming any closer? I'm not trying to get in your face or anything. I just want you to be well represented.
Okay.
Just maybe a few. Okay, perfect. I think that's excellent.
All right.
Please.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what I said was, I have traveled, and so I have a knowledge of several cultures, right? So what I do is I try my best to connect different people, different cultures, have some sort of conversations with them, eat their meals, have an idea who they are, and different other things. But then I hold very clearly to my culture. And like I said to you initially, there is no bigger testament of that than the fact that I don't have a single English or foreign sounding name, and none of my children do. Yeah.
Do you have a home in Nigeria? Do you have a home that you purchased as an adult in Nigeria?
Yes.
Fantastic. And you're
and in fact, my kids and I just got back from Nigeria. They spent the whole summer holidays in Nigeria. Summer holidays. Yeah.
Yes. And is there a reason your primary residence isn't in Nigeria?
Is there a reason why my primary residence isn't Nigeria?
Yes.
Was that what you asked? Yeah, I mean,
that is what I asked.
Yeah. So, several reasons. Like I did say to you, first of all, I told you I'm a preacher.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've got responsibilities as a missionary across the United Kingdom and several other countries. And so that gets me to, I travel quite a bit.
Me too. That would not impact your primary residence being in Nigeria, sir.
No.
Undoubtedly, I would further that there's probably a lot more need in Abuja or Lagos than there would be across the United Kingdom, especially with some of the failed projects like Victoria Island and the casinos.
That's a different conversation. Whenever you want us to have that conversation, we will. But this is not the time for that now, I think.
No, I'm just saying the question that I asked you, the answer that you provided was unrelated. So I asked about your primary residence not being in Nigeria, and you said that you're a Christian missionary. Well, I know Christian missionaries. I know Mormon missionaries. Their primary residence has no impact on their ability to spread the message. But in actual fact, just being a Christian missionary itself doubles down on the fact that you're a white supremacist, because you're practicing a religion that came to your people as a direct result of colonialism.
All right, great. That's a good point you raise. I'll tell you something, first of all. I'll tell you this. Did you realize that Christianity existed in Africa before it did?
That's irrelevant because Christianity came to Nigeria not from Ethiopia, but it came from the colonials. So this is utter nonsense.
No. It's not nonsense. And I did say, you know, let's make this. Let's not make this, you know, sound personal. Like you.
It's not personal. The fact is that you decided to show up because you think that you're somebody. That's fine. I show places every now and then because I think that I'm somebody. So if I walk into a boxing gym and I ask to lace up boxing gloves, then you're going to get in the ring and we'll see what it is. But the fact of the matter is that the idea that you're going to present arguments and we're not going to analyze who are you, this is out of the window. This is not going to be the case. You don't get to stand behind a screen and spew out arguments. You can spew out your arguments, but we will also interrogate what the source is. You see, for example, the reason that the message of Jesus, whom I trust you believe in, is so potent is not because he was a logician. It was not because he was a polemic. It was because he lived out the word. He was the word. That's why it had meaning. So let us not pretend as though you can come here and babble, and we wouldn't like to know, why are you so Nigerian, but you don't live in Nigeria? Why is it you're so black, but you basically bow down to a white Jesus and promote a white supremacist religion? You ever heard of the Ku Klux Klan?
He's Nigerian. I don't know why the confusion is there. He's Nigerian. You're calling him black. He called himself Nigerian. Now he's black, and everybody's black, and everybody rich, and everybody's smart, and everybody thugged out. Everybody can fight. On the internet, you're just whoever you want to be on the internet.
Jesus isn't white. He never was white.
He never was anything.
He wasn't white, right? He wasn't white. None of his disciples were white. All right. Now, Christianity began in the Middle East.
Can we go back?
Okay?
Can we go back?
In Europe.
How did Christianity begin in Nigeria where you got it from? Tell the truth. Are you going to be honest?
Yeah, sure. Sure.
How did Christianity begin in Nigeria where you got it from?
Yeah, white missionaries brought it to Nigeria.
Can you guys confirm if you in the chat? Can you guys confirm if you can see the gentleman? Because he froze on my screen. I need to know if he was freezing on your screen. I want people to be able to hear the gentleman's message because he is in fact a Nigerian, so he can tell us lived experience. So if you guys would let me know
so now he's Nigerian. You call him black every chance you got.
You can see and hear the gentleman in real time because he froze on my screen. Is there anything you could do? Are you able to get onto Wi-Fi perhaps? You're appearing very blurry on my screen. But I think
will that be me?
Ugona? Ugona?
It's the problem from I'm here.
Are you on Wi-Fi? Are you able to get on Wi-Fi?
Yes, I am on Wi-Fi. It's on Wi-Fi.
Huh.
It's not clear enough, is it?
No, it's a bit blurry, but that's okay. That's okay. They said that you're lagging. I just want them, if you wouldn't mind to repeat your answer. I just want folks to be able to hear you.
Okay. What was the question again? Yeah, let me be sure.
You were telling us how Christianity came to Nigeria in particular, the way you would have learned it.
Mm-hmm. So missionaries from England took Christianity to Nigeria. Mm-hmm.
Yes, missionaries from England brought Christianity to Nigeria. Thank you. Mm-hmm. And we can also be sure that there was a great deal of violence and force involved, and this was a part of something called colonization. And so you came to know this religion, which you believe to be
two different things. No, two different things, completely different.
Oh, really? Right? Oh, really?
Yeah, completely different.
You tell.
And I'll tell you why. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So there were colonialists, right? And I will get to that. Colonialists did a lot of damage in Africa. I'll get to that later, right? But then there were missionaries who brought the gospel. The missionaries and the colonialists were not the same group of people. And now we need to get that very, very clear.
Oh, were some of them like not white, or were they all white?
No. Being white.
They were all white, right?
Issue. They were all white. But that doesn't mean...
No, being white actually is the issue because what white country did whites colonize? What white country have whites colonized?
Well, first of all...
you're a scholar. What white country have white people colonized?
Well, at some point, for example, the Romans actually literally built London. Did you know that? And they
I
literally
asked you,
colonized.
what white country have whites colonized?
I just gave you an answer. I said the Romans literally built
Is London a
London.
country?
Yeah.
Is London a country?
Well, no. Just why don't you
London's
just listen
not a
first of
country.
all?
So
Come
I'm
on,
going to
man.
repeat my question.
I know that. I know
I'm going
that.
to
I know
repeat my
that.
question.
Okay?
What country did whites? What white country did whites colonize? Let's see if you'll be honest.
Countries the whites colonized.
What white country have whites colonized? Yes, sir.
Listen, yeah, what I'm saying is that at some point, listen, there were not countries. Like Italy, for example, was never a country. There were cities, it was basically city-states together that came together,
Yes,
like Venice.
but
and
you're not
several other
talking about
cities that came
colonization.
together.
You're talking about war. The real question is, why is it that you have so much challenge sharing the truth if it's not favorable to European history? I find that to be very peculiar. You see,
I'll tell you about,
because look at the time that the African
I'll tell you about European.
Why won't you tell me anything in answer to the questions I'm actually asking you? The question I asked you is, what white country have whites colonized? The answer is there are none. Why can't you just say the truth?
Not in this day and age. All right, there are no countries that no white countries were colonized by white people. There's none. At the moment, yeah, there was none.
At the moment,
yes, no. I want you to understand. Listen. Let's be clear about this, okay? Before countries became the modern nation states, right? Before they became modern nation states that they are at the moment, there were white groups of people, different white civilizations that were invaded and basically colonized by other people, other superior white races, if you will.
This is a lie. Why don't you tell the truth? You cannot fool us. You see, if you're a historian, if you're really steeped in history, really, honestly, I'm willing to learn something from you. I'm willing to learn something from you if you're really steeped in history, but I have an eerie feeling that you're not, and you're lying and you're making up things.
No.
Why don't you, for example,
Yeah, I'm in the background. Oh man, I'm doing so much research on South Africa. Oh my. Listen, man. Listen, man. Oh, what I got on South Africa and the whole origin of why they call themselves black today. Oh my God. Listen, man. Oh, I'm in the background cooking with super hot grease.
Let me tell you something. Yeah, you asked a clear question, and the question you asked was, what country what white country did white people colonize, right? And what I'm telling you now is, before they became modern nation states, right? There were white groups of people, white civilizations that invaded different people and placed.
Somebody in chat said Marquette is an undercover coon. Hey, listen, I'm gonna be honest. He gives off like Myron Gaines vibes a little bit. I'm gonna tell you why. He's all over the place. He's in the red pill manosphere. He political. Now he's historian. He can speak on behalf of Africa. I'm trying to find you guys the debate he had with Africans, and he's telling Africans how to run South Africa. Okay, so I call that reverse tetherism. Tetherism. Marquette is telling South Africans how to run South Africa, right? And my thing is, why wouldn't they respond the way we respond when foreigners try to tell us how to handle our business in America? We'll say, mind your business. Tether. Okay. So why wouldn't they say that to Marquette, who's trying to tell South Africans how to kick out the South Africans and rise to power? Why can't they just say, be quiet, Tether, and mind your business? Focus on America. You got a lot of racism there, a lot of injustices. Recently, people not getting charged, people getting charged, get convicted, not getting convicted. Focus on your injustice in America and let us handle what we got to handle in South Africa. As a matter of fact, what's it to you? Let's say we never get right in South Africa. What's it to you as a so-called Foundation Black American? What is it to you? And right, so it looks like it is possible Marquette trying to do business in South Africa, and it could be white T supremacists is blocking him. He's getting frustrated, so he need Africans to like move around, chimp out, and hopefully help his business. That can be an idea. But what if they said, "What's it to you? Why do you care? You're FBA. We live here. You don't. Our lineage is here. It's not yours. We're indigenous here. You're not." Those are fair questions that they can simply just ask them. Why don't you mind your business?
Them under their rule, place them under their rule, put them under, they became basically serfs to them. And they, that's basically what colonization is, isn't it? And they took their raw materials, like the colonialists did to develop their lands. That's what they did in India. That's what they did in so many other places. Now, when we speak about, if you're speaking about modern day colonialism,
well, you already know I was speaking about that. You already knew I was speaking about that. So
country,
why pretend?
no white country. No. Listen, I'm speaking.
Hey, I just found out that the way they use black in South Africa, guess what? Indians are, I just found out, research, Indians are also included in that black. Okay? Indians and somebody else are also included in the black. So they take our name and they misapply it to themselves in any context they want. And then they extend it to foreigners of their homeland. So now Indians are black in South Africa because South Africa is extended to Indians. And now when these Indians come to America, they're black. And that's why I'm saying, man, yo, this black thing is getting out of control and we got to correct it. And I'm the repo man. It's like, yo, we need to talk about black. We got to talk about black. Like we got to go back to the beginning. Okay? Because it's out of control where they took it from us where anybody's like, we're no longer in control of black. Anybody can use it for themselves. Now you got black Indians from East India. I mean, from the East. You got the Indians from the East. Now they're black. Before you know it, you'll have white people saying they're black. They're already African. So we're trying to get a hold on black. And as we're doing that, people got mad at the term FBA. It's like, and NBA, because these are attempts to control the narrative of black. And people who are of African descent got mad at us taking lead to control the word black. So it's not just taken around, thrown around, manipulated, and weaponized against us. Like we're actually like, hey, hold. And people are mad at us for taking control of the narrative of black, giving you its original framing, who it was originally describing, who it was originally speaking to. Okay? Black. And we're saying black Americans, and if your countryman was inspired by that, kudos, but give us flowers and you can put your black fist up, but do it in the name of Jamaica, do it in the name of Haiti and things like that. Now, there is a black racial class system, right? That was imposed on everybody, the white hemisphere. Fine, whatever. Okay, so racially, we are today, since 1977, racially, we are all classified as black. I got no problem with that. I'm not even fighting that no more. Cool. But your racial classification is not your new identity. You know, so we don't want you to treat black like you do black Brit. Okay, you're racially classified as black, but in that racial classification, you are Haitian, Jamaican, Nigerian. We are Black American in that same racial category. We're the only people in a racial category who's categorized as black as our ethnicity. All of you guys are thrown in that same racial classification. None of you guys have a name with the word black in it. So Haitians are thrown into the black racial category. Jamaicans are thrown in the racial black category. And so is Nigerians. Anybody in Africa, anybody of African descent thrown in that racial black category. And none of your ethnic or national names or tribal names are black. That's all. So all we saying is acknowledge that, and we good to start off the conversation. That's all. So the racial classification was not designed for people to replace their identity with. So being classified as racially black, that was not designed to think that's your new name. Oh, I'm black, y'all. I'm blackity black. No, you're still Haitian, Jamaican, Nigerian. You're just classified as black, but you're not identified as black. That's not your identity. That's not your cultural identity. That's not your nationality. You're still where you're from with the flag. But racially, we're classified in the same group. That's a fact. YT has lumped us up in the same racial group. No problem. It's called black. They took our name and whatever. All right. But that does not give you right to start calling yourself black over African, over Nigerian, over Igbo, over Jamaican, over Haitian. No, you're still those things. And that's how you need to identify yourself on a day-to-day basis. Because these guys who say they're black, oh, I'm black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. I'm biggity black, y'all. Just yesterday, I seen a whole BMW wrapped up in a Trinidadian flag, and I seen like a little Tahoe with Jamaican flag seats covers. It's like, so I thought you black. I thought you flat black. But whatever. And like I said, at the very least, I could kind of stomach it if you say you're black Jamaican, black Nigerian, black Haitian, because at least you're not throwing away your homeland name, your home name. You're keeping that there. Whatever. But some of y'all are just doing too much, and that's why we just got to take it from you, because it's now being watered down to now you're saying black civilization, black mummies, like everybody black now. Black this, black that, black this, black Chinese. All right, dude, I'm good. Nope. It's time to take black back. And I'm leading that march. So I just want to have a conversation to remind people, a positive, mature, educational conversation to remind people, how are you black? As a native black American, I know how I'm black, and I can articulate it within seconds. It won't be no I got you. Okay. So when I talk to people who are non-native black Americans, I need you to invite yourself up, click my YouTube link, and explain how are you black. That's all. Thank you.
About the practice. No. We're speaking about the practice of colonialism, right? Now, colonialism in practice pre-existed the colonial era. During the colonial era, there is no single white country that was colonized by any other white country. I mean, there wouldn't be. How could they be when they got together? It was the white countries that got together over the scramble for Africa. They divided Africa by themselves. They divided India, divided everything. Yeah, that's what they did. So how could they colonize themselves? So they were the imperialists.
So you're conceding that it was a white collective that decided to violently overtake the colored parts of the world. Okay, great. So now that begs the question of why is it earlier you acted as though, oh well, it didn't matter if these were white people colonizing and these were white people bringing the religion. They're two different kinds. You just admitted that every white country. You admitted every white country got together and decided to take over people of color, and now you're telling me that being white doesn't matter, as though they did not operate as a collective. Come on.
No. You need to listen. You need to listen to me, right? You need to listen to what I'm saying, right? What I said. No, you are operating under the premise that Christianity was deliberately designed as a tool of imperialism. That's the end. That's basically what you're saying. And I'm trying to make you understand.
That's basically what I'm saying. You're lying. Don't misrepresent my position.
No, that's what I understand.
That is not what I suggested at all. No, sir. I've suggested to you that the imposition of Christianity.
The same.
No, you're misrepresenting my position. Today, that is correct. Christianity for non-whites is a white supremacist ideology. So you have stated that Jesus is black. Now,
I want to be clear.
Jesus is black.
I want to be clear, please. I want to be clear about something.
So weird.
I want to be clear about something.
So weird.
Oh, sorry. You know, it's a time lag, I think. Sorry about that.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Go ahead, please. Yeah. So I just want to be clear. Are you speaking?
No, you're speaking. You're speaking.
Yeah. Okay. So Okay. So I just want to be clear. My understanding of what you said was those that brought Christianity were basically in the same melting pot with the colonialists, that are all one and the same and everything, and they all came together. You know, that's what you said basically, right? Was that did I get you wrong?
That's the outcome. That's correct.
Yeah. So now my understanding of what you're saying is, since they were all one and the same, then the missionaries basically were also imperialists. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
That is correct. That's why you're wearing those clothes, which are not of your culture. And I would never find a European who is voluntarily wearing the clothes of an African, because your mind has been captured, and your soul and your blackness has been taken away from you, but you know not. Let me riddle me this. Riddle me this, if you would be so kind. Riddle me this. So you're not married to a European woman, correct? You're not married to a white woman, correct?
No, I'm not. No.
Okay, no, great. No. Now, perhaps you've traveled as widely as I have throughout the world and throughout the African continent. There are many remnants of colonial power still in Africa. Some whites live in South Africa, where they dominate the entirety of the economy nearly.
Hey, man, all I'm going to say is the research I got on South Africa is ridiculous, yo. It's ridiculous. I can't wait to talk about this. These guys extended black to Indians. Now, they clearly took black from us. That's no doubt. The guy who brought black to South Africa, the South African who brought black to South Africa, extended black in South Africa to Indians. That's 100% confirmed.
Other whites live in Zimbabwe. There was a lie that they were removed and stolen from. This is false. They're still there. You have whites throughout. You have whites in Namibia, various places. Now, would you believe
Southern Africa? Yeah. True.
And would you be honest that where you find whites in Africa, none of them wear African garb. They all wear Western garb. Would you concede that fact? And I'm talking about whites who are born and raised in Africa and have been there for generations. Yes, that's correct. They still wear Western garb. Great. Now let's flip this just so that you can understand how lost you are. So you have whites who have been born in Africa. Their parents were born in Africa, and in some cases, even their grandparents born in Africa. They've lived among the Shona for many years. They've lived among the Zulus for many years.
And let me say, I wanted to do a little bit of research on South Africa, but that thing led me to like a whole new live, yo. What I learned about South Africa in that short period of time I was live just now is ridiculous. And I guarantee you stuff you never heard before. And definitely, I'm gonna put in my own words. It won't be the way I bring it at all. But man, like I said, I didn't. South Africans extended black to Indians. That's why they come over here. They say they're black and they're Indian. Okay, so not only did the identity South African was extended to Indians, but so was black. So man, the research I got on South Africa, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, now I want to talk to a South African like Marquette. I'm gonna be a little different though. I ain't gonna call them names. I ain't gonna gaslight and say how rich I am and bet me 20,000. We're just gonna talk about South Africa and the word black and how it's applied there, different from how we apply it over here. But they got it from us. It's like, if you got it from us, then why do you misapply it? I think that's something dope. So South Africans, you are now on my radar.
Yet they would never wear the clothes of the Zulus because they are not Zulu. They know themselves. And in many cases, they believe themselves to be superior. So why would you wear the clothes of an inferior? Now, here's the difference. You were born in Nigeria. You know what tribe you're from. You are married to a Nigerian woman, but you are still wearing the white man's clothes, even though you were never forced into that.
Yeah, I don't think it's I don't know, because he said they were inferior. Like, this is going somewhere else.
So just like today, you choose to wear the white man's clothes. Do you understand why it's weird that you do it? Because whites living in Africa don't wear African clothes. But why is it that you blacks who are from Africa still wear the white man's clothes?
They're not black, but Marquette consistently called these guys blacks. And don't forget, Indians in South Africa are also called blacks. So when you call a South African, an indigenous South African, black, he's thinking about himself and all the Indians that's there. He's not exclusively thinking about himself. These undocked people be wilding, yo.
Can you explain that? Why doesn't it exist the other way around? Your mind's been crushed.
I'll tell you.
That's why.
No, that's not true. That's nonsense, really. Yeah, because if my mind's been crushed, I'll tell you this. First of all, you'll see the difference in the names of my children. Yeah.
No. Can you answer the question I asked you? I didn't mean. The question I asked you. No, don't run away. The question that I actually asked you. Do not run away.
Hear you properly.
Let me ask. No, sir. No, sir. We will not allow you to run. We will not allow you to run. The question that I asked you is why.
I'm listening. I'm trying to listen.
Why don't we see whites who have been in Africa for generations? Why are they not wearing African clothes? Yet we see Africans who have been in a white civilization for just 10 minutes and they're wearing white man's clothes every day. That is my question. Explain why the whites won't adopt your culture and your clothes, yet you do it for them.
Now, I'll tell you something, right? Now, what I said to you was this. If you go back to my wardrobe, go back to literally everything, most of the things I have in my house in the United Kingdom at the moment, yeah? I've got all my traditional clothes. I could send you all the pictures you want to see. Well, if that would help anyway, I'm not here to impress you or anything, yeah? So if they don't wear the traditional clothes, I do know people who wear traditional clothes. I do know white people who wear African traditional clothes, but these are missionaries. These are Christian missionaries who are trying to reach different groups of people.
Trying to reach them, yeah.
These are the ones I know.
They are. Yes.
Yeah. So, these are people I know. And by the way, I'll tell you something. Trying to reach them.
Don't go off topic. Answer my question. Answer my question. We're not going there. Answer my question, sir.
My question is, why is it that you see whites who have been in Africa for generations and they still wear Western clothes? Whereas you, sir, are a Nigerian, you've just touched down in the West, haven't even been there a whole generation, and you dress like the white man. So tell me why the white man won't dress like you, the black man. Explain that. If it's not racism and superiority, why is that?
Well, listen. Whatever they choose to wear, that absolutely means nothing to me. It's none of my business. All right. They could choose to wear what they want to wear. If they don't want to wear,
would you mind answering my question?
It's unfortunate. Though? Yeah. They think this. If they think they're superior, they don't want to. Yeah. What you asked me was why they don't wear African garb.
I mean, they live in Africa. They've been there for generations.
They don't dress in African
why are they not
attire.
dressing like Africans?
Well, probably they've refused to. Acculturation probably hasn't taken place. They think their culture is superior to African culture, whatever they think they have.
That's right. That's right.
I would think that's what they think.
Correct.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
And then
so they want to hold on to their culture. They want to hold on to.
They want to hold on to what they are. But why do you give up what you are so easily?
Yes.
Why do you give up what you are?
No, I didn't give up what I am. I haven't given up one single thing that I am. Not one. Right?
Please stop.
Now, I said to you.
Wait, what tribe are you
if
from?
You want to listen.
What tribe are you from? What tribe are you from?
Igbo.
You're Igbo. Igbo. Okay.
Yes.
What was the Igbo religion before the whites ever made contact?
Now, let me tell you something.
Is it an answer to the question you're about to tell me?
Yes. Indigenous Igbos, right?
Okay.
Indigenous Igbos who obviously had different gods they worshipped, just like it was with every other tribe. Every other tribe. It was not unique to Africa. It was literally everywhere. You know, the Scandinavians as well had different.
Focus.
You know,
You're here to educate me. You're here to educate me. You're here to educate me. I asked you. I
just told you,
sir. Sir, I asked you about your culture. You are Igbo. What was your religion called?
Yes,
what were the gods? Tell me about your religion before the Europeans forced theirs onto you. What was the religion of the Igbos, of your people? Since you're a historian on what the whites do and on what the whites taught you, what is your history? Since you told me you've not lost anything. You've not lost your culture. So what was your religion, the name of it, the gods, the practices before the Europeans came? I want to learn.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, you are so particular about religion. Religion is just one small part of culture.
Answer my question, please.
I said to you that
no, it's not a different small part of culture. It's huge.
Would you listen while I answer the question?
I could tell you were very privileged. You were a privileged Nigerian, and I can tell because your ability to articulate is not there. And I ask you, and you take so long, and you're very verbose and wordy. So this is a clear indication that you have probably risen up through cronyism, for sure, which patronage is not a new thing in the African context, because I ask you simple questions and somehow the answer is never simple. I ask you again, sir, you're an Igbo. What was the name of your god or gods? What were some of the practices? Please tell me about your religion.
Okay. First of all, the network seems to be iffy. You're really breaking up.
I'm listening to you.
I think what I heard you ask was what I heard you ask was the gods, different gods that the Igbos served, right?
Yes.
The different gods. Was that what you asked me?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you, sir.
If you can
Please
hear me.
Answer the question, sir. Please answer the question. I can hear you.
What I think you asked was the gods that the Igbos worshipped, right?
Yes, and some religious practices.
That's what you asked.
About the religion, yes.
Yeah, different. No, they're different gods. They're different gods.
Okay, well, what's one of them? What's one of the gods then? If there are different ones, what's one?
Did you hear? Did you say that? Did you hear that?
No, sir.
Can you hear me?
No, we're not.
Go ahead. I can hear you now. If you just answer the question.
I said, yeah, good. I said Amadioha. I've said it several times already. One of those gods is called Amadioha.
Amadioha. Okay, that's one of them. Okay, very good.
Yeah, good.
Tell me more.
Okay. So I had to come to the mic. Okay. Because I got to talk about this black thing. Okay. And again, anything I say, you can research behind it. You're allowed to use Google. I'm not Marquette. I'm not afraid of your research. You're allowed to fact check me, whatever you want to use. Okay. Black. I think everybody should be able to explain. If you want to call yourself black, I think everybody should have the burden to explain how they are black. Okay. How are you black? So if somebody from TikTok that has foreign origins, I would love for you to invite yourself up and explain how are you black, so we could see the similarities, if any, on why Native Black Americans say they're black. You feel me? And work it out that way, because some of you guys are Haitian, and Black Americans gonna say we're Haitians too. Some of you guys are West Indian, and Black Americans gonna say we're Indian too. Some of you guys are from Africa, one of those 54 countries, and we never say, hey, we're African too. Or we're, more specifically, we never say we're Nigerian, Ghanaian, Zimbabwean, Igbo too. We don't do that. We let all of y'all have y'all unique, distinctive marker. Okay? So when we say we're black, why do you say you're black too? Okay. Let's give you black. In the 1990s, when we said we were African American, why do you call yourself African American too? So the two names that we impose on ourselves, you said you were both of them, not just one. You said you were both of them. So it's like, so you don't want us to have no distinctive marker? Whatever we are, you got to be that. You're entitled to be that as well. And that's the part we'll have us scratching our head, like, all right, what is this? Because before we came to that realization, we were told about African solidarity. We're all African. We need to unite and get together. But we're peeping out. You guys won't let us be us without you being us. We're like, all right, hold on. We got out of that spell. Like, hold on. They might not be with us the way they say they are, or a handful of them say they are. Why everything we claim to be, you become that, and then when we claim something that excludes you, like Native Black American, like freedmen, like Salon, you show resentment of such naming. When we say we're African, you're like, yeah. When we say we're African American, you say, yep, that's me. I'm African. I'm living in America. When we say we're black, you're like, yep, no problem, because black is now a racial classification that classifies us as black as well. So yeah, okay, no problem with that. So you're entitled to everything we call ourselves. We're not entitled to anything that you got going on. But when we come up with an ethnic identifier that shows that it can only apply to us, y'all don't find it weird that y'all came really upset? And y'all was trying to find reasons why you were upset. Remember, it was, oh, Tariq Nasheed is the leader. He has a trademark. Oh, he's the leader. And then when that didn't work, when the trademark was explained, it was like, okay, you know, what I mean, it didn't work. So it didn't went to, oh, you guys are in a cult. You're xenophobic, divisive. And then we showed, hey, man, you guys been dividing when you wrap yourself up in your homeland flags living in our country. Why you do that? Because some of us thought you were actually us until you did that. So we like, oh, okay, he ain't me. She ain't me. Okay, all right, she from Trinidad. Okay. But some of us thought you were really us until you did that. That ain't divisive? I thought we were one. I thought we were both Black Americans, one Black American until you dress yourself up in that flag. Now I see we're different. So that flag divided us. So when we showed that, then it became just something else, something else, something else. So they've been trying very hard to find excuses to justify how some of them feel towards us for real, for real. And the excuses change, the goalpost changes oftenly. So we found ourselves on the defensive every time because they're calling us stuff. They're saying things, oh, you don't like Africans, you don't like Caribbean. So we're on the offense. We're proving, nah, it's not the case. Oh, you call me tether. You say we all tether. No, we don't do that. We don't say everybody's tether. We say those who behave in an unbecoming way towards the lineage, we call them tethers. So we're on a defensive. As long as you're blocking and never punching, it's all good for the attacker. You dig? That works well for the attacker. That plays into the attacker's agenda. The minute we decided to go on the attack, you dig, and say, hey, man, you condemning us and you criticizing us, well, we ain't got why you are amongst us. Yo, your homeland ain't really popping, my guy, my gal. So when we went on the attack finally, because we were defending ourselves for the most part, all the HATEFUL words y'all was putting on us. Okay, we say, all right, no more blocking. We gotta start swinging. And the minute we say, hey man, your homeland, last time I checked, wasn't in good condition. Did you check? And they like, what homeland? You're like, bro, I can hear your accent. And then when they finally confess, like, okay, yeah, I'm not foundational. It's like, so what about that homeland? They're like, man, the hell with that. They're like, the hell with that homeland. So all that homeland talk go to hell. So we like, okay, you know, we like, yo, man, we thought you guys were you know, proud to be Haitian, proud to be African, proud to be Jamaican, West Indian, Caribbean. Like we thought you had a black and I'm proud moment. Turns out you didn't. I made a live talking about black, blackity black, black, black. Some Haitian calls up and says, Frederick Douglass, he called the Haitians black. Right? He said, Frederick Douglass, Lucky Formax said, I'm black and I'm proud. That's you damn right. So they said, yo, Frederick Douglass, now I'm saying black, I'm using terms like ethnonym, endonym. Okay. I'm using terms like nationality and ethnicity. This guy called in to tell me Frederick Douglass called Haitians black. So I'm like, who did he call black? He said Haitians. So there you go. He identified them as Haitians, my guy. It didn't work. Because that was the Haitian guy attempt to say that at one point they were black. I say, no. I can call you strong. I can call you pretty. I can call you tall, skinny, fat. But you are who you are. And you can lose weight, gain weight, all that. But you are going to stay who you are. So it doesn't matter what Frederick Douglass called Haitians. Okay? He identified them as Haitians. That was my point. At what point in history they were only identified as blacks? Like we were and are today. Frederick Douglass used black as a modifier. He did not use it as a proper noun to identify Haitians. He said the word Haitian by name, Haitians. So he recognized Haitian is who they are. That's the proper noun. That is their ethnicity. That's their ethnonym, Haitian. Okay. So then Buddy chimped out and went away. Okay, it doesn't matter what Frederick Douglass calls them; they're still Haitian. He can call them Jamaican. Are they Jamaican now because Frederick Douglass says so? If he calls them German, if he calls the Haitians, oh wow, if he calls the Haitians Germans, are they German now? Huh? They're Haitians. Okay. Yeah, because when you say Black Haitian, take the word black off. What are they? Are they still Haitian? Yes. So therefore, like he's adding something to their nationality. But you don't have to add it. You could take it off and it's still Haitian. Now take off black for Native Black Americans. Okay. What are we? Because you just can't say Native Americans. That term fit other people. You need that black there to distinguish who you're speaking to. Okay. So the fact is, racial terms were historically imposed on Africans, Afro-Caribbeans, and also us, Black Americans, by the whitey man. That's a fact. The racial taxonomy itself is a European colonial construction dating back to Carl Linnaeus, Blumenbach, the Costa systems, right? Colonial censuses. This is a whitey man thing. Scientific racism is included in some of this, which makes what we did an anomaly. Black Americans, Native Black Americans, because I just talked about the racial construct. That's something imposed. That's something created and imposed by whitey people. But what we did over here in America, we did an anomaly. What's the anomaly? Well, because everyone else received race from the outside, because race is a social construct created by the whitey man. So when they start lumping up people in a racial classification, there's a whitey man imposing something on you that you didn't impose on yourself. Here's what we did different. While that was going on, while the whitey man was calling everybody Negro, all type of names, right? You know what we did, Black Americans? We took the race word, okay? So Negro at that time was the global race word. And then black was not used as a race word, but black was used to signify like ugliness to like melanated people. Hold on. So at that time, black was used as a descriptor, right, to show how ugly and dirty and savage somebody was. But that was not a racial classification at that time. It was Negro. But we did what, and black, by the way, black has a meaning. It don't mean that. Black is a dark color. That's all. It's a color. It's dark. But white people applied it to darker people as though something was wrong with them. And it's called a negative connotation. Then what we did was an anomaly. We took a word that when placed upon dark people, it puts them in an inferior position. Less than, not equal to. We took that word, this is Native Black Americans, we took that word that had a disgusting, awful, negative connotation. And we placed that on ourselves as a converted, self-chosen ethnic name from the inside. That means we took the name, we placed it on ourselves with our own unique definition. Okay? So what I'm saying to you guys is that we, Black Americans, Native Black Americans, we were the first to elevate the English word black to a capitalized primary proper noun endonym. Okay? One more time. Native Black Americans, we were the first to elevate the English word black to a capitalized primary proper noun endonym. Right? Because when you study black, the English word black, and look at how it was applied to people before the Black Power movement, you will realize and you will come to that throughout most of English language history, the word black, when applied to people, it generally functioned as a descriptive adjective rather than as a people's primary self-designated ethnonym. So what we did was something unique. We took that adjective word and we capitalized it and made it a proper noun, and it became the name of our identity, the name of our ethnicity. We're talking about black. So now let's talk about South Africa. So when I play another Marquette South African debate, I want you to have this in your mind. Okay, I want you to have this in your mind about South Africa. Because I looked at South Africa, I never really studied it like that. Egyptian guys. Pay FBA said they'll bet Marquette. They'll bet he's not FBA. Yeah, I'm telling you, he gives off the most funny vibes I ever sensed on anybody. Like 19Z's, like never gave me vibes he wasn't FBA. He gave me vibes that he was just, deceptive. And same thing with Dr. Mayat. She might as well be FBA or whatever, but she has those deceptive vibes. Pan-African. Okay. But Marquette constantly calling South Africans, and usually just South Africans or people in South Africa, black. But he call them all black though. But he goes out of his way. Marquette goes out of his way to call South Africans black, where he rarely called them South Africans by itself. He either called them black South Africans or he flat out called them South Africans. I'm sorry. Rewind. He either omit that from the record. Okay, court. He either calls them black South Africans or he altogether just call them blacks. But rarely did he just call them Africans. Peace, bigger boy. So look, you know how I do. When I study, I come away with new terms, and guess what? Brother with a passport. Brother with a passport says, your passport, brother. He said, I thought this whole thing was about reparations. Now it's starting to seem like a grift for views. I noticed I got the Zoom link. Now, this is a comment from Zoom, from YouTube. Now, he sees the Zoom link pinned. Okay. So now I'm gonna read the remedial comment one more time. He says, he started off with, I thought. Okay, so now he's listened to the voice of myself. I go by Unbiased Ron, all social media platforms. I don't think about what we're doing. Okay. I know the origins of how we got here. So he tells you, I thought this whole thing was about reparations. Okay. Where you get that from? That's all about it. Reparations part of it. But reparations not. Reparations wasn't the whole, no. You made that up and you thought incorrectly. That's what happens when you think and you don't want to engage to find out what it really was about. We've always said, well, bro, you can't, reparations come, what's his name? Brother with a passport. I know you're probably not going to invite yourself up or click the link. So let me tell you, my guy. You can't have reparations without first delineating. Okay? And to delineate, you have to come up with a unique name that just applies to you. Now, I know you don't know no better. That's why you wouldn't click the link and say those thoughts to me live. Okay? I know you don't know better, but you knew better not to click that link. Okay, just like TikTokers know better not to invite themselves up. Okay, so you thought wrong. So delineation has to come before reparations, my guy. So when you're delineating on behalf of a people, brother with a passport, the people gotta know and be aware of the delineating term, or they're gonna say that's not me. Therefore, delineation fails and no reparations. So those slick comments usually come, but nobody ever invites themselves up or click the Zoom link. Because we could have easily addressed that. That was so easy. Your thoughts were wrong. Reparations is part of it, but ain't the end all. We've been saying they can say no to the no on reparations, and we're still delineating. Now, this guy said a grift for views. Don't know nothing about this channel. Don't know how long I've been doing this. For a long time, bro. And I don't have 400 live viewers. So it ain't for views, my guy. A lot of stuff is charitable time. Okay? It ain't the view. A lot of it is just charity. And, you know, I'm giving back to my lineage. But when you go ahead and grow some kahunas, you can click that link on YouTube and talk. Or you can invite yourself up from TikTok and talk. But no, reparations was on the mind, but it wasn't all for reparations. It was all for everything combined. Delineation and then thing movements, the reparation movement and delineation movement, it grows, my guy, like any other movement. The Black Civil Rights Movement grew. It started off as one thing, and then it grew to something much larger. So no, you can't confine us. Okay? This thing, this reparation thing you're talking about, 2016 is 10 years later. You think we're gonna have the same talking point? You think we're gonna consider different things? The civil rights movement grew. It was about one thing or two things, and then it became about 100 things. That's what happens, bro, in bills. You know, Republicans, Democrats, when they want to pass an act or a bill, they have it'd be one bill in mind, but they have a bunch of bills going through at the same time. Okay, so when you talk about Roe v. Wade, that went and so did the Second Amendment for states over here up north. In New Jersey, New York, and the city Philly, Pennsylvania, we were specifically, and maybe California, but we specifically were being violated from our Second Amendment constitutional rights. So Roe v. Wade had a bunch of things attached to it when it was overturning and passing things. Roe v. Wade was one of them, and so was the Second Amendment constitutional rights for people, specifically New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. But I can't say Pennsylvania because Pennsylvania, they always had a right to carry. That's what I'm focused on. Philly. So when you pass a bill, you want to put as much there that you need. You don't just say reparations. That's it. What else do we need? We need an anti-black crime bill, my guy. So that's there too. I know. Remedial people think from a remedial perspective. Now, our talking points grew. So there's more in that pot, just reparations and delineation. That's why you ain't call up. You know better. Anyway, these guys know better. Donnie, they know better. Okay, so now, remember, I was talking about black. How it's applied. So you have a literal definition. It's the name of a color, a dark color. Okay? It's an adjective. That's the literal definition. Then you got other definitions. What we did was call an anomaly. We took a word when it's placed on people, had a historical negative connotation, something unbecoming. We took that word, voluntarily imposed it on ourselves, and revised the definition to something positive. So now it has a positive connotation, so much so that everybody, almost all melanated people across the world, want to say they're black. So we've been hearing terms like, we've been hearing people say they're black Haitian, black Jamaican, black Nigerian, black African, South black African, things like that. So now I feel like, what's the difference between a black Haitian and a Haitian? What's the difference between a black Ghanaian from a Ghanaian? I'm like, ain't much of a difference. Yeah, using black there for no reason. It's just a cosplay. Okay. So in linguistics, categories have an unmarked default and a marked variant. Okay, they got marked variants. So you know how I do, family. When I research, I bring new terminology. So unmarked and marked variants. So the unmarked form is the one that needs no modifier because it's assumed. So Haitian, when you say somebody's Haitian, you automatically think that this person, because the island of Haiti is largely predominantly people of African descent. So you already assume that this person of heart huge, I got a lot of African descent in them, and they're probably dark skin. Okay, so Haitian will be considered unmarked. It doesn't need the black there to show a difference. When you think of Haitian, you think of one people. You don't think of like a melting pot. So the marker is there when you think of a melting pot. For example, the best example is America. If somebody say that they're American, if somebody says they're American, what did that tell you about their homeland origins? Absolutely nothing. So if you say you're American, you're gonna need that thing marked. Okay. And that's when you say, like, you specify. You got it? Okay. So American, because it can mean anybody, it can mean a Black American, white T American, it can mean a native Black American, a white T American, Hispanic American, Latino, Indian, Asian, anybody under the sun, Nigerian. So that American identifier wouldn't work here in the United States. Saying you're American just means you got citizenship here, but that don't tell us about who you are, where you come from, and your culture, and your history. So you need a marker. You would need to mark that American with something more to tell us more. So you'll see Italian American, Mexican American. There we go. Now we know what type of American you are. So now the marker is used: Italian, Mexican, okay, to let us know what type of American you are. But such a label like Haiti, you don't need a marker because a large majority of the Haitians are Haitian. Okay. So, for example, if I say I went to the dentist or the doctor don't tell you whether it's a man or a woman. So that term needed to be marked. So write this down. You're learning. The class is session. If I say I'm going to get some coffee, that term needs to be marked because what kind of coffee? Decaf, iced coffee. You feel me? So it got to be marked. Iced coffee, hot coffee, decaf. All right. Are you following? Yeah. What is the chances of big old tractor trailer sits right here by me and just goes to work? Anyway, are y'all following? So unmarked term and a marked term. MARKED. When you're saying you're Haitian, you don't need a marked term. There's no need to add black there. When you say you're Haitian, the assumption is most likely you are from that lineage. When you say you're Ghanaian, there's no need to say black Ghanaian. You don't need that marker. It's already assumed that you're the people of the land. Got me? However, if you say you're American, that term needs to be marked because which type of American? You got citizenship here. But where your homeland from? Are you Italian, French, Black American? You native like a Black American? So that term needs to be marked. So what I'm saying is a lot of people who are non-Black Americans, non-native Black Americans, they use unnecessary marked terms to describe themselves. And for me, that's because they're cosplaying. Okay. So to say you're black Haitian is redundant. To say you're black Ghanaian is redundant, and you have an agenda. So when Marquette or anybody start calling people that are not native, that are not a native black American, they just voluntarily call them black for no reason. When they have an identity already, there's an agenda back there. So again, in linguistics, the unmarked term is the basic default form, while the marked term as a qualifier. So you have actor. Actor is the unmarked term. You want to tell us what type of actor? Female actor, male actor. Okay, you got actress. So now, ethnonyms. These are terms that I brought to the community. Ethnonyms are supposed to be unmarked. So when we said we were black family, throughout the 1940s, matter of fact, 1930s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and most of the 80s, family, when we said we were black, when Native Black Americans just said the word black and left it alone, it did not need to be marked. It was automatically assumed as a term that can only apply to Native Black Americans. Okay? It didn't need to be marked. Now, today we got to mark it. So when we say FBA, family, those are called marked terms added to black, unfortunately. When we say NBA, Native Black Americans, because we are Native, make no mistake, these are marked terms to distinguish. So, in essence, when we say we're delineating, for those who struggle with that word and what it's designed to do, when we say we are delineating, we are saying we need a marked term to describe our black, because black has been loosely applied to everybody. So to say you're black is almost like to say you're American in 2026. Okay, what country? What culture? You feel me? You're black, what country? What culture? Because everybody took on that name. So we marked it. When you delineate, you mark your name. It was unmarked for most of its uses, early uses, but now in 2026, we have to mark it. And you have FBA and NBA, Native Black Americans, because we are Native. Okay, so for example, Ghanaian, the residents of Ghana, Ghanaian already carries the population it refers to, right? So by saying that you're a black Ghanaian, you're being redundant, and it's an agenda there. You're trying to deceive people. So you got Chinese people that lives in Jamaica. You got Indians who live in Jamaica, right? So technically they're Jamaican, but then there's a marker added, right, to delineate them from the other Jamaicans. So you have Chinese Jamaican, you have Indian Jamaican. And for those who are actually of African descent, who was brought there in a diaspora from the transatlantic slave trade, because Africans sold us, kidnapped and sold us, and enslaved us, kidnapped us, enslaved us, and sold us, they need a marker too, because Jamaican is extended to more people. So their marker in Jamaica isn't black. It is now because they made it up. But it was Afro-Jamaican. That was their marker originally. So we're going to discuss people original markers, what they were before and what they are now. Spoiler, their now markers are all black. All of them took on black and made that the new marker. But they all had markers prior. They all had markers prior. And guess what? None of them were black. And that's why I say we're the only black people as far as an ethnicity, as an ethnic cultural term, which I'm gonna get into in a second. And we have people from other places call up and they disagree, but they don't listen to why I say what I say. And the ones who actually do listen to what I say, they agree. They agree that they are not black ethnically. They can only be black racially. And don't forget, racially black is an imposed label created by your so-called ops. So the question comes back to these folks: can your op name you? Is your op allowed to name you? You got to say no, right? So, but white people impose black as a racial category. It wasn't always there. It wasn't always there. Okay. So anyway, so we talk about endonyms, ethonyms, exonyms. We talk about demonyms when we get a chance. Okay, now here's the complexity with South Africa, which I learned right as I was live. I read up on it. So South Africa is a plural society where South African generally does not imply one population like American. So the way South African works in South Africa works the way American works over here. Okay. So you got white South Africans who are Afrikaners, they're English descendant in the UK, so they're a South African. You got coloreds who are South African. You got Indians who are there who are South African, and you got the indigenous people who are also classified as South or also embrace nationality of South African. And this was all imposed by apartheid, the apartheid system. They classify everybody into groups. That's what white people do. Okay. So what I'm saying is black is not needed at all, but is definitely not needed as a marker where the nation is overwhelmingly one population. So don't miss what I'm saying before you invite yourself up, before you click a link. What I'm saying, because you got folks saying, I'm black this, I'm black Haitian, I'm black Ghanaian. What I'm saying is that's semantics, that's an agenda, that's wordplay, that's deception. And I'm saying that because black is not needed as a marker where the nation is overwhelmingly one population, such as Ghana, Nigeria, Senegal, Haiti. None of them should be saying I'm black. There's no confusion. You dig? It's not a plural society. For the most part, it's a singular society. So there is no marker needed. So somebody saying I'm a black Ghanaian is redundant because the demonym already assumes you're melanated, you dig, and you're Ghanaian that way. So modern racial taxonomy is a European construction. And then is that part. Linnaeus, Blumenbach, Colonial, I read that earlier. But more recently, Walter Plecker, 1924, and more recent than that, you got the OMB in 1977, which had a Directive 15 for the U.S. Federal Statistical Instrument. Okay, so now they claim the OMB Directive 15 at that point made black the racial category in America for these reasons. It said because the reasons were administrative. They were counting populations for program data. So this is why you really should the black racial category was not something you're supposed to go around saying you're black. Like, so that's why I ask folks, how are you black? And once they say racially, it's like, yo, do you know black wasn't designed to run around saying you're black racially? Okay, what I'm saying is the racial class systems were not designed for you to run around and say, I'm that name of that class system, as so many people do. I'm black. How you black? Racially? Yeah, but that's not what it's designed for. It wasn't designed for you to replace your ethnicity and your nationality for black. Our OMB, Office of Management and Budget, sent out a directive, number 15, and they claimed the purpose was administrative. They were counting populations for program data. And in his own text, it says that categories are socio-political constructs, not scientific ones. Okay. So why do the diaspora in Africa adopt the word black and then use it as their new identity, that was not what it was created for? Huh? And I'll tell you why. That's a rhetorical question. It's because it was imposed on them by their colonizers. So their colonizers said, hey, Negro, you're black. And they just said, okay. Literally, that's how it went. Hey, Negro, you're now black. And then those West Indians, those Haitians, those Africans, like, okay, whatever. No fighting them at all. All right, whatever. I'm black then. Whatever. You dig? You guys, and then of course you got the forms that they give these foreigners to fill out that says they're black racially and African American, which makes them feel more like they're black, which they don't. But thanks to the Pan-Africans who deliberately promotes black as a solidarity term across borders. So they're another reason why this black thing went out of control. Okay, hey, race was a European and is a European sorting system, and black in U.S. law is a statistical classification. One more time, family. Black in U.S. law is a stat classification. It is not your new identity. You're not black. Does it make it more sense now when I say people ain't black? Because they're only black when it comes to stats. That's it. When they want to use stats, they'll say you're black. When they want to say black poverty, black unemployment, they are including everybody. People with foreign backgrounds and Native Black Americans into that black stat. Are we following? Okay. So Directive 15 is not a name people chose. Ethnonyms, ethnos, people, onym, name. It's a people's name. Ethnos, Genesis. Ethnos is people, Genesis is new, a new people. So ethnonyms is a people name. Onym is name. Ethnos is people. And ethnogenesis Genesis. Genesis is new. Ethnos is people, new people. Ethnonyms come from inside. Sometimes they come inside racial categories, right? Which come from within your people, right? So a Ghanaian is a Ghanaian. So the word already tells you who is who. Okay, but also ethnonyms come in two ways: something you impose on yourself and you accept it, or something people impose on you and you accept it. But Ghanaian is an ethnonym by way of people imposing on themselves, i.e., Kwame Nkrumah. Burkina Faso was something imposed on themselves by Thomas Sankara. Haiti, obviously Dessalini, and Black, you can say Elijah Muhammad. But y'all gotta understand, because y'all say y'all Black racially, you gotta know that a racial classification. Now, I just broke down ethnonym. Ethnonym is the name of your people: Hawaiian, Mexican, French. Okay. A race is a term to group up many different people, millions of different people from all over the world. So a racial classification is not the same thing as an ethnonym. It's not the same as a nationality, lineage, or cultural identity. Okay. The OMB, Office of Management and Budget. Statistical Policy Directive number 15, issued in 1977, way long after we already chose Black as our name of our people. Anyway, issued in 1977, standardized broad racial and ethnic categories for federal statistics and similar administrative purposes. They did not come up with this stuff to name foreigners a new name. So Ronnie Mack has a question about Russians and Italians. Now, Ronnie Mack, I'm gonna say this. It's very when we talk about Europeans and when they classify and identify themselves, they're not like they don't identify themselves in the same manner of darker people of the world. So, respectfully, I got to say this: it's a false equivalence only when it comes to this, because usually you could do black and white, but when it comes to imposing names on yourselves, it's a false equivalence to compare whitey people and melanated people. For one, whitey people went around the globe imposing names on melanated people. Melanated people never done that. Okay, to whitey people. Whitey people came up with the racial classification where they group many people who are different into one racialized group. Melanated people never done it. Nobody melanated anywhere in this world had a racial classification. They grouped up different people into one group based on some weird similarities. Okay, so when people compare white and black, totally different, because our government was in control of the OMB and what's official and unofficial. So never in a time of history where white and blacks were together and blacks were in, or melanated people were in full control of who is who. Even when like melanated people back in the day, the Muslims, the Persians, when they dominated other people, they let them practice their religion and everything they believed in. They didn't take that from them. They just ruled over them. right? But they let them be Christian, they let them be whatever they were. Okay, so that one is not that easy. Comparing white people identification to melanated people identification. Only, I know it's weird, but that is apples and oranges. Because we didn't go around imposing terms on white people and forcing them to take it. They did that to us. So if a white person, so to answer your question the best I can, for a white person allowing a Russian to become white when they come into this country, or an Italian, it's you best believe that's for the greater good of America. They're not going to undermine and dilute themselves. They're not going to paper genocide themselves. So when a Russian becomes white, an Italian become white, it's on the terms of white supremacy, Ronnie Mack. However, when black is extended to all melanated people across the world, black Americans, we're not considered. Our terms aren't there. This is regardless of our terms, and this is they're not considering our feelings and our opinion on this. So we don't control who gets to be classified as black and who's called black globally. This is all ran by white supremacists. That's why I said you can't say Russian, Italian, white, and black because white people is in control of it all. If they didn't want Russians, which they didn't, I'm Ronnie Mack, I let you know. I study the history of U.S. immigration. I know that these folks were not called white. And I don't think, and you said Russians, that might be a bad example because I don't think Russians are called white today. I don't believe Russians allow you to call them white. They are proud to be Russian. Just like a Jewish, a small hat person is not going to be flat out that you just call them whitey. They're going to say, no, small hat. You dig? So Russians and small hats, I don't believe today just are flat white tee. They like to be called what they like to be called. Yeah, but definitely great question, Ronnie Mack, and I'm glad you asked that question. So I went into it a little more because I thought about that too sometime. Now I was like, you know what? But they have control who's white tea, who's not, and they did control it. They did exercise that control because the Irish, the Italians, a lot of these Slavs, and all these Ukrainians, when they came over here, they were not white tea. They were exactly whatever their flag said they were. They were forced to assimilate and bow down to the terms and conditions of white tea man before they be accepted as white tea. We never had that. These nations weren't forced to bow down to our terms and conditions of what blackness is. These folks wasn't forced to assimilate. Okay? They didn't assimilate. That's why they got their own flags, their own language, their own enclaves. They didn't assimilate with us. They didn't join none of our black power movements. Yes. 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 Okay. Greeks. Okay. So you said Greeks too. Yeah, that's true. But listen, it's a little different. The Greeks are just Romans, right? Which are, you can say, modern Italians. Okay. So you had two parts of Rome. You had Western Rome, you had Eastern Rome. So Western Rome spoke the Roman language for the most part, only that. Eastern Rome, they occupied what you call Greece, and they're known as the Orthodox Romans, right? Orthodox Church, Eastern Romans, Byzantine Empire. So when Western Rome fell, all that was left was Eastern Rome, and that was the Byzantine Empire. And they were getting busy. on other nations. Okay, occupying everybody. So they occupied Greece, and as a result, they spoke Greek. They read and wrote Greek as well. But they were just as Roman as a Western Roman. Yeah, yeah. So Greeks today, Roman Greeks today, because it's just a language. Like the Romans dominated Greece. Like that was just them. It was Eastern Romans that dominated. Greece is pretty much made up of Eastern Romans. That's all. So they dominated Greece and they spoke Greek, and they they had their influence for a long time until they were over when they got cooked by some of the Muslims, and then some of the their identity was crushed through severely crushed through the Ottoman Turks, and then the Germanic people. I took them out officially, got rid of them. Yeah, but they will be known as Italian today, I think, because they were there. So I'm thinking that's how history will record them today. And if that was so, then they would not be considered white tea or Anglo. Yeah, so Ronnie, so the point is like white tea supremacy controls the terms and conditions on who's white. We don't control Black Americans, Native Black Americans do not control the terms and conditions of who is native. I'm sorry, I said native. We don't I'm tripping. We don't control the terms of who is black. So that's why these white tea people and our government is allowed to include people into blackness who have so much vitriol and disdain for us. So now that's purposely done because there are people in Nigeria that don't have that for us. There's people in Jamaica who don't have that for us. There's people in Haiti who don't have that for us. There's people in Africa, all parts of Africa, who don't have that for us. They filter out who they want to come over. That's a fact. When people said that, I always heard that, but now I know for a fact that's true. After studying U.S. immigration, the history of it, that's a fact. So the immigrants that come over here, they're not going to be of Jimmy Barbecue's regime. You dig? They ain't going to be from Ibrahim Traore fold. You dig? They ain't, because they know most likely they will get on code. So whitey people know that if anybody was going to be on code with us, it'd be the Jimmy Barbecues, it'll be the Ibrahim Traore's, like those type of people right there. As a result, that's why you never see them over here. The rebellious, independent African nations who are proud to be African, you're not going to see them over here. If you do see them over here, they traded on their country, the countrymen. Okay, so they're literally called filtered out. They filter out. It's a filter. You can look it up. So just ask, is immigration? Just ask Google. Does immigration have a filtering system of who comes into our country? You'll see. The only time the filtering doesn't work is when they're here illegally. Obviously, they're here illegally. You couldn't filter them out. But anybody who's here legally or by our permission, they're filtered out. Anyway, OMB, Office of Management and Budget Statistical Policy Directive number 15, issued in 1977, standardized broad racial and ethnic categories for federal statistics and similar administrative purposes. Black by whitey people. Now, OMB is whitey people, and this is people who didn't like us at all. They in government. Okay? Racist, white tea racist people in government. Why is that there? Anyway. So they took our ethnicity, something that we had pride for, that was just for us. Okay, it didn't need to be marked. black was just us. We didn't have to delineate because we were the only black people. Okay, the only black people who chose black as our primary and only identity. We don't gotta say black Haitian, black African, black Nigerian. We're just black. The 5-letter word became a pronoun and it represents us. The 20-something million at that time. Okay, and they broadened it to be our evil government broadened it to be a racial classification for people having origins and what the directive called the black racial groups of Africa. Now, by the way, there's no such terminology as that as a black racial group of Africa until 1977. Okay, so now just because the OMB, that means Africa did not have a racial category called black. So when I talk to foreigners, I ask them, are they black? They'll say, yeah. And I say, since when? And they'll say, for a long time. And I'll say, well, it couldn't have been past 1977. I'll say it couldn't have been before 1977. Because the first time when black was used as a racial category in human history. Other Western influenced countries caught on later and started to impose it in the UK and other places, South Africa afterwards. That started here. And they chose black because we chose black. We made black popping. We made it lit. Our government said, okay, we're going to take what you made lit and we're going to use that because they were afraid that any other terminology, the rest of the melanated people wouldn't have embraced it. But they knew melanated people across the world was going to happily embrace our ethnic identity because of our great history that comes behind it. So like they didn't have to sell it on people, and people gladly took it. But it was a racial classification. It was not your new identity. It was not your new nationality. It was not your new ethnicity. It was not the new tribal name of your tribe. So you're not correct. If you're Haitian, you're not correct to say you're black. If you're Jamaican, you're not correct to say you're just black. If you're Nigerian, any place from Africa, it's not correct to just say you are black, because that is a racial classification that includes many people outside of your country. So to say you're black, that's anybody in the world who's melanated. So that was not designed to identify you or replace your identity. You're still Haitian as you're classified as black. You're still Jamaican as you're classified as black. You're still Nigerian as you're classified as black. And we are still Native Black Americans as we are classified as black. Okay? So black as a racial classification through the OMB, the American Administrative Government, it wanted one broad category for, they claim, statistical aggregation to possibly, so they claim they just wanted one broad category for statistical aggregation. I don't believe that. I believe they wanted to do that to undermine Black Americans. Okay, this is our American government doing this. This ain't South Africa. This ain't the apartheid doing this. This ain't the UK. This ain't Russia. Somebody said earlier. This ain't Ireland. Well, it wouldn't matter because we over here. It don't matter to us. But this is our government who just allowed legal segregation, legal discrimination. Now that's illegalized. Now we just made Jim Crow illegal officially in 1968. So 9 years later, we got a racial category. That sounds like retaliation. That sounds like a rebuttal. That sounds like a counterstrike. You dig? That sounds like a counterstrike. Shalom to you. FB all day. You already know Monster McFly, vertical grow. Yeah, so our nationality has always, well, I can't say always, because we didn't accept it. But at one point, when we chose black, black was our nationality plus ethnicity. And then I would say later on, in like the late 80s, late 90s, we finally embraced our nationality as American. Your nationality is your citizenship. So if you have citizenship in a country, you have nationality in that country. So we had citizenship in this country since 66, 68, 68. So we always had American nationality since 1868, birthright citizenship. Don't forget, it's called birthright citizenship, right? So we always had nationality since 1868. We just never embraced it because this country was awfully racist. So they didn't afford us the American liberties or the American constitutional rights. So we never embraced the Americanness of this country. So we just said we black. So black became our nationality and our ethnicity. And at that time, but you're right. Right now, black is not a nationality. Black is a whole bunch of stuff. I'll just say that. But it's not a nationality. American. If for black Americans, our nationality in America is American. And that's also called a demonym. Okay. So I hope that answered your question. Okay. So a classification, right, is something institutions use to group people. An identity is how a person or community understands and names itself. So one more time, family. We melanated people across the globe, because of whitey people, we are all classified as black. You get it? That's not our new name. That is not our new ethnicity or new ethnogenesis or nationality. We're just classified as black racially. Okay. So let me explain what a classification is. A classification is something institutions use to group people. So we're grouped up as black. But an identity is how a person or community understands and names itself. So your name is not black. That's your group classification. Your name is Haitian, Nigerian, African. They took our name and made it the classification. So for us, the classification is black, and that's our name. Our name never changed. So we're black Americans, we're native black Americans in a black category, black classification. All right. So I point out to people, if you say you're black Jamaican, black Haitian, black whatever, the black is not who you are. You're using black to describe who you are. You're using black to modify who you are. That's called an adjective. You are the noun that black you use. Don't forget, you use this. You say I'm black Haitian, I'm black Nigerian, I'm black, blackity black black. When you use black like that, you are not using black as something you are. You are using black to modify what you are or to describe what you are. So you are the noun that actually follows black. That's what you are. So if you say you're a black Haitian, then you're not black. You're the noun that follows black. You're Haitian, black Nigerian, black Jamaican. You see? And that's why I say you're not black. You're just whatever you always were, which is Haitian, Nigerian, Jamaican, because you're not using black as a self-imposed identity as a proper noun. Okay, I hope that's clear. When you say I'm a Black Canadian, Black Brit, you're using Black as a descriptive modifier, which is not who you are, is modifying who you are, describing who you are. You are the noun that follows that descriptive word. Okay? So a Black African, African is who you are, and Black is modifying who you are or describing who you are. So Black is not the proper noun. Black's the adjective. The proper noun is the noun that follows the adjective. When we Black Americans say we're Black, we're using Black as the proper noun, not the adjective. So when we say Black, we're not describing something. We're not modifying something. We're saying we are that Black. So humbly, when I say you're not Black, I'm saying even you admit to it, because you say you're Black Haitian, Black this, Black that. You're saying you're not the Black. You are the thing it modifies. So we're both saying the same thing. You just say it, I'm Black Haitian, which is what I say. But you're using political correct terms that's acceptable. So once you say you're Black Haitian, you're saying you're not Black, because you're saying you're Haitian. I'm saying the same thing, but I'm just saying it plainly. I'm saying you're not Black. You're Haitian. I'm saying you're not Black, you're Haitian. When you call yourself a Black Haitian, you're saying you're not Black, you're Haitian. We're saying the same thing. That's why I don't get the confusion. All right. Okay. So the central noun, when you say I'm Black Haitian, Black Jamaican, Black Nigerian, the central noun or national identifier will be Black, will be Jamaican, Haitian, Nigerian. Okay. The nationality will always remain the primary noun. So remember, these racial constructions that white people made up, they are not designed to make Black your new nationality or ethnonym. You're still Haitian, Jamaican, Nigerian. I mean, this got to be the nicest way I ever put it. So now from here, I'm going to, not now, because it's going to be a long, long live. I want to start a new live in a little bit. And I want to get on South Africa specifically. So no more Jamaica, no more Nigeria, no more Haiti. I want to talk about South Africa and how did they become Black? And why do they call Indians Black in South Africa? Now, I think that's one you guys should really, really tune into. I would think of, I don't know, I'll say South African Black, something like that, or South Africans Black, something like that, to get your attention. But that's one. The research is flawless. So remember, I'm saying to people, how are you Black? You're not Black. You're Haitian, Jamaican, Nigerian. And when they say, hey, I'm a Black Nigerian, Black Haitian, Black Jamaican, they are literally saying, I'm not Black, I'm Haitian, Nigerian, and Jamaican. So I'm like, we're saying the same thing. Why are you chimping out when I say it my way? You feel me? Anyway, we'll move on from there. And we're going to tackle, are South Africans actually Black? Now I'm going to start off the live playing Marquette debating in South African. Constantly call them. That's why I say I believe there's an agenda behind it. Because he goes out of his way. Because I watch a lot of his content. I love debates, but he don't debate. A lot of times he just talk trash and cuss people out and call them names and talk about how great his education is and how rich he is. But the actual topic never get discussed. But that he calls Africans, but specifically South Africans Black. He called them Black more than he called them South African. More than he called them their tribal name. And I'm like, he ain't doing that. I don't want to be the one, right? Because everybody, when you be the one to point it out, you become the bad guy. Oh, you heard him say this? but he does it so consistently. I'm like, yo, there's no way he's making the mistake. He's making this mistake every life. He goes out his way to call him black, or he'll say black South African. Like, he is really trying to impose that he has become a colonizer to the South Africans. He's imposing his exonym on South Africans. He's calling them black when they call themselves their tribal names. He's calling them black. So he's forging a name on people who don't even want to use that word. All right, so I don't know when I'm gonna do this. It's 12 o'clock p.m. I gotta eat. I gotta take my son somewhere. So let me get back at y'all, and y'all don't want to miss this live. I gotta make this live totally separate because it's a lot to tackle, and we'll probably be here for 2 hours. So let me wait till my son go to sleep at least. You feel me? Peace to the family on TikTok. Make sure you follow me. You don't want to miss that. I will be back on TikTok asking a question. Are South Africans really black? So go ahead and follow me on TikTok. You don't want to miss that one. And my YouTubers, you know you don't miss that. I'm going to go dumb hard on that one. So peace to the family. Love you guys. But I got to check out. Not chimp out. I got